skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for skin, sin for sin. Eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for skin, sin for your sin.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation?
Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
Match presented by Google. Today, everything is on the line. The match is tied 6.5, 6.5. Whoever wins takes it home. But if it's a tie, we see playoffs, which is equally exciting. Stay tuned to the FIDE broadcast with our amazing presenters. Today is going to be awesome.
Hello and welcome. And yeah, this is it. This is the golden game, game 14 of the FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google. I'm Jovanka Houska, and this could actually be the last day that I'm sat next to the very wise, my partner in crime, Grandmaster David Howell. Now, David, yesterday was quite the ride. It seemed at some point maybe Gukesh had it in the bag, but in the end it was a draw. What were your impressions?
Yeah, it really was a topsy-turvy encounter. For so long it looked like Gukesh was outplaying Ding. It looked like he would be on the brink of that world title. Ultimately though, just fantastic defense. So tenacious from Ding Liren, showing how much he wants to retain his title. It was a draw, and that means tension today. 14 is my lucky number, Jovanka, so I have a feeling something exciting is going to happen.
Well, something definitely exciting is going to happen today. And yesterday, as David mentioned, it was quite the thrilling encounter. And here is Charlize with her recap.
FIDE World Championship Match presented by Google, Game 13. Ding Liren dodges a bullet. With the match tied at 6.5 points and only one classical game remaining, nerves are running high. At this point, any mistake could be decisive, and both players are showing incredible concentration considering the circumstances. The current world champion, Ding Liren, was on the verge of losing this afternoon. A mixture of excellent defensive skills combined with a lot of good luck, and the outcome was much better than anyone anticipated. The challenger Gukesh D missed a key defensive idea, saying that when he played 31 knight e4, he missed rook f8 and rook c7. He remarked that his initial intention was to exchange rooks first and only then play knight e4, which would be winning. I don't think you'll see a short draw tomorrow, were Ding's final words before joining his team to prepare the most important game of the year. The final classical game takes place December 12, 5 p.m. local time. If the game ends in a draw, they go to tiebreaks.
Yeah, the most important game of the year. This is it. The one game to end them all. It's going to be absolutely unbelievable. Ding has the white pieces. He says it's not going to be a short draw. But is he being just clever with his words and saying that he's anticipating Gukesh with the black pieces to press?
Yeah, fighting talk, right, from Ding. He's planting a seed of doubt in Gukesh's mind. What to expect now? Will Ding go solid? He's done that many times, multiple times throughout this match when he's had the white pieces. Or will he go at Gukesh? Or is he going to invite Gukesh onto him? Either way, it's hard to predict what we're going to see. And if there's no short draws, I think the whole world will be happy.
Yes, I think it has been a very fighting match from start to finish. So I'm expecting it to also go out with a fight. I'm also maybe thinking that Ding will go for his usual solid style. Gukesh will try to unbalance the matter. Because if it is a draw, it's going to be all decided in tie breaks. Today, it is game 14, final classical match. The nerves are high, the crowds are buzzing. I can feel them from the commentary room. The energy is high.
Exactly. The energy is high, and I've spoken to so many people at this point. Nobody knows what to expect. Nobody is confident in their prediction. It really feels like a 50-50. Yes, people have been saying Ding has white. Ding is maybe a favorite in tie breaks, but with the nerves at this level right now, anything definitely possible.
Yeah, and there you can see the crowds, and let's go straight to Charlize.
We're live here at the playing zone, where for the last time players are going to be arriving for their final classical game. As you can see, there is already a big crowd behind me. Let's check out if we have some Ding and Gukesh supporters. Yesterday, Gukesh, remember, came first, and that's also going to be exciting to see who shows up today. And we are back again, t-shirt and hats. How's it going? How are you feeling for the game today?
We're excited as always. Our full support is to Gukesh. So whatever happens, we will always be with Gukesh. We love Gukesh tremendously. Yeah.
Who are you supporting today?
Also, I think Gukesh, but I just want to see a good game and a result today.
Okay,
Yeah.
no tie breaks.
Yeah, hopefully no tie breaks. Because if it is a tie breaks, I think Ding is a big favourite. Yeah, well, so hopefully there's a result today in the Classic.
Let's go a little bit this way. I saw someone has a little sign over here. You want to show us your sign? Oh, you're rooting for Gukesh?
Yes. Yeah.
Do you want to show the sign to the camera? Oh, did you come all the way from India for this?
We live in Singapore.
Okay, and you've been following the match?
Yes, of course, absolutely. We are all rooting for Gukesh.
Awesome. Hi, who are we supporting today?
I'm not sure yet.
Ooh, okay. Do you want it to be a decisive game or tie breaks?
Tie.
Tie breaks. Oh, okay. Well, that's a first. If there are tie breaks, of course, this will happen tomorrow. They will play 4 games, 15 plus 10. We have Rapid, that also goes to 10 plus 2, and Blitz. It's a whole thing, a whole lot of more chess, which will be equally as exciting. Let's see how that goes. But for now, let us wait for the players to arrive.
Speaking from experience.
Love this scene of the crowds waiting for their idols to arrive. Crowds supporting Gukesh, also Ding Liren supporters are amongst them. So much anticipation for the final classical game. It comes down to this.
Exactly, and we're in for a treat either way. If it's decisive or even if it's imbalanced, it's going to provide a lot of excitement. We're going to be on the edge of our seats here, Jovanka, but even if it's a draw, even if it's a quick draw, we get so much more chess tomorrow. So no complaints from me.
No complaints. And the players have spoiled us very much with their chess, with their opening novelties, amazing defensive moves there from Ding Liren. For Gukesh, he's been pressing all the way. Both players like pushing themselves to their limits. And now here it comes down to this. We are waiting the players' arrival. Will it be Gukesh arriving first? He did that yesterday. Will it be Ding?
That was the first surprise yesterday. There was surprises in the opening, of course, but Gukesh arriving first and kind of assuming that position at the board. The game even started 3 minutes early yesterday. They were that keen to get going. I think they're just, I mean, they're literally spending the last bits of their energy, as you mentioned, Jovanka. And I mean, I just cannot even comprehend how for 3 whole weeks they've been able to maintain such a high level. It's been very, very impressive.
They've had to withstand, you know, the tension, the nerves, the suspense. I mean, it's really grueling, a World Championship match. And here comes the first player, Ding Liren, reigning champion. He will play with the white pieces as he makes his way into the fish tank, where he will play his final classical game in this match.
Yeah, he often does arrive first, Ding. He often, after going through fair play, takes a break, takes a pause. Here we see the seconds, Jovanka.
Yeah, and also we catch a glimpse of Ding Liren's mother. Now, Richard reports, known to be one of the most creative grandmasters, sometimes he wears subliminal messages on his shirts. He's been known to show up with "Never give up, strike back." It's the role of a second to be as positive as possible. The mind game very much important.
Ding Liren will hope to be in a positive mindset, and he should be. Yesterday, he really dodged a bullet, really survived. But yeah, yet to enter the arena. We're waiting for Gukesh on this fateful 14th game.
Yeah, Gukesh. What do you think he will be? Do you think, I mean, we have perhaps seen a sign of nerves from Gukesh, just 18 years old.
A little bit, perhaps, in game 12.
Yeah.
It wasn't his best game. He didn't put up too much resistance as he allowed Ding to strike back. And yesterday, he played very well, we've got to say, but just that killer instinct, that final blow slightly eluding him. It must be frustrating for him.
Yeah. I mean, if you look back at the trajectory of both of these players in the match, you will see that consistently it is Gukesh the one that has been pressing Ding. But Ding has been, when the back is against the wall, finding those amazing resources and just holding his nerve to keep the game alive. And here we are anticipating Gukesh, just 18 years old. Could he be the new world champion? Well, today will be a test of his character. And he arrives to cheers from the crowd.
Gukesh accompanied by his dad and his main second, Grandmaster Gajewski from Poland. And he leaves them to enter the arena. Yeah, I wonder whether he's got more surprises up his sleeve. This young man, so impressive, so calm, cool and collected, despite the incredible pressure, the eyes of a billion people out there in India supporting him, watching him, breaking down every move.
And there we have, I thought was going to be a very sad moment as we become accustomed to seeing world champion Ding Liren pause by the chair and just reflect on his position and his standing, on the game, on what he's about to do.
Contemplating chess, life, you name it. This is how Ding gets in the zone, and he will need to be in the zone when the game commences in a few minutes' time. He will hope that he's able to launch the first surprise, perhaps win that psychological battle early and retain his title, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, and we will see what Ding Liren brings to the table. Will he play aggressively? Will he play solidly? Hedge his bets on a tiebreak? Well, it's all in his hands.
Yes, and it's really hard to predict. He's been here before. We shouldn't forget he has played a world title match, so he understands the nerves, the pressure. He understands how quickly things can change. You can go from losing to winning. You can turn things around. Last year, he was triumphant against Jan Nepomniachtchi in similar circumstances after a tiebreak. There we go. Gukesh will be the first to enter the fish tank.
Yes, and not before hanging his lucky grey jumper. He does this every match, every game. Hangs it up and off he goes. Enters into the cube where he takes some time just to compose himself, adjust the pieces and try to get into that focus state.
And Gukesh takes his seat, soon to be followed by Ding Liren. We'll see the last handshake ahead of a classical game, at least. Either way, wow, game 14, nobody predicted it would be this close. And nobody predicted that both players would bring such a high level. And yeah, Gukesh, it's hard to know his strategy as well. A solid draw on paper with black in the final game would be a decent result, but the drama that's guaranteed to come with tie breaks, maybe he'll try and avoid that. We've seen that strategy before. Ding looks relatively relaxed as he enters the arena too.
Yes, and there he goes for his last classical game of the match. And there we can see Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. So let's go straight to Maurice in the cube.
Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, welcome to the FIDE World Championship 2024, presented by Google, held here at the Aquarius Hotel at the luxurious Resorts World Sentosa in beautiful Singapore. I am Maurice Ashley, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce the players who are competing for the title of World Chess Champion. First, from India, the challenger, Gukesh Dommaraju. And from China, the world champion, Ding Liren. The match is tied at 6.5 points apiece. Today is game 14, the final game of the classical portion. If the match is tied after today, we will play a tiebreak tomorrow. Singapore has been a fantastic host nation for this championship, and our first mover represents his country well. He is a distinguished academic at the National University of Singapore, where he is the inaugural Vice Dean of Global Health at the Saw Swee Hock School of Public Health. He is renowned for his research on antibiotic research and infectious diseases and was instrumental in COVID-19 research and public health communications during the recent pandemic. Beyond academia, he's also passionate about chess. Widely known as the Legend, he was formerly an accomplished chess amateur, achieving the title of International Master in 1994. Please welcome the president of the Singapore Chess Federation, Professor Su Li Yang. And with that, let the game begin.
And there we have the first move from Ding Liren, opening up with the knight to f3 and then developing the light squared bishop with a fianchetto. Not what I expected. I actually was saying to all my friends, I expect it to be a London system. It'll be very solid. But instead, Ding said it will not be a short draw. And here, this is looking like it's going to be a fighting game because White is very flexible with their development.
Yeah, he's inviting a fully fledged battle here. He's basically saying to Gukesh, you decide how you develop. You can choose from 5, 6, maybe even more. Very solid systems here. And I will react according to what you do. This is, I think, part of every modern top grandmaster's repertoire. And they often only wheel it out in situations they really want to win or that they must win. There's no forcing lines here, or very few at least. Watch me be proven wrong, Jovanka. Yes. But yeah, most likely we'll see most of the pieces on the board for a huge chunk of this game.
It's very clever move order as well, because Ding hasn't yet committed any of his central pawns. So he could, as we've seen before in the past, go c4. He could also go d4 and try to steer the game into the Catalan type openings. He could even just say, hey, I'm not going to be doing that. I'm going to concentrate on developing my bishop, castling, and then going for a very gradual challenge to the center with d3, maybe e4, maybe c4. So many options. And Gukesh maybe also not expecting this approach, maybe expecting Ding to be a little bit more committal on that first move.
Yeah, and this can transpose, as you mentioned, Jovanka, to other openings, the Catalan, the English, yeah, Queen's Gambit still. But Gukesh now has to decide on his mood as well. There we go. He pushes another pawn. This tends to hint at solid play. This could transpose back into a Catalan or a reversed Grunfeld if black were to now bring the knight out and the white pawn were to step forward to d4.
Okay.
Moment of truth.
It is. Also a different approach from Gukesh, who has been putting, when he wants to play solidly, the pawns on light squares. And now it is a reversed Grunfeld. Now Ding is a big expert on the Grunfeld opening with the black pieces. Gukesh, not phased, reacts accordingly.
And we call this the reversed Grunfeld because the Grunfeld defense, let's just capture this position in our minds right now. The Grunfeld defense, instead of knight to f3, would normally arise after pawn to d4. Black brings the knight out. White tries to fight with the center. And just before white is able to establish this beautiful trio of pawns in the middle of the board, black strikes and plays the pawn to d5. And it's actually a mirror image, total mirror image of the position we see here in our game, except because you start with white, you have an extra move. You have the bishop already fianchettoed. So on paper, this is a dream Grunfeld. But after pawn to e6, this is likely to transpose Jovanka to a Catalan opening If white castles or plays c4 on the next move, that goes into Catalan, maybe Tarrasch positions, which are also well known from other move orders.
Yes, and the Catalan, of course, a line that has been very popular with Anand for many years, former 5-time world champion. I mean, Catalan is the staple of many grandmasters. In fact, Gukesh himself plays it with the white pieces. So castles.
And,
No,
okay,
no Catalan immediately.
No, this is rare, I've got to say. Normally black just on autopilot brings the knight out to f6. And yeah, that is an Indian speciality. I've played many Indian grandmasters who've employed that line. Hare Krishna as well was playing it for many years. Wow, Gukesh putting his knight on e7. This is actually a well-known idea, again, with colors reversed. But I've never, ever seen it, I must admit. From the white side here, I've never seen the black player put their knight in e7. The whole idea is to trade off one set of knights and replace the knight on c6 with its fellow here. And you gain a bit of time against the white queen that is forced out to d4.
Yeah, and you can see it's not that many games played in this system. I only have 3 in my Masters database. But one of those players is one of England's up-and-coming talents, Jonah Willow. That was a draw against Gediminas Sarakauskas. Other players who played this with the black pieces, it's a very famous name. I think he's from Cuba, Walter Arancibia. Sorry for the pronunciation.
Yeah, and it's interesting. At this point, if I were Ding and his seconds, I would literally just not look at any top lines of the computer. I would not look at the most popular move or the most, like the 5 most popular moves. I would always just study the 6th most popular move in every position, and Gukesh is going to play that one.
Yeah.
I mean, he's dodging main lines, Gukesh. He's getting surprises in. He's clearly trying to do that as early as possible to slow Ding down. I mean, he's literally played near novelties on move 5, 6, and 7 on half of these games we've seen. Fascinating stuff, I've got to say, Jovanka.
Yes. Okay, well, I can see on my database 3 games, 2 draws, 1 win for the black pieces, where Anna Maria Botsari, very strong. Either she's an international master or a WGM, but anyhow, a very strong Greek player.
Yeah, interesting. So this position has never been won by white before in practical play.
Nope.
Doesn't bode well for Ding Liren, but of course he won't know that. He won't have seen this either, I'm pretty sure. It does look very slow for black. The big drawback behind planting your knight on this square is the black dark squared bishop, which now is reliant on this mechanism of trading knights, moving the other knight out of the way, and then finally developing. Or I'm assuming actually one of the most tempting moves to my eyes, my instinct here, Jovanka would say, okay, drop the knight back. Then you laugh, the knights get in each other's way.
So that has been played once before. Also, c4 has been tried, just trying to accelerate play in the middle. But the reaction to is exactly what you have indicated. You're too quick, David, with those arrows. I'm like, I'm just getting there.
I play these openings way too much, Jovanka. I don't look at main lines either. So g6, bishop g7. This bishop needs some level of employment. It needs some work, so it wants to be on the long diagonal. Wow. Okay, I mean, c4 is the most Grunfeld-esque move. Catalan-esque as well. You want to profit from having this bishop on this beautiful diagonal. So you normally, even at the cost of a pawn, sometimes try to open things up in the center.
Yeah, it was c4. The reaction in both of those games were knight takes d4.
Yeah, knight takes knight, queen takes, knight to c6. The white queen drops back somewhere. Actually, maybe no good squares. Queen to d3 would be the desirable square just to capture this pawn back, but now knight to e5 might just win a pawn.
So white has tried queen to c3, trying to keep an eye on the g7 points. White has also tried queen to d1. So queen c3 was met with d4. And, well, we've seen that pawn structure before.
I mean, on a daily basis at this point. Not quite the reverse Benoni, where white's pawn would normally be on d3, but anytime a black pawn is marched forward to d4 like this so ambitiously, the side with the black pieces has lost. Jovanka, this happened in games 11 and 12 between these two.
Third time lucky.
But yeah, maybe third time lucky. Here it makes a lot of sense because the white queen has lost so much time at this point. And I think you can just safely back up the center, quickly castle, quickly play e5. I think in terms of being black, this is a big opening success.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to work out by analogy as well. So the Grunfeld position, I've played the Grunfeld defense my whole life, and let's go again. Sorry, Jovanka. I'm going to sound like a broken record at this point.
That's okay.
Okay, Grunfeld defense. The position that he's borrowed the idea from, Gukesh, is after... Okay, you can start with e3, as he did in the game. And now, pawn takes d5, knight takes d5. And actually, usually they trade off knights first, before they play knight to e2, to guarantee that the black queen is out and able to be targeted. And here, black's recommended strategy, there's various ways to play, but you can just castle, put your queen on d6, you wait, and then you actually often play the pawn to e5 rather than c5. Yeah, sometimes you start with c6, but you can play e5 very quickly.
Interesting. So the insertion of c4 therefore doesn't help. This is in the live position, doesn't help because of this resource. So if we go back, white has a move, but c4 is not going to be helping because you've committed the pawn structure too quickly.
Maybe you want to play for e4.
Right. Okay. So what is the improving move to it that just waits? Could you go b3? No. Yeah.
You could, and then you laugh at black who wanted to fianchetto the bishop, because now you get there first.
Exactly, and you'd meet g6 with knight takes knight, and then,
And g6, well, whoops, for black. It's going to be mightily awkward on the long diagonal. And b3, I quite like this Jovanka, actually. Wait, knight. Maybe there's a tactical flaw. I was going to say knight to c6, you drop back here so you're not hit by d4. And you're keeping an eye on this pawn, but black can actually develop, which is a bit annoying. Queen takes pawn, and black bishop protects its rook, and captures the rook on a1 next move.
Yeah, and there's no funny like c3 moves instead of a queen. Sorry, I'm rushing ahead of myself. Okay, so when the queen is attacked with knight c6, because this is very good for black. So drop the queen back to, let's go d1.
d1. Bishop to e7.
And so I was thinking you go queen f6. And then I was like, yeah, you just go c3 and just argue that the queen is misplaced in that diagonal because eventually you are going to go bishop b2 with a very controlled knight d2, e4.
Eventually you open up the bishop. Yeah,
but somehow not quick enough.
It doesn't look quick enough. It's not too convincing. And it's not Ding's style, I think, to play a move like b3 if he's going to have to slowly unfurl his pieces.
What about, could you be very acquiescent and go knight takes knight and then c4?
Yes.
So I'm going to invite you to take on c4 because then I will come out with the queen to a4 and go pressure.
Under pressure.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
I mean, you could do this in multiple ways, Jovanka. I think this is actually what we were discussing, c4, knight takes knight, queen takes. After knight c6,
oh, yeah, then you could queen d1.
Could go back to d1. Yeah. Here you have more options. I mean,
you might go queen d1, yeah.
You get closer to the time control as well. You've got an extra move compared to the other variant.
Which, as we've seen, is quite an important point. Yeah, I can't even say it's good morning as well.
It's morning somewhere in the world, in the US.
In the US.
Yeah, it's interesting. If we want to play with e4, though, we could also play that first. How
okay.
About e4?
And then, okay, let's do it. Knight takes knight. Follow the rules.
d6 will be a guarantee.
Yeah, and then where to go with the queen?
Go back. Now, the thing is, with this position with colors reversed, you're normally fighting for equality. Here, are we fighting for advantage? That's the question with white. We've got an extra tempo compared to that Grunfeld defense.
Okay.
If we could get two moves and play like f4 and e5, it would be fantastic for white, but black is ready to play e5 next and block this bishop in.
Are you quick enough, though? Because it's very scary to go e5 and invite the opening of the center when the king is stranded on e8.
For example, e5.
Yes.
Yeah, no doubt this is preparation from Gukesh. It's interesting. Lila Zero thinks that in the game position, if we go back to it, I mean, this is very complicated. White would be able to, like you said, open the center or even play f5. And in a must-win situation, this would make a lot of sense. But again, it's towing the line, finding the balance of risk and reward. But Lila Zero thinks 34%. White's going to win this. That's huge. So objectively, maybe knight to e7, not the best, but this is a recurring pattern. Ding always burning time first. Always the first to start thinking about his moves, overthinking perhaps.
Yes. Well, it has been the trend throughout. Why break the pattern? I mean, it's always been Ding goes into a very long thought and then at some point comes up with some very interesting responses. And then Gukesh will be the one that settles into deep thought. And then we have like either a really hectic time scramble where Gukesh is really going for it and Ding is defending. Actually, that is the pattern. There is no other either or. But I mean, they've come to the match with very different strategies. For Ding, it's been very clear that his goal is to make it to game 14, take the match to tie breaks where he feels he has the better instincts to win the match on tie breaks. For Gukesh, it's been all about putting pressure, coming up with these opening novelties, you know, ducking, diving, being crafty, and just power play in general. And that's to do with the presence of tie breaks, right?
Yeah, very much so. They know that this is a finite match. It's limited in terms of number of games.
Yeah.
I think Ding has been waiting for this moment. He's been playing for this moment and believing that when the nerves kick in, the experience will count. But of course, you've got to execute the match strategy.
Yes. Well, if the game is drawn, the match will be determined by tie breaks. So let's have a look at what that entails.
In the event that the FIDE World Championship match goes to tiebreaks, this is what's going to happen. It will take place in two stages, rapid playoffs and blitz playoffs. In the rapid playoffs, players will start with 4 games of 15 plus 10. If this is still tied, they will play 2 games of 10 plus 5. And if this is still tied, then they will go to blitz playoffs. In the blitz playoffs, they will start with 2 games of 3 plus 2. If this is still drawn, then they will play another game with 3 plus 2. And if this is still drawn, they will reverse colors and keep playing games of 3 plus 2 until a victor is decided.
Yes, if everything is drawn, then it will be decided by what is probably termed sudden death, right?
Keep going. Actually, forever, potentially, until there's a winner.
Yeah, so, you know, buckle up, folks. We could be in for the long haul. But for now, let's focus on this game because Ding Liren once again has been surprised out of the opening and is just thinking how best to handle this particular move from Gukesh.
Yeah, Ding has a variety of options. I think it's about how to break in the center. It's not whether to break in the center. I think maybe the main dilemma going through his mind right now is how to dodge Gukesh's opening preparation. Often these long thinks do result in some very good moves from Ding, but moves that at least are designed to get Gukesh out of what he expected. But c4, the most logical move, trying to break down the center, trying to open up White's bishop, met quickly by a knight exchange on d4. The white queen comes out. The queen will be duly hit by the black knight with gain of time. And here is where there is a crossroads, Jovanka. Do we step back on this diagonal? Do we step back to d3, offer up a pawn? Or do we go back to d1?
Yeah, well, it requires a lot of guts to offer up a pawn, even if you get some gain in development, especially because so much is on the line. Yeah, I don't think I would do it. I think I would probably just go queen d1 and go accept that I lost time.
I agree. I think I would not be brave enough to play the move queen d3. Actually, the more I look at it, though.
Okay, let's go look at it and see.
If this were blitz, Jovanka, if this were a tiebreak.
Exactly. If this were another life, queen to d3, okay, knight to e5.
Yeah, the plus point behind queen d3 is, firstly, you just defend your pawn. Secondly, it's a much more active square. You're ready to play rook d1 if black doesn't do anything special. So I think if given the choice, this is the ideal square. The only downside being knight e5. How about queen to c3 now?
I'm going to grab your pawn.
Take this pawn. And because your knight is slightly clumsily anchored. I'm going to play e4 to try and undermine it. And now I do have this tension on the diagonal.
I'll go knight b6.
Knight b6. And now I've run out of ideas, but...
Well, still, it's not going to be easy for black to actually unwind the king side and start to develop. Okay, so...
d1 maybe?
Look to d1, yeah. And now, what is the move? Queen, always when in doubt, you go queen.
Queen f6.
No, but queen f6 ruins the pawn structure.
It does. I mean, I guess
You get the bishop pair, but...
I guess I take, something like this,
knight
right?
takes pawn, yeah, and then...
I mean, white is risking nothing, but maybe black's okay somehow. Maybe you play like bishop e6 or bishop g4, bishop e6 maybe. And if white takes, you laugh and you castle.
That would be very mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've discovered it. This is Gukesh's prep. Guaranteed. No, I mean, half joking. Knight e5. Yeah, it is a bit scary to kind of play down this line. I don't think white's risking that much, though.
Oh, that's true.
Looks like you always win back the pawn at least on d5. Whether you get an advantage is a whole different matter, but...
Yeah.
I mean, there are other moves as well. Even here, like bishop e3, just to try and get rid of this knight, to try and break open this bishop. Looks quite tempting.
Yeah, I guess you would have to go bishop d7.
Yeah.
And then try to... Or unless you want to embrace the complications and go bishop to e7, but I don't trust.
Yeah.
I don't want to lose the...
After bishop e3, that makes more sense, because now if I take on g7...
Then I'm hitting b2.
Yeah. Hitting this guy. Okay, it's not over here, but... yeah, a position like this would be one that Ding has to evaluate.
And I just wanted to point out one other thing with bishop to e... Sorry, I'm like eager to go, and I'm like, yeah, you don't... No, with with bishop to e7, bishop e3.
Oh, bishop e3. This one. Bishop e3, bishop to e7.
So say, for instance, you go bishop takes knight, pawn takes.
Yeah, the queen is needed to support bishop to f6. So pawn takes.
And even if white were to go e takes d5, you're not necessarily obliged to capture that pawn. You can just focus on quick development and go castles. Let white capture on e6.
Yeah.
And just...
Even if it comes at the cost of this pawn. Okay, white's lost a lot of time now. Bishop f6 is going to come. These two bishops are going to provide more than enough compensation. Probably you can even just regain the pawn. Next move. Most likely this would fizzle out towards a draw. I hear gasps out there at the prospect of tie breaks, but yeah, Ding, it is hard to enter that type of forcing line where it becomes very much move by move, pure calculation. Because you know you're playing an engine, essentially, there. You know that Gukesh has studied that with his seconds, with all the best material out there. So, yeah, queen to d1 may be another option. I think the other's less attractive. Other squares, the queen just gets hit, either by a pawn or the black dart-squared bishop.
Oh, wow. Okay, I just turned on Ceci for the first time. Their top choice, queen f4.
Queen f4.
Second choice, queen d3. And after queen d3, it says don't even go for the pawn.
Wow.
Just step forward with the pawn to d4.
Okay, if that's the case, then I think Ding would love to play queen d3 if he knows it's not being met by knight to e5. I guess white plays e3?
After d4, it's... Okay, e3, let me just put it on there because...
that means computer says no.
Bishop c5.
e3, bishop to c5, yeah. This is actually very reminiscent of the position with colors reversed. One side basically banks on a d4 square, either for a pawn or an outpost for a piece. Of course, white's not worse, but still a long way to go to be better.
But yeah, there's not... It's relatively solid, I would say, because after... Okay, well, he drops the queen back to d1. Queen is out of harm's way.
Zero risk involved. Has the benefit of not being the computer's top move, we think. So has Gukesh looked at this one? You mentioned queen to f4 as well, possible, but okay, Gukesh clearly has looked at this one, which was available by transposition.
Yep.
He did it the longer way round, so closer to move 40. And d4 instantly.
Yes. Okay. So white has it, and this is what I'm expecting for Ding. No tension whatsoever, just challenge on d4. And so here, Gukesh, the computers is just basically you've got to go bishop c5. You can go e5, but you've got to be brave if you want to go e5. Willingly invite your king to an open center.
Yeah, e5 after pawn takes. I think you pretty much obliged now to take with the pawn. If you take with the knight, which looks like a nice outpost, rook e1, and this pawn is just hanging.
Yeah.
So yeah, pawn takes pawn, and like you said, you're inviting some checks. This is pretty much just an exact Grunfeld. White having an extra tempo though. Black can block.
Yeah. And black is one move away from castling, but still, it feels scary.
It does. White's very dynamic here.
Bishop comes.
Yeah, I'm never sure whether we flick in a3 and a5.
I mean,
but
could you go bishop to g5?
ooh, bishop g5.
Yeah.
Nice.
Let's go. I mean, maybe you can even go castles.
Mm-hmm.
Get away with things that way.
Yep. Black's knight just about defends the bishop. If you try and remove the knight, then the black bishop moves as well. I wonder, even in positions like this, Jovanka, sometimes you can make an argument for giving up the knight, the bishop for the knight. If you get enough dynamic play here, actually, I don't think it works, but you could consider it. Bishop g5. So now move order-wise, black can't castle.
Yeah. And
e6 would block, but
yes. And then the question is the best move to take with the king? Because if you take with the queen, the pawn on d4 hangs. And I'm not happy about that as a pawn grabber.
Yeah, I think king takes probably is the best move.
Yeah, and then at least you have rook to e8 and king f8 and
yeah, but
business.
I don't think Gukesh would like this too much. He wants to be the aggressor, not the aggressee.
It also would be weird preparation, right?
King takes e7. It'll be cool prepper.
Yeah. Okay, but there we see Gukesh pausing for thought. I'm a little bit surprised because I would expect Ding to react in this way.
Yeah, this is very logical from Ding, and he could have got this exact position by 2 move orders we figured out. Bishop to c5 against one of White's best moves according to the computer. So we could have had the same position with the White queen on d3. There, bishop c5 was automatic. So are there any differences in this position? Is one difference that White can play like queen to h5, hit this bishop?
Yeah.
Doing the Harry Potter lightning sign here with my arrows. But
yeah, like the squiggle.
The squiggle. But bishop c5 is a loose square, so I wonder whether White could take advantage of that somehow.
That's true. I mean, could you just simply go queen e7 and protect?
Yeah, I mean, this was a one mover. I'm obsessed with Scholar's Mate, so queen h5 attacks this bishop. The queen just defends it. I really don't know what I've gained as White.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's solid enough for Black. Black's controlling this square. White can never really get this knight out. Knight d2 always runs into capture. Unless, okay, Jovanka, I'm going to be really brave. Knight d2.
Okay, you want to go knight b3?
Maybe.
I see you. I'm going to go pawn takes pawn.
Okay, I'll go this way. Knight e4.
Okay, I'm going to take it all because I can.
Greedy.
Just because I can, right? So we're just analyzing. And yeah, I see. Okay, so I'm going to step back with the bishop to b6.
b6. Now bishop g5.
Okay. And I cannot actually block that with f6, but I can counterattack with g6.
Wow.
But that's the terrible move. That's a terrible move. That's a terrible move, Dave. Dave, don't even look at it because there's too many holes. I was just looking at it in
You're
my
showing
mind.
what not to do.
Yeah.
Instructive.
Yes. That's very kind of you.
That's how I defend my blunders, my many blunders per day.
I think one of my sisters used to teach gymnastics and she didn't know anything about gymnastics. And she used to do it badly and she used to go, that's not how to do it. And they'll go, okay, yeah. Queen to...
It's quite tempting for White though. It looks very scary for Black.
It's terrifying.
Got ideas like c5 coming. If I ever land a knight in d6, it's just game over.
Okay, so this happened because you went knight to d2 and I got greedy. So that's a lesson for everyone. When David sacrifices a pawn,
yeah, then
be on guard.
It must be Armageddon time. David has sacrificed a pawn.
Okay, so queen. Okay, so bishop to c5. Yeah. I think that's it. E5 is still very much in the air. So okay, queen h5.
Okay, I'm just trying to find the differences why he wouldn't play bishop c5 immediately. This is the only thing I can come up with.
Queen e7.
Yep, very
Makes
logical.
Sense.
And now, okay, Time to sack.
Yeah, and now is the time for me to be careful and not go into things. So let's just...
Maybe you could be greedy. Okay, just devil's advocate. Take everything. And then put the bishop on d4, maybe? Better square. Bishop g5.
Yeah, then you
maybe
can
now you play g6. Although, again, he's so... It's like that... What's that cheese with all the holes in it? Swiss cheese.
But I could also...
These dark squares.
Black could also go bishop f6 instead of... Could block the things that way.
True. But, I mean, this looks very scary. Like, even if white just drops back, takes this pawn next, and then starts probing at weaknesses, it's only going to be a pawn sack. And I've seen worse pawn sacrifices. King's Gambit. No, I mean, this looks like a dream for white. Sorry, that's a joke.
You literally alienated half of our audience there. How dare you say that? Sorry.
I mean, this looks like a dream.
Yeah, no, it is a dream. Okay. Okay, so let's be okay again. Bishop c5. Queen h5.
Maybe the queen's just hitting thin air here, like if the black bishop just moves.
What happens if we no? Okay, so e5 is going to be met with bishop takes knight. So queen e7.
Bishop takes knight, just to point out, and queen takes pawn. So queen e7 looks like the most logical. Also, if you do move the bishop, then firstly I have c5 ideas, but I could just pin that pawn, rook d1, and black has something to deal with. Okay, queen e7. I like your queen e7. Now knight d2.
Knight d2.
The computer's going to laugh at my idea here, but I don't exactly see why yet.
Okay, so let's...
If these were rapid tie breaks, I think Ding would be loving this position with white.
And
here we have a move.
We do have a move, and bishop to c5. Okay.
It's the most logical move. We mentioned it, developing.
Okay, guess what, David? That was top move. Queen
h5.
h5. But the response is not queen e7. Queen b6.
Wow, okay, did not think about that one. That makes some sense, because I guess more tension here on this diagonal. Literally a full diagonal, if I extend that arrow.
Yeah. Still very dangerous, though.
At least bishop g5, that idea when I was landing with gain of time, that is no longer an issue.
Yeah, but the queen is divorced from the king. So let's put your sacrifice idea on the table once more. Okay. So knight to d2.
Sign those papers.
Yeah, pawn takes.
Okay, pawn takes pawn, knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4.
Said A.
You don't need to say B, but you know.
You don't need to. You can play bishop d4, but then knight d6. If you move the bishop elsewhere, then I'm taking this pawn. Okay, let's say B.
Okay, king h1.
And now this bishop is attacked, so let's drop it back.
Okay, and now...
If I'm fighting my own idea.
Well, let's... So I'm not attracted to moves like queen to g4 because I feel like you're stepping back. And even if black were to say castles as a response, you can, on occasion, actually give up the exchange if you can allow bishop h6.
Castles, bishop h6. There's also ideas of maybe queen takes b2 defending.
There is that one as well. Very nice geometry. But I just thought as a backup, there would be like g6.
Yeah. This type of position.
Yeah.
Black has the bishop pair, f5 might come, e5 might come.
Yeah, and black is very mobile with their pieces.
I'm just grateful, Jovanka. This is a fun position to analyze, especially after queen h5. And yeah, I mean, there's more than I actually expected, I must admit. I thought Ding might play it slightly safer than this, or at least slightly more symmetrical than this.
Well, it could be really spicy after queen h5.
Really
so,
good.
yeah, so I'm kind of curious. After queen to b6, after the sacrifice, d takes, okay, so literally the computer has no fear.
Pawn takes pawn.
Yep.
Knight e4.
And then, yeah, it literally gets,
big.
Take it all.
Bishop e7.
And now, yeah, bishop e7. And now it's actually suggesting c5.
c5.
Yeah.
Okay. Kicking the queen back.
And then rook takes f2.
Okay.
And wait for this. It's a little bit unnatural.
Can be a draw. Somehow.
No, castles.
Castles.
Because you have to defend against queen takes f7 chat. And then this is the weird move. Like, I would naturally be looking at bishop to g5, a knight coming to g5, but the engine is like g4.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's designed to fight f6 as a plan.
Because then you brute force it.
Yes.
Battering ram, g-pawn.
But what are the chances that you're going to find
Ding playing this?
g4?
Colours reversed. I could see Gukesh going for this, maybe,
Yeah.
if he's well prepared. But Ding sacrificing a pawn and then playing moves like g4, really murky stuff. Doubt it somehow. I really doubt it.
Is yeah.
I don't know how committal it is either. So I'm just so attracted to this move, queen h5, now that we've been looking. He might play it, but queen b6, I guess you could also just take this pawn if you don't want to sacrifice anything. Just kind of pre-move knight c3 next.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming bishop takes, because if knight takes, knight c3 does come with a gain of tempo because of a massive threat. This
Yes.
fork. But bishop takes, yeah, knight out to c3. Black does get castled. I guess Ding will be evaluating a position such as this one. And yeah, still early days, still anything can happen. But Gukesh, most likely out of his preparation, considering how much time he spent on the last move.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe he knows the preparation and he knows that it can get a bit treacherous at times. So he's just doing like a risk assessment. Will Ding play the most aggressive move?
Will it get as spicy as that Laksa I had last night? Yeah, queen h5, that would be a fun move to see.
Yeah, queen h5. So knowing Ding, what do you think? Do you play the most aggressive move?
Knowing Ding, I think he's definitely considering it, but his instincts have warned him against such an early aggression, at least, in this match so far. His 2 wins, Ding, have been from longer games where he's slowly, steadily outplayed Gukesh rather than gone straight for the throat. I guess he could also just take pawns and play it slower.
Yeah, he could also play a3, flick in a5. Are you going to play a5? You might not.
We've seen, that's a dilemma we've had so many times this match, Jovanka, in all of these reversed Benonis, especially when there's a white pawn on c4, a black pawn on d4.
Yeah. Well, it is a great position that we have in front of us. And we are going to take a short break because when we come back, well, we are honored to have in the studio with us FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is Dan, suggesting some places to meet up and watch the game tonight. But you know what's better than a list of places? Knowing how close those places are. Which is why you're just gonna ask Gemini to put these places on a map. Whoa, how's that for teamwork?
Why can't you cool? Just let me cool.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world number one Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We are back, and with us in the studio is of course, FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
And my first question is, how are you finding Singapore?
Well, Singapore is a beautiful location for anything, but for the World Championship, Chess World Championship in particular, as it combines all kinds of cultures, and chess is exactly about that, putting the cultures together.
Yes, and talking about the World Championship match, is it exactly as you expected?
Yes, I would say so. I expected at least 13 games. Now we are game 14, and who knows what will happen next. So an exciting match, and the last 3 games were spectacular for fans, for everyone.
And you've been following the games?
Oh, certainly, each game. And every time I was nervous what's going to happen next. And first you wait 30 minutes or 40 minutes for move number 5 or number 6, and then and then the real fight begins.
And what was it like organizing or helping to organize a match such
well, we
as this?
found our partnership with Singapore Chess Federation and local teams very efficient, and from operational point of view, it was an excellent collaboration. I would say we didn't have any real issues, and this is one of the events that I'm really happy about.
It's certainly a very special event, very iconic as well, and we've seen on every single day a nearly packed audience.
And that was exactly the reason why we decided to do it in Singapore, and we are happy that we found the support from Singapore government and Google as well. Of course, Google Singapore, as it is exactly in the middle between India and China, two powerhouses competing in everything but in chess as well, and Ding Liren representing China and Dommaraju representing India, and we thought that it's going to be great location for fans to come and see the match, whether they live in Singapore or come as tourists to visit the game. So I think we were right in choosing this location.
It certainly surpassed all of our expectations. You mentioned the collaboration with Google. I mean, can you tell us how that came about?
Well, we started working with the Singapore government, and then somehow the Google subject appeared on the table, and they were interested. Maybe the fact that the new Nobel Prize winner is the chess player played a role as well in this respect. So it just happened. But chess attracts a lot of attention from all major companies around the world. Some of them are just using chess image to show that they are smart. Some of them support tournaments as well. So we are happy that Google is on board this time.
And can I ask Arkady now, are you predicting tie breaks? Do you think it's going to happen?
Anything can happen. Yesterday it could be a decisive game. It didn't happen. It was a magic when Ding found this rook f8 in a very complex situation. So anything can happen today, but of course the probability of tie break is very high.
Okay. And well, I also have to ask you, like I ask all our guests in the studio, what do you think about this position, the opening choice from Gukesh?
Well, I think the opening choice from Ding was an expected one, and Gukesh prepared a variation that nobody expected, probably, but the structure is still more or less standard. There are just some specific lines that that differ from standard Tarrasch variations, and I think there is a lot of life in this position, and of course, it all depends on the motivation of players and whether Ding is ready for a big fight today, or he wants to make a safe, safe line, so it can turn to either direction. But there is life in this position for sure.
Yeah, and if you were in either player's shoes, would you be taking the risky approach? Or are you?
Of course I would, but I'm not going to be in their shoes anyway.
That would be cool to see.
But for the last 2 years, I play C4, G3 stuff a lot.
Okay.
So I kind of know a bit about the structures, and I really love this.
You like White's setup?
Kind of, yeah.
And you mentioned that you played this type of position, but I also know that your father was an international arbiter, an organizer.
Right.
So chess was very much part of your life growing up?
Since I was born.
Since you were born, okay.
Yeah, from 1972, just 3 months after, 3 months before the Fischer-Spassky match in Iceland. So probably it was predetermined that I have to serve to to chess. And chess was around me since my childhood, like every day. And I'm happy to know all the players, all the professionals, and serve to chess.
Which has been your favorite World Championship to watch over the years?
Probably still Karpov-Kasparov, the first match, 48 games.
Oh, wow.
I was going almost to every game. I was just schoolboy. 5th grade, and
even all those 17 draws in a row.
Besides very short draws, I was able to catch it. Since it was short, I just couldn't do it from the school. But if it was long enough, I was going to every game basically.
Yeah. And did that match also capture the general public's imagination? Because it was a very long one.
It was a fantastic one, and people were coming every time. The hall, it was beautiful hall of the Unions was full. Everyone was with small chess set, analyzing the positions. Everything was on TV, on radio. Everywhere there was no internet, of course, at that time. And I remember especially that game, I think 31, when Karpov could win the match. It was still 5-0, and he could win the 6th game. It was a huge excitement. To see him trying to find the move, not finding the move, and then everything.
Oh my God!
Collapsing the match.
Yes.
Yes. And what has been your expectations of the match? I mean, looking ahead to the future, how do you think that the World Championship will change, or will it be the same?
It's a permanent debate that we have in our chess community. Among grandmasters, we are always asking the opinions of top players, of media, of our partners, and it's split right now. Many people, I would say, still about 60% of people, maybe 2/3, believe that it should be classical stuff. With the match as a final of the classical cycle. But about 40% of people believe that we should shorten the whole thing, 1 year cycle, shorter time control, etc., etc. Maybe not even the match, but something else. So it's a debate that we are in right now. But 26 cycle is going to be still classical one. We already started it, so we are not going to change the rules drastically during this cycle. But who knows what will happen in the next one?
I like this cycle. Just gonna say it. I like this one. Proper games, long games.
Yes.
And we are looking forward for the outcome of this year FIDE circuit as well. There is some criticism towards the system, but there is a lot of competition going on. And today, Erigaisi will try to win his last game against Yesipenko in Qatar Masters. Abdusatorov going third the event. Corona is a bit ahead, but everything will be decided in New York at the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. So an exciting thing as well.
If it wasn't for the circuit, Gukesh wouldn't be here, right? So
right.
that seems to work. Yeah. It's exciting. Are you going to be there in New York?
Hopefully, yeah, I'm planning to come. Yeah.
Can't wait to watch that.
Yeah.
All the best players.
Yeah, all 10 best players are planning to come. Hopefully, well, Gukesh at least registered. I don't know whether he will finally do it. I think, said at the press conference he will think after the match, and maybe Vishy Anand will substitute him. Who knows? He is number 10. But he has also his functions as deputy FIDE president.
Yeah, not a bad substitute if you can persuade him. And how do you see this kind of inspiring Asian chess in general? I mean, it's booming in India.
It's really booming. Not just in India. It's all across Asia. Lots of talented players in China. Of course, India is booming. Turkey, Iran, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan. Now Russia is also in Asia, so it's also Russia, of course. And from the competitiveness point of view, Asia is now ahead of Europe. I would say it's Asia, United States is the main powerhouses, and Europe is lagging behind a bit, but still very competitive, of course.
Yeah, no, it's very exciting times for chess as well, and it's nice that it's almost feels like it's mainstream with Google being a sponsor. Have you visited the Google stand?
Yeah, it's printed out. Yeah, I did a couple of postcards with some interesting motifs. The latest one was like just the world champion.
Okay, very good one. And
whose face did it have?
No face, just a bishop.
Just a bishop. Okay, very interesting. Well, we have a move from Ding, not queen to h5, but instead.
So that was the second one that I predicted. Yes, taking the pawn. Yeah.
Okay.
Taking the pawn.
Yeah.
So the question is whether he will take with queen with the exchanges coming forward, or with the bishop.
Takes with the bishop. Very quick.
He did it with the bishop. Okay. Okay. So probably knight c3.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing. Knight
I think knight c3. Yes, knight c3.
Nice developing move.
Yeah. Yeah, with trying to keep two bishops.
Yeah. Two bishops are amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so tempting for black to take. I think even an endgame like this, white's rooks get access easily to the b file. Bishop might come in to.
Yeah, white would have an advantage.
Yeah.
Probably not a decisive one, but a good advantage too.
Nice,
good advantage too.
Definitely. Risk-free as well. Risk-free is nice in this type of situation.
Right.
So knight to c3. Probably Gukesh just castles and the game goes on.
You like these open positions?
Yeah.
With no pawns in the middle?
I do, but also I like slow strategic play as well. Like when I was a child, I mostly played Ruy Lopez. Of course, slow with d3, like slowly.
Good way to start.
Yeah, that was my favorite. But recently I started the c4 g3 stuff.
Me too.
Like it,
it's a sign of getting older.
Since basically, whatever black do, you do the same stuff. You should think a bit, but not too much about the first 10 moves.
That's my philosophy too.
Start the game on autopilot and then think, I like it.
Free move.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay, and we do see Ding. He's not at the board. He's gone for a break,
chilling.
Yeah, he's just chilling. What did you think about that?
That's fine. That's his style. I think he has this experience of Astana, where he was very nervous at the beginning, and then step by step got back his composure. So he knows how to do it. Yesterday he was panicking, of course, after knight e4. For about 2-3 minutes, and then he got back. So he is good in that. Yeah.
What was your experience of Astana watching Ding? Do you think he's going to benefit from that, having been there before? Do you think that will give him a small advantage?
Yeah, I thought that from the very beginning, and also seeing him in the football field was an exciting thing. I think I could see how confident he is. He is not like the best player in the world in football. Certainly not as quick and capable as Magnus, for instance. who is a really good football player. But he does it. He comes as part of the team. He gets the ball, makes passes. So he has this kind of internal strengths, I would say. And at this point, it was in Budapest. I thought that he's okay. He is not.
He's in good physical shape.
Like some people were saying, even despite seeing that in the games he was not that strong in Budapest, but I could see that he is getting the strength.
And he's had to draw on that resilience and that strength quite a bit, as we've seen him make some great defensive moves. What have been your overall impressions of the players? There we see a move, knight c3, as predicted by our very own Arkady. You should join it, definitely.
I thought that it's exactly the fight between the experience and young energy, and that's what most of the experts predicted. Some people thought that Ding is just not in a good shape, but it's the kind of the fight that I would expect. Experience of Ding, his depth, and lots of energy from Gukesh, and it's exciting to see such difference in different approaches, different kind of game. And of course, Gukesh has deep openings preparation, but when the game goes to the middle, Ding, I think, has slightly better strategic understanding of the game, which is important.
It's exactly right. It's very on point. It has been a big fight between youth and experience here in Singapore. It's been an incredible match to watch.
And still going on.
And still going on. And, you know, do you think it's going to be decided today? I think David asked the question.
You know, in our 100-year anniversary program, we have those mottos. One is the game is just beginning. So the game is just beginning. Another one is another century for chess. Let's see another.
Let's see another century for chess. Absolutely.
Could be 100 tie-break games tomorrow.
Steady on. But yeah, absolutely.
Wow,
Knight to b4. Okay, b5. Sorry, yeah.
That's Ding. He likes moving pieces forward when he can do it.
Likes the bishop pair as well. So
I didn't expect that, but interesting.
It makes sense, right? Like there's a big threat now. You're threatening to win a piece. Bishop takes knight, followed by taking this bishop.
Right.
Maybe the knight lands on d6 if the black bishop goes away.
Yeah.
Black bishop. It's got a lot of squares, but
no plans for draw yet.
No, definitely not yet. I think I would take white. I've got to say, just feels easier to play.
Okay. Well, big decision though. You can step back with the bishop, or you can try to hold on and go e5 and just bolster that piece. That would be another approach. It's decision time for Gukesh, as he has to contemplate what to do: sound the retreat or just reinforce the center. Arkady, thank you very much for joining us here in the studio.
And thank you for your great job as commentators here during the match.
It's been an honor. It's been a pleasure.
It's been a real pleasure and honor actually to be part, even just a little bit of this very special match. So thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Arkady. And what a match it has been. So there we see that the players are going to get stuck in, and we ended there with the decision, the bishop pair or not the bishop pair. So let's ask our AI assistant from Google Gemini. Tell us more about the advantages of having a bishop pair.
We asked Gemini, what is the bishop pair advantage? Explain it to me using an analogy. Here's Gemini's response. The bishop pair advantage occurs when a player has two bishops controlling opposite colored squares. Imagine a game of tag where two friends chase from different directions to tag you, making escape difficult. Similarly, two bishops can work together to control squares and attack from multiple directions. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yes, It is an advantage to have the bishop pair, and it's something that Gukesh is contemplating right now. What strategy should he take? He's not a man that likes to sound the retreat.
That's right. If you give him an active option, something quite aggressive, something that puts the opponent under pressure, or something that changes the momentum, that forces the opponent to be accurate at least, then he will jump on that opportunity. But for now, he has to react. And the reason we wanted to find out about the bishop pair, Jovanka, is it's very likely actually here that Gukesh might be forced to part with one of these two bishops in return for the white knight. You mentioned one option, e5, which makes a lot of sense. This bishop was suffering a bit. It was kind of just watching the game at home. It didn't get a ticket for the World Championship match today, this bishop. So it wanted to be let in. But this does come at the cost of an exchange. And just to highlight how strong the bishops could be, for example, if the white bishop jumps out here, say black makes a kind of logical move, white could play, for example, c5, land a bishop on d6, and these two, I'm going to call them beasts along the diagonals. They can control half the board, half the game. And this knight is fine for now, but you could imagine it being kicked away, less stable than it would like to be.
Also, there's no way back from that decision. You know, peace exchanges are kind of
irreversible.
Irreversible, that's the word I wanted. I was going to say terminal, but that was not the word.
Maybe that too. Long term. And yeah, just to highlight the other issue for the bishop, if it does move, for example, if it wants to keep itself on a safe square, f6 or b6, then white's knight jumps in. And yes, I was saying that this bishop was snoring at home, fast asleep, but you could imagine white being happy to capture it under some circumstances. Maybe white even delays as long as possible, cements this knight in this beautiful outpost. But for example, if the bishop chases it away, even a position like this, because the white light square bishop is going to be unchallenged for the rest of the game, I think this is a safe, very stable edge for white.
Yes, and it kind of begs the question. Gukesh went into this line very willingly, but it's white here who's having all the trumps. And it's a perfect opening for Ding to push in a risk-free manner for the win.
Right. I mean, right now we don't see any immediate risk for Ding. Maybe for Gukesh we see some risk of being worse in the long term.
I mean, if he has to give up the bishop pair in an open position, that's not ideal. If he has to play incredibly dynamically in order to hold the balance, far from ideal either. Can we revisit e5? Because I can see that's Ceci's top choice. I haven't looked beyond that. So knight takes...
It's very Gukesh, that type of move. Like you said, no surrender, no retreat, and not necessarily caring about long-term factors if you can back it up with short-term initiative. So, okay, let's take... I assume you're taking with the pawn, Jovanka.
Yeah, I have to take with the pawn.
Yeah, we could take with the knight, but then, I don't know, this pawn is a bit weak. The knight's not that stable.
Yeah. And the bishop on c8 hasn't got that ticket.
It's been blocked by the bouncer on g2. It's not allowed into the arena to watch the games. Okay, e takes d4.
E takes d4.
I'll bring my bishop up.
Okay, yeah. And now here, it does feel like black needs to play tremendously aggressively to maintain the balance, because I did not like your c5, bishop to d6 idea. If that arrives on the table, you almost feel like setting up the pieces and going home. Unless you have ideas such as bishop to d6, bishop e6.
At least now, if I play c5, you might...
Then you go bishop to d5 and challenge you. And I will, as black, play around a bishop on d6.
Yeah, for example, bishop d6, the light squared bishop's probably come off.
Rook e8.
So this is nice, but without the light squared bishop, I mean, if you have a landed queen on d5, you're happy.
Yeah, I'm happy with the passed pawn. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of an analogy for this bishop. It's like a bouncer standing outside a park that everyone's already inside. It's like, I don't know.
It's like, don't they say like shutting the door after the horse is bolted?
Exactly.
Yeah. I've been really bad with like getting my expressions in the perfect way. How's it go?
I always just mix up my analogies. Yeah, that's one thing I struggle at, Jovanka, just that creativity of like, I don't know, I'm very like literal or very visual. I struggle with the creative.
I just can't remember them, that's all. And then I get them, my brain goes, let's muddle them up then. like yesterday's, fool me once, shame on me. No, that's not how it goes, Yovi. Apparently I'm in good company. George Bush did it as well.
Nice. Which one? Which George?
Junior.
Okay. In the meantime, yeah, this bishop e6 move I think is very logical actually, and I would play b3.
Yes.
Just to try and keep these pawns blunting this bishop.
Yep. Yep. Okay, so
Gukesh is probably looking at a position like this, I've got to say.
this, you can see that as long as you start harassing the light square bishop, black is probably okay.
Yeah. I think I would still take white slightly, but black does have a very strong pass pawn, and the only way to get rid of this one might be at some point to part with your bishop for knight. Even if black goes into an endgame of pawn down, opposite color bishops should be holdable. So I think this isn't even too risky for Gukesh.
And also, I just want to say, black probably be very comfortable in playing that position of pawn down, because say you did it now, just
For example,
bishop takes knight now.
Yep.
And so you went queen takes bishop, queen takes pawn.
Let's pretend bishop h3 doesn't win material.
No, but what I'm trying to say is like those light square controls, it's going to be super, super important.
Oh yeah, so many holes around the white king. Suddenly it's like that Swiss cheese is back in action.
Or maybe this is the theme of today's game, Swiss cheese.
Swiss cheese.
Be careful about the squares that you concede.
Doesn't look great at all for white. So again, bishops versus knights. That's the beauty of chess, right? That what's kind of adds to its complexity. They're worth the same, pretty much, on average, but they do such vastly different jobs. And yeah, it's the dilemma facing Gukesh right now, whether to play e5 or not. If he wants to keep the bishop pair, he has to choose one of these two squares to drop back to with his dark squared bishop.
Yep.
But slightly clumsy, both of them.
I did a lecture just now, a few weeks ago, on the difference between a knight and a bishop. It's like same, but not the same. Like they have different roles.
Which do you prefer, Jovanka?
Bishops.
Same.
But on the other hand, I do have a fondness for closed positions and for the versatility of the knight. And I had kind of expressions such as when a knight gets to the ideal square, which is for white would be a square on the 6th rank. So yeah, if you get knight to d6, and then knights and both bishops, they both increase in power if they're supported by pawns. It was interesting because I knew about knights, but I never knew that it was actually relevant for bishops as well.
Yeah, I've never kind of thought of that really. I'm just very happy like chilling with my bishops like from afar, just keeping them behind my own pawns. They're like the snipers, right? You send your infantry forward first, you send the cavalry, and then the bishops just will pick off the weaknesses in the opponent's camp later. But yeah, bishops on outposts. So similar to what we discussed in the other variation, if black does defend, this type of thing, right?
Yeah.
Bishop f4, put it on d6.
Exactly, that's exactly the whole thing. And especially if you have the bishop on g2 still alive in the game. See, it's like subconscious.
It's subconscious.
But it's something that I noticed. And knights, they're fantastic on the 6th rank. I called them beasts. I don't know.
Knights.
Octo knights in the fifth row for white. Beasts on f6 and d6 and e6. They're killers. And then bishops are speedy monsters. So you always, like you say, David, they can be activated at a moment's notice. They're almost like sleepers, right?
Yeah, exactly. They can hit you when you least expect it with their bow and arrow, just lurking over the fence, just poof.
Game 3 was a case in point because Gukesh was playing with a bishop on g2, and I can't remember where the other bishop was, but they were not great pieces. And then in one move, they managed to weave a mating net around the black king, and that was very impressive. Like Gukesh was really in his element there. But so yeah, this fascinating subject, because I often find that people are too willing to make trades without necessarily thinking about the consequences.
Right.
And I include myself in that category.
I think everyone's guilty of it. It's very natural, right? Especially if the clock is ticking down, especially in high pressure matches like this. We seek, subconsciously, we seek that simplification. We just assume that, you know, that the truth will dawn on us if there are fewer pieces on the board, but very rarely is that the case.
By the way, we have to mention there's a big threat on the board for white.
Yes.
Yes. Bishop takes knight is the threat. And
c6. Followed by knight takes bishop. Hence the reason black needs to either move this bishop or back it up with a pawn, protect it. And yeah, it's a matter of taste. For example, Vishy Anand, he loves his knights famously. And it's partly because he goes for positions where they can jump around, they can start hopping, and he likes those tense positions where often is blocked or often, you know, it's stable for a few moves, and then the knight gets in, and then there's all sorts of traps, tricks, and it becomes dynamic, and he's always able to maneuver those knights. But yeah, especially in endgames or positions like this where it is mostly open, you see so many open diagonals for the pieces, the black bishop here towards the king. Then it is, I think the currency of this position is the bishop pair. So I'm kind of expecting Gukesh to play e5 just because it's his style, but I wouldn't be shocked at all if he retreated.
Okay, so let's have a look at the retreat. So sound the retreat with bishop to c5.
About to make a move.
Oh, he drops the bishop back.
To b6, not c5.
Oh, wow.
Not keeping that, that beast out of the d6 square. The evaluation bar did drop for Gukesh, rising in Ding's direction.
Okay.
Strange move, I've got to say.
Okay, so first things first, let's see what happens if we get the beast, the knight to d6.
Land.
Yeah, land the plane. I don't land the plane.
Land the plane. Which is a hard thing to do, I'm assuming.
No. Yeah, I've been told by pilots that's very easy.
Oh,
and
wow.
that the autopilot does a lot of things for you. And actually, I've seen it in action. Okay, complete.
That's the one thing not to do in chess, though, autopilot. You got to calculate every move.
You got to calculate where possible. Don't just play automatically, I agree. But knight to d6 makes a lot of sense.
Pressure on this bishop, also locking it down, because now if it ever moves, then the b7 pawn drops off. This is very uncomfortable.
Yeah, then you can back it up with, like...
It's hard to get c5 in.
Yep.
That's the difference. So I do prefer Gukesh's bishop b6 to bishop f6, where white would happily
get
play
c5 and anchor that knight.
How about queen to e7? Maybe he's just going to chill, trying to set up rook d8, try to force this knight to, well, especially after spending 3-4 moves to gobble up this poor piece, this bishop.
Okay, so Gukesh is basically arguing if you use that time to win the onlooker on c8, you're just going to capture with the a rook, centralize the rooks, and the big square on d4 is more than enough to compensate the bishop pair.
Black's ahead in development here. White's literally only developed the bishop and castle, whereas Black's got the queen out, knight out, bishop out, rook out, about to gain another tempo. So time-wise, yeah, it's all about dynamism for him. I think general feel, most of the top players in the world probably wouldn't play bishop b6, but he's sensing that this might be a moment where he tricks Ding into wasting 2 moves.
Ding is not obliged to do that. And I remember discussing with some friends about these type of open positions. And their answer is very much on a one move by move basis. You're not looking at some big scheme. You're just looking at maximizing the pieces. And the words of advice was use every single piece there is on the board, because knight to d6 doesn't actually fulfill that criteria. So if you move the queen out of the way or develop the bishop, then you are kind of getting ready to use the center.
Not sure where. I quite like h5 again.
Yeah, let's put it there. Put her up there.
Rook d1 is your idea.
Yes.
c5 is now actually a threat.
Yeah.
Supported by the queen.
And then I'm inviting g6, and then you can weaken the dark squares. But I know you won't, but...
I mean, Swiss cheese again.
Exactly.
All the holes. Yeah, and then the white queen slides up, and you aim to get a bishop on this diagonal, and very basic caveman chess, but could be quite effective. I quite like queen h5.
Okay.
It wasn't on my radar initially.
Okay, so queen h5. I like it too. Okay, so how is black going to deal? You need to mobilize the pieces. I'm a little bit concerned by the fact that this bishop is still on c8. And it's not going to have an easy life getting out. Because also bishop to g5 is, again, on the agenda.
A bit uncomfortable. I would say as well, just if we go back one move, like queen to e2 is maybe the most natural move in the position, I would say. Just, again, same idea, get rook to d1. So Ding's job is to compare whether he thinks his queen is more active on h5, supporting some extra ideas. Maybe the one downside if black plays a6, for example, is that rook to d1 can be met by queen to f6, and now tactically this might not work for white. This is where Gukesh is so strong, where he sees these small details. Queen e2 is different from queen h5 for some reasons. If the white queen were back on e2 now, then you could smile and play like knight to d6 and game goes on. But I was also looking, you mentioned improving the queen, which I think is the most natural, Jovanka. This bishop doesn't have that tempting a square. It doesn't really want to trade off on e3 because this is a big weakness for white, this isolated pawn. Black's knight has actually a beautiful outpost in front of it later in the game. So I think that's not too tempting. And f4 is not tempting because you get hit very quickly by e5, freeing the enemy bystander, the problem child on c8. But how about this way? b3, bring it out. I'm trying to take advantage of the fact Gukesh didn't put his bishop on c5. Maybe.
No, it's a huge issue because, again, because of the problem of c8, you can't just make automatic decisions such as queen takes queen.
Yeah.
That's awful for black.
Yeah.
Rook takes, and then you're going to come into d6. The bishop comes to attack. And this bishop on g2, Catalan bishop in its glory, cutting the position in half. So no, you can't go that direction. So you kind of have to go with the e5 route.
Maybe tactically as well. This is how Gukesh holds positions together, especially positions that aren't really favorable. Like a6, knight d6 looks really nice for white, but then bishop d4 suddenly tricks.
Yeah.
It's like a hit. It's a hit, and white loses material. So a6, okay, white's totally fine, maybe still better after knight to c3, but then we, if we're Ding, we don't get the knight into this nice square, so a bit of a dilemma for him. Sorry, not d5, d6.
Yeah. Okay.
Interesting moment.
I'm in love with your queen h5. The reason being is that
It's going to be like, computer's going to say like, no.
Shall I say? Okay, no, the queen, actually computer says that, no, it doesn't have queen, there must be something wrong with it. Why is it?
Oh,
no, it's fine, it's fine.
Okay.
Queen d3. Oh, wow.
Consequences, as you taught me, Jovanka.
Yeah.
This allows the black queen to come in. I didn't even realize that there were any entry squares in the white camp. Now again, we see the difference. The white queen could have been on e2, covering everything, but now queen to d3. Again, tactics. This pawn hanging. At the very least, the black queen could swoop back and trade if necessary, but
the main thing is,
probably there's ideas like knight to d4 in some positions, and suddenly the knight's coming into e2 check. If you trade off, then you've got to be really careful here with white. The black queen and black bishop together, causing threats.
Yep, that looks very dangerous. No, I hadn't even dreamt about the queen coming to d3. It just felt like, just somehow it was like a blind spot.
Yeah, me too. You said queen d3. I was like, wait, what? Just,
I also thought the same thing. So you can imagine actually that white's best move is actually queen to e2.
Okay. Also the most natural, I would say.
I would say it's very natural. How natural is it to go queen takes queen? That's also another critical decision we have to evaluate.
Yeah.
I wasn't going in that direction because I felt at least black gets some control over the D line.
It feels like you're doing it on the opponent's terms, right? You're giving black the open file willingly. Unless white can back it up somehow, I don't really see immediately where to put this bishop. This is the problem piece suddenly for white as well. It's like a mirror image. Black's worst piece is the c8 bishop. White's bishop, wherever it goes, is going to get captured or hit by some pawns.
Yeah.
Queen e2. I think the only downside that Ding might be calculating is what happens if knight to d4, trading off pieces.
Knight to d4, can we not eliminate?
Elimination for the nation. I just... yeah. It's been a long tournament. You've bishop takes?
Yeah.
Play e5 next.
I just thought that maybe that was an expression that I'd never heard before. Elimination for the nation. It kind of was beautiful. You should be a poet.
No.
Or a rap
a rap artist. I did study literature at university. I did some poetry modules, but I can't remember a single thing I learned. Other than rhyming is not actually the point of poetry, which I thought it was when going in. But bishop takes d4. If black gets one move, or maybe two moves, e5, and is somehow able to get this bishop out, black is fine, if not better. But will there be celebration with the elimination?
For the nation.
Elimination. Maybe white plays bishop f4 just to stop e5.
Do you stop e5?
Do I stop e5? I was relying on some tactics takes. rook here, and I was going to try and pin. I'm not sure who's pinning who. Is white pinning black, or is black pinning white?
Oh, but there's no threat, so I can use that time. Because the pins continue. I can use that time to go queen to...
Oh, I know what I could have done to unpin, but maybe it's now my threat. Bishop c7. Break.
Yeah, what I wanted to... Okay, I wanted to move the bishop. The biggest issue for Gukesh, this is a tweet from former Women's World Champion Susan Polgar. Actually, incidentally, she is writing a book called Rebel Queen, like a personal biography, or autobiography, of her time in chess. The biggest issue for Gukesh is how to develop the c8 bishop. Yep, Ding should not trade queens, keep the tension, and help Gukesh simplify. Okay, well, this is interesting because we have seen Ding consistently eliminate the tension.
Yeah, there've been a lot of early queen trades, or he's often spent 1 or 2 moves losing a bit of time, it's got to be said, like trading on the opponent's terms. I think Gukesh has been using that to his advantage really nicely, especially earlier in the match when there were some slower games, some slower draws. Ding was often just itching to get things over with. I just remember that game where the queen's dancing around. I think literally at some point they'd spent 60% of their moves with their queens.
The London game, yeah, I think that was game 6.
Where, game 6, where Gukesh turned down a draw when it was questionable whether he was worse or not. But yeah, the queen started dancing around the board. And I don't think we'll see Ding rush, or I would be surprised to see him do it this clearly on Gukesh's terms. Whereas maybe he'll allow the queen trade. I agree with Susan, but he might allow it on Gukesh's.
Well, he goes for b3. Okay, well, then this was your dangerous idea, which was involved bishop to a3, attacking the rook, and now you start to generate a lot of play. And one of the reasons we'd stop looking at it was just because of a6. And you can't get your desirable knight to d6 because of bishop to d4.
Unless I'm missing something, this is...
Yeah, because bishop takes knight is going to be met with bishop takes rook. We don't need to go further than that.
Problematic for white. And bishop d4.
For the score.
For the score. And yeah, for the World Championship, if Ding has missed this one. But that means he has to go back. So a6 does kick the white knight back. Ding's basically admitting he's losing time, but so is the black bishop.
Okay, so let's set up the pin.
This one?
Yep. Back again.
Yeah.
And then if you go again.
Gukesh is back.
Bring a friend. You're commentating with the wrong person. I'm too willing to go down those rabbit holes.
Yeah, bishop d4, this is a bit weird. Like Ding, he's played a good strategic move, but dynamically it feels a bit mistimed.
Yeah.
Okay, white's of course fine, like bishop d2 or queen...
But now you get chance to go e5, which is what black wanted to do a long time ago.
Now this bishop comes out, right?
Yep. And once that's out, black is absolutely fine.
Black's the one setting up the bishops, if anything. Slightly odd, this decision from Ding, unless we're missing some tactics. a6. I wonder if there's anything...
Well, you could...
Don't see it.
I don't see it either.
Okay, let's say knight back, bishop d4. Does white have anything here?
You got bishop b2, you got queen c2, you got queen f3.
Yeah, queen f3 I think we can rule out because of knight to e5.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that direction.
And then the knight drops, but yeah, like he didn't play b3 in order to just play bishop b2 or bishop d2. He played it to put his bishop out on a3. But yeah, just to point out for everyone at home, bishop takes here. After bishop takes f8, black doesn't even need to calculate anything. You just take back with the bishop. You take back the bishop with the queen. 2 pieces for the rook is more than enough for Gukesh. I'm curious, maybe we need to ask our neural network friends what's going on.
Well, it's also saying a6.
A6, yeah.
Just looking right now. Again, I'm checking with Sassy. I like your term. Juiced up stockfish on a cloud in Norway somewhere watching. And if
like
you also
stockfish
want
going to the gym.
if you also want to check it out, you can just put the words Sassy on Google and it will take you to the page. Knight to c3.
Knight c3 forced, we think.
Yes, bishop to d4. I love it. And it's actually saying queen c2.
Queen c2, okay. That's not 100% obvious because it looks like you're walking into knight to b4. But I guess we're just misplacing this knight, if anything. Queen to d2. Although in a blitz game, I would get a bit nervous as white. I would sense like, oh no, knight d3,
Oh,
black's coming
no.
in.
Take the knight.
Oh no, my knight.
No.
Queen takes knight and whoops, check. Discovered attack and the white queen drops. But okay, I guess knight d3 is just a bit of a shot in the dark. White now suddenly does gain time. So this just looks really messy suddenly. All the pieces hanging in midair.
Yeah, that's very messy.
Guardian Leviosa. No.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, those pieces, I mean, I always get confused in positions where it's all piece play, no pawn play. I've got to say, Jovanka, that's my biggest weakness, I think, in chess. Or one of the many, but the biggest one. I really struggle. I need some stability of pawn structure in the center. It's literally just tactics in those positions and so hard to calculate.
Right. I almost feel like you don't calculate in them. I also struggle with them because I feel like you have to embrace the fact that if things fizzle out, then it's just equal. And I think I always had a problem coming to that realization.
Yeah. So, for example, if like knights got traded off and some bishops, it's just equal.
It is just equal. Yeah. But what makes it difficult is the fact that sometimes you have to really just feel your way and putting your pieces in the best squares. So say, like, for instance, after a6.
Yes.
I think that's a given. The knight is sitting too pretty on b5. So knight comes back to c3. Bishop comes to d4.
The most natural move.
The most natural move of all. And I don't think I would react with queen to c2. I think I might react with bishop to b2. But then I'm literally self-pinning myself with queen to...
Ding loves that, though. We know that from last year's World Championship.
That might... Yeah, that's true. And again, this type of position, as black, I would be instinctively playing with a pawn on e5. And it might not be the best move. It might be something else that needs to be played.
It's very natural, at least. Momentum feels like, as soon as you start kicking back your opponent's pieces, that's why I'm really shocked that Gukesh is even thinking. As soon as you start forcing them back, it feels like momentum turns, and suddenly it's like, oh, it's my turn to play. It's like, you've had your fun. The knight came to b5, great, you forced me back, now I kick you back. But yeah, maybe we can investigate that variation. Yeah, bishop to b2, not the most impressive, but queen to c2, why is this white's best move? It just looks really awkward. Like if black just plays e5.
Yeah, what is the idea?
Maybe it's just to occupy this diagonal.
Yeah, rook to e8.
And then...
rook to d1.
Yeah, but, I mean, this is...
Bishop comes out.
Looks like Gukesh is having all the fun, rather than Ding. Maybe it's still just totally fine for white.
Yeah, and then you've got to be careful here, because the pushback is going to begin. Like, for instance, h3, king h2, knight is d5. This, again... I'm not sure, again, about this e5. It looks very natural, but it might be the wrong move.
Yeah, you do give up this huge outpost, I guess. It's like you get some to give some. You take, you give.
Yes.
Yeah, fascinating. I just don't see what else other than a6. It just looks so scary to allow bishop to a3. So maybe Gukesh is looking to the future rather than too many options here and now.
Yeah, I also don't see... Maybe he's... No, it makes no sense. He wouldn't be thinking about knight to d5.
I hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because...
Bishop to a3 just looks so strong. Exactly. Suddenly black can't even trade knights because white flicks in, bishop takes rook first.
Okay.
And exchange up.
Maybe it's just a question of settling the nerves. And a6, played by Gukesh.
Probably he's just planning his next 3 or 4 moves that we'll see come in a flurry now.
Yeah. But sometimes, you know, you get that rush of blood to the head, and it's often good to take some time and just adjust to the changing of the position, because it was it suddenly bursts into life in the center, and you have to adapt to those changes. So a6 from Gukesh, knight to c3 is the only move that we see.
The only logical move, at least. You can trade queens again, but as Susan Polgar said, not on black's terms. That only helps liberate black's pieces. Knight and a3, I think just in general terms, we rule that one out.
Knight on a3, we don't want to see. I've been learning from you. No, knight to c3.
Yeah, knight to c3. Just more centralization. Yeah, it's very hard to tell. This could go either direction still. It's got to be said. The fact that Ding hasn't moved immediately means that perhaps he's not so happy to see this move.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, I don't see what else to do with white. Okay, so let's dive in again. Knight c3, bishop d4.
Knight back.
Yeah.
Pin.
Ding is going to do his special, which is always like take his
Pin.
time. No, take his time and then just blitz out the moves. He always does that. So bishop to d4. Let's go by the computers.
Queen c2.
Queen to c2. Knight b4, maybe going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, unless there are these tricky tactics with the knight coming in, but ultimately it does look like the knight on b4 might have to retreat in the near future. It might be indirectly attacked or pinned.
Yes.
Or just kicked back by the pawn.
Also, the knight on c6 is a great defender of the bishop. So
Yes.
let's leave that.
So this position.
Okay, so the big question is rook to d1 a threat? If rook to d1 isn't a threat, and it isn't because you can bolster that bishop with e5, then we have a free move. And do we go e5? This is also another thing, because I don't know whether you want to be giving up the d5 square.
Yeah, it's so tough, right? It's like, it's a kind of a question. It's like, what else, first of all? But yeah, it's the type of move you might regret if you play it and then it goes wrong and white just ends up with the best piece on the board. It's like you've got a great outpost for the bishop, but knights are the ones that prefer the outposts. It's funny, you were talking about anchored bishops, which is very true, but an anchored knight in the center is probably just as good, if not even stronger.
So
yeah, why is Ding thinking though? Like c3. He was the one who played b3. He was the one who walked into this bishop to d4 idea, hitting his own rook. Unless he's annoyed at himself for missing, that he can no longer plant his knight on this beautiful d6 square.
Well, he can't wait for too long because we know there are no increments. If you don't know by now, where have you been? There are no increments until the players have passed move 40, and then they get a 30-minute time bonus, and then that 30-second increment per move. So
I'd like to think that there are people who just woke up one day, they're like, oh, chess is cool, and then they turn it on. It's suddenly game 14 of the World Championship match. Who cares what happened before? This is the moment.
yeah, and there we see a tweet from EM Chessmaster. I think Ding is ready to sack his rook.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
Oh, okay. Well, let's dive in. Let's have a look. I wasn't even thinking about sacrificing the exchange, but then I'm a materialist, so let's go.
Me neither.
We need the spice. So bishop to d4.
It looks like a blunder because you've allowed your rook to be hit. Your knight suddenly is no longer defended. You've cut the coordination between the white queen and knight. But white can defend this piece, allowing material to drop in the corner.
I'll take it.
And what did you call this? The beast.
It is the beast. The beast from the east. It has come from Navaj, ready to eat. Yeah. No, it hasn't come from the east. It came from the west.
It's a strong knight either way. Wow. Okay, now we've solved the mystery. I eat my words. This is why it's them, not me, playing in this match. But this is a really cool idea. Doing this in a game 14 of a World Championship match, though, would take enormous, enormous courage.
And you need to have concrete evaluation skills because, yes, how much risk are you going to take? So say, for instance, black is going to go, you can go e5.
Maybe it's not even a sacrifice because at the right moment you take this bishop and you take this rook. e5 looks logical. Okay, rook to d1.
And then queen to f6.
Getting out the way. Again, at the very minimum, Ding can always win his material back. You can always drop his knight.
Yeah.
I mean, Maybe this helps black after all, though. I don't know,
Does
queen
it?
g6.
Bishop takes rook.
As long as black doesn't get checkmated on the back rank, which
Which is
is possible. I mean, knight back to d6, rook d6.
rook d6.
This looks very
It
tempting.
looks very scary, but at the same time, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Bishop a3.
Bishop
in
a3.
position.
Okay, so here,
Show it again. This is a pure sacrifice from Ding. I suddenly realized queen to a5 might be a question, but oh, he drops his
he
knight
drops
back.
his knight back, but that was a fascinating line. I just need to check out whether it works.
Yeah, let's evaluate that because
Yeah.
okay, that's great to kind of understand what Ding was thinking about, at least for us. Did cost him a bit of time though, and it shows that he's seeing a lot. He mentioned in the press conference yesterday he was seeing a lot of variations. I think he's probably seen more yesterday than he did in many of the other games, Ding.
Yeah,
Even having the imagination to sacrifice like that.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, your queen a5 would have been very effective.
Very effective.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was, but it was an interesting try nonetheless, and it certainly would have spiced things up. But instead, we have bishop d4 or bishop to b2. That's something that we had on our analysis boards.
Yeah.
And then the big question is, do you go e5? And normally I'm one for pushing pawns. And here,
yeah. I think the issue was what else? Gukesh plays e5.
Yeah.
Very much his style as well, to play ambitiously, dynamically. The bishop is released from its prison. Somewhere along this diagonal it's going to land. e6, f5, maybe g4 if the white queen moves. And okay, Ding has to justify now this loss of time he's had with his knight. I think we've just watched them so long now that we're guessing the moves. We did predict that he would self-pin. He plays queen to d2 now, getting ready to slide his rook. Actually, also getting ready to plant his knight in the center. I think he decided on this as risk-free. That sacrifice would have been cool, but
yeah,
maybe a bit less controlled.
Yep. And here, big decision for Gukesh, where to put the light squared bishop. So this is where my vibe is to have the light squared bishop actually doing something and putting it on f5.
Okay, what's it doing there?
It's hitting at thin air,
Nice and pretty.
but it could also go to g4. So those are the two squares. I also had to fight every instinct in the book to not suggest bishop to e6.
Bishop e6 has, yeah.
Because it's literally biting at granite.
It's literally staring at a wall of pawns. I agree. Like by default, somehow we always want to put bishops like on e6 when there's a pawn in front of it. But I think that was my instinct too, Jovanka. But I think Gukesh would want to, again, aggressively, ambitiously plant his bishop somewhere else. Bishop g4 hits thin air, but it does stop rook to d1. Bishop f5. Let's try your move here first. Let's say Ding now jumps.
Yes, it's a good jump because it rules out any potential knight to b4 ideas as well. So let's also take the bishop just for fun. And then now I jump in with my knight onto d4.
And they're both on outposts. The white pawn on c4 is very stable, though, defending this knight, whereas the pawn on e5 is slightly less stable, defending this knight. And it's unclear whose bishop is better now, which feels odd to say, considering the situation a few moves ago. How about rook to e1?
Yeah.
Hitting the pawn.
I was actually worried about these destabilizing moves as well with f4, rook to d1, so...
He does play bishop to e6.
Oh,
That's
okay.
an annoying black. Instead, he puts the bishop on a different square. I guess the one benefit, it does hit the wall of pawns, but it can capture the knight at some point if it lands. Very quickly played by Gukesh. Not liked by our neural network engines. Leela 0. Percentage rose there for Ding quite significantly.
31.8% chance for Ding to win this. And if he wins this, that's it. He is gonna still remain the world champion. So such an important game. Bishop e6.
Yeah. If either player wins, that is going to clinch the match. There's still a big drawing margin though, so 58% chance of a draw is the estimate. Okay, should we make similar moves? Knight to d5.
Yeah, knight to d5. Let's go.
Maybe one added implication is that black at some point can play b5 to try and destabilize this knight. At the moment, maybe looks a bit loose, but okay, knight to d5 looks like the most natural. I don't think Ding's going to put his rook on d1 yet somehow, because bishop to g4. I know it loses a bit of time for black, but white's rook also loses time, right? Suddenly, this is really awkward, this hit. The bishop pair.
Yeah, it's interesting. As black, what is the ideal setup? I think we have to think in conceptual terms.
Concrete terms,
Yeah,
calculation over
like-
everything.
But as black, you'd obviously like the rooks to be connected.
Yeah, so the queen has to move first.
Right.
Task 1.
And I think you'd like your rook on c8 and d8. Or would you rather at e8 and d8? Okay, so he jumps in knight to d5.
No, I agree. The queen has to move. Now I think he's made it more difficult. Like, she can never really move forward to d7 because there'll always be knight b6 ideas later after a trade of, okay, yeah, for example, if black takes with the pawn now, knight b6 this type of thing. I like Ding's chances, actually. I think I would take white just purely because his moves are easier to play. Yeah, without calculating too much, which obviously the players need to do. At least white's moves, he's going to play rook d1, he's going to play rook e1, maybe even f4 to destabilize this pawn. For black, as you said, even just the first question, where to put the queen, is difficult to answer.
When do you trade bishops? Is it better to leave the queen on d2, or is it force the queen on b2? And is a knight on d4 when it arrives there, is it going to be stable, as you've mentioned? Okay, so, okay, well, we've highlighted the issues, but we haven't come up with any solutions, which actually goes to show just how difficult Gukesh's position is on a practical level. So let's
say he waits and just throws the move back to Ding. And I don't like this at all, but I am really scared of the e-pawn being weak, so I'm just going to play f6 just to guard it. And the black knight on d4 might feel a bit more stable.
Okay. And so I also start waiting. I'll go h3.
Oh, wow. That's very Ding Liren-esque.
Yeah, I'm inspired by game 12.
He played h3 mysteriously, put his king on h2, then it looked like a masterstroke. He just covered all the squares.
He did, and then rook a to d1, followed by f4. And, well, the kickback has started. So, yeah.
Okay, now the black queen needs to move. I'm going to shift her up.
Okay, that's a good square.
Well, again, it's a bit loose for now, but if black gets one more move, then the queen feels better about life.
Yeah, so let's continue. King h2.
Oh. Rook to d8.
And now rook a to d1.
Yeah, so h3, just for everyone at home, is very clever. It's stopped this bishop g4, Jovanka. I think you're outplaying me. It's hard for black. I didn't really see a plan. Like, okay, rook c8, let's say I keep waiting.
But you can also destabilize with b5. Maybe that's what you should be doing.
Maybe. I mean, here white is maybe first to strike.
Yeah.
So, for example, even take and f4. Suddenly this knight is feeling loose. A capture would isolate black's pawns. Yeah, let's try that second plan. You're right.
b5.
That's more Gukesh. Something with b5. Okay, maybe immediately.
Yeah, let's. Does it
Feels
work?
loose.
It does feel like something will fall. Okay, maybe you move the rook.
Okay, rook c8.
Rook c8, so you don't actually touch the queen. Rook c8, b5 on the agenda. So
That being said, he's very concrete, so he might play b5 if he doesn't see anything immediately wrong with it. Rook c8. Okay, what's white's next move? h3 now looks a bit slow. Now that black is trying to overwhelm this pawn, erode it, and take this knight.
Actually, I really like this idea of b5. So
I think process of elimination, he might have to try something like this
to
hold the balance.
And a4 doesn't resolve anything because you concede the b4 square, but also b5 will still make an ugly appearance.
Yeah, just for everyone at home, even if white is able to win a pawn temporarily, bishop takes d5, and I think everything's going to get traded off this board. And black will be very happy about that. So, okay, rook to c8. Very logical move for Gukesh.
So maybe you have to go bishop takes bishop.
Yeah, let's try.
And let's play the undermining game ASAP. So if you go knight takes bishop, let's go f4.
Mm-hmm. It's a race.
And one I'm determined to win.
Yeah. Got a head start there.
Oh, actually, now I look at it, f5 is coming.
Oh, wow.
f5, f6.
Yeah.
I'm running.
Those pawn pushes, Jovanka.
But yeah, actually, maybe this is why bishop e6 is not the most precise move, because f5 at the end of the day might come with dangerous tempo.
That's right. With the bishop on f5, at least, f4, if it ever were to happen, he might have been able to trade off bishops and then push his own pawn to e4.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he put his bishop on e6 just to have the option of taking it or to play b5. But if you're ever taking this knight, just for everyone at home again, like maybe white could even take with the pawn, but bishop takes. Suddenly white is the one who holds the key. Yes, the black knight might land on an outpost as well, but okay, even ignoring the fact that white can win a pawn on b7 now, the white bishop is here to stay forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Whereas the black knight can easily be undermined once the pawn gets kicked.
And this is the beauty of having a bishop. If it's ever threatened with any undermining, such as b5, it can just drop all the way back to g2.
Yeah.
And it will do the same role it did on d5.
Yeah, I mean here f4, for example, or rook e1 first. This looks very nice for white.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the engine for some illumination here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually saying that, wow, b5 is possible immediately.
That's his style. I was thinking it. I can't see an immediate knockout, despite the fact it feels really loose on this diagonal.
So let's have a look at that.
Okay.
Quickly. b5 and then bishop takes bishop.
Yes.
Do we agree with that? Knight takes bishop. f4.
It'll be race again.
It is a race, and I don't know who's going to feel more uncomfortable. I mean, it looks scary for black. So pawn takes c4, pawn takes c4.
Yeah, at least white has a long-term weakness now. Isolated pawn on c4.
Yeah, okay, f5 is not happening just yet. So it means that black can relax a little bit with rook to c8.
Yep, hitting this pawn.
You have to go rook a1. You have to defend it. You don't have time for pawn takes pawn. And queen to d6.
This is so loose, and it's that piece play that we were talking about.
Yeah.
So much action in the center. And I thought this was impossible for black initially. Take, because queen takes, I believe rook e1 is just very, very strong.
Well, the whole thing is that you don't...
Because you don't take, right?
Yeah, you don't take.
Yeah,
That's
you go
right.
c5.
You go queen c5.
And suddenly, big threats. King to h1.
Knight c6.
Yeah, you go back, and again, this is actually really scary for black. Like, you could imagine white's queen coming out and knight f6 check coming.
Mm-hmm.
But I think actually black is just really stable. Like h6, even if white lands a check, you just shuffle to the side and you like chill.
Yeah.
White has all the weak pawns.
But you have to assess those complications completely accurately, because if you don't get that, I mean, I think I would probably stop halfway and go, no, I'm not touching this one. It's too hot. But yeah, b5 is possible. Another move that is possible instead of b5, according to Sese, is bishop takes bishop.
Mm-hmm. More
and
mundane,
then
but
queen d. You don't jump in with the knight.
Okay.
You just go queen d6, connect the rooks.
Now rook to d1.
And now
threatening knight f6 check with a discovery.
And let's go
now
like
knight
that.
To d4.
Now knight to d4, but I don't get it, because f4 looks very scary.
You have to play f6. Oh.
Yeah, f4, f6. And there we see Ding chilling in his room. He can see the screen. He can also, if he's feeling peckish, nibble some food. Anything that gets him into the flow. Wow. It is quite a dynamic position. Anything can happen. The position could quite easily fizzle out. It could also start sizzling with incredible complications. I think it's the perfect time for us to take a pause. And as we go into the break, well, here is a video with Eric Rosen and Charlie's enjoying and sampling some of the local cuisine. Have a look.
Today we are doing something very exciting. We are at the ABC Food Center. I'm joined by Eric Rosen, and we are going to try local Singaporean dishes.
I'm very excited. I'm also very hungry. So yeah, look what we have in front of us. I'm already like smelling the blend of aromas, and everything looks really, really appetizing.
It looks amazing. Let's get into it.
Awesome.
You know what brought me to Singapore?
What?
Not just the chess match, also the food.
Ooh, well, let's try some of it out. So, let's dig in.
Let's do it. There's a sweeter one and the savory one.
Yes,
So
black and white, like the chess pieces.
exactly.
Which one should we go for first? You go for black, I go for white, and
Okay,
we
sounds
switch
good.
notes.
Cheers. That's really good. How do you like yours?
It doesn't taste like carrots at all. It's amazing
But
though.
it's really nice texture.
Really good. Okay, we switch.
Sounds good. Mmm. I think I like the white one better.
I think I like the light one better
A bit more
too.
flavor. Especially with the chili.
So, we're gonna rate the food as well.
Okay.
What would you say this one is out of 10?
It was pretty good. I would rate it an 8 out of 10.
That's a strong start, Eric. And I will say I agree with you.
So here we have the Hokkien mee, which I'll just swap in.
You want to do the honors for first bite?
Sure. I'm not super comfortable using chopsticks, but I'll do my best. How is it?
Yummy.
It is yummy.
That's very nice. I don't even like seafood. But this is very good. For me, this is a 7 out of 10.
And this is a 7.5 out of 10 for me.
So next up, we have our sauciest dish so far, lontong, which is a big concoction of a lot of different things. Eric, can you name a few of these things for us?
I can try. This is bean curd. There's some cabbage here. There's an egg here.
I know we have veggies. You said cabbage, right?
Yeah.
Long beans, and then this compressed rice. I don't know which one I'm going to take first, but let's dig in. The sauce looks amazing, so whatever we do, we got to try the sauce with it.
Mmm. Oh, that's really good.
You look very happy.
I'm very happy. It feels like I'm playing the Stafford Gambit and my opponent just fell into a trap.
For me, I think I would put this at 7.5.
This is a 9.5 out of 10.
Our final dish that we are trying is chicken rice, but not just any chicken rice, it's Hainanese chicken rice.
Yeah, we have a chili sauce, a sweet soy sauce, and a ginger sauce.
So the idea is to get some chicken, get some rice, and dip in. How did you pour it so nicely?
Just trying to be very careful here.
I'm gonna just
Cheers.
go with these two. Cheers again. This is some of the best chicken rice I've ever had. So I'm gonna give this one a 9 out of 10.
I'm giving it a 10 out of 10.
Ooh.
It's a party in my mouth. I'm still tasting all the flavors.
So this was a lot of food, a lot of good food.
I'm getting really full.
But we still have to leave some space for desserts.
Oh, what kind of dessert?
You'll have to wait and see. And here we are at Ding Liren, about to try.
The world's smelliest fruits.
Now, Eric, you've had this before.
Once before, it was not the best experience, so I'm hoping this one will be a bit better.
Are you ready?
No. Ow, ow, it's pointy on my fingers.
You kind of like dissect it. I'm
You
gonna
just
take
grab it?
this one.
Wow.
It looks very wrinkly.
I feel like this fruit wants to attack me.
Let's do it.
If Zugzwang had a taste, this would be that taste. It's like just self-destructing. It's like a poison pawn. I feel like I just stumbled into an opening trap.
This is the sweet one. Oh, it's very prickly. Oh no. Ow, ow, ow. There we
All
go.
right. It looks a little bit prettier than the last one.
Yeah. Looks like a banana inside.
I feel like we have to enjoy and embrace the texture to actually enjoy the taste.
Facts. Okay, cheers part 2.
Cheers. This one is more tolerable than the other one, but it's still unpleasant.
Good enough.
It's like double isolated pawns.
And there you have it. We had such a wonderful time exploring Singaporean culture and food. Thank you, Eric, so much for joining me here today.
And thanks for taking me along with. I enjoyed it. I think it's time to rest and go into a food coma.
An exciting day. Now let's get back to the exciting chess.
Of course, we are back and it is an exciting day of chess. It's the golden game, it's game 14. And for those of you just tuning in, well, we've got you covered because David and myself are going to do a very quick recap. So it all began with Ding Liren playing knight to f3 and the game continued along Reti lines.
That's right. It resembled a reversed Grunfeld defense. Very quickly, the center exploded. And Gukesh played this odd-looking move, developing his knight to a slightly passive-looking square. But the truth was revealed just a couple of moves later. His knight now attacking the white queen, which slid back. And a fight for the center ensued.
Yes, and Bishop coming out was a novelty never been played before. And Ding here, he just simply continued with his development. And after castles, this is an interesting point. He starts to take the initiative, jumping forward with his knight to b5, asking questions to the bishop. Now, Gukesh had a choice. He could stay with that bishop by supporting it with a pawn on e5, or he could drop the bishop back. In fact, he dropped it all the way back to b6 and invited Ding to actually step forward with the knight, which I think would have been a bad idea.
Yeah, Ding here, maybe not finding the best move, which perhaps would have been activating his queen, but pawn to b3 here, very logical. The white bishop coming out to this diagonal potentially. The white knight now was kicked back. And to catch up with the current position, we find ourselves here after bishop to e6. The white knight lands on a beautiful outpost in the center of the board, and Gukesh has just challenged the foundation of the knight, not queen to d7, pawn to b5 instead. And now big tension in the center.
It is maximum tension in the center. Now, we were debating before the break, would Gukesh go for this approach, considering there's so many things, not only to calculate, but also to assess. And sure enough, true to his style, Gukesh plays the most ambitious move. Now, it's ambitious because it aims to resolve the tension immediately. If Ding just reacts in a timid way, the position will probably fizzle out into a draw. But if he chooses to rise to the occasion, Ding could really just embrace the complications, and we're going to see a big struggle on the board.
Yeah, I think he's definitely tempted to try and change the pace of the play, to change the nature. The most natural move, I would say, is to trade off the bishops. Yes, you kind of want to wait for black to capture on your terms, but I don't think Gukesh is going to blink and capture anytime soon. Black's next move is clearly going to be a capture of the pawn on c4, followed by the rook coming and trying to target an isolated pawn. So if you do nothing, I don't really see how else to improve white's position. Let's maybe recap what he could and perhaps should try.
Yes, so we were investigating the natural bishop capture, and then after knight takes d4. Now here you could just play solid. You could just move your rook, and I think the position probably will fizzle out into a draw. But if you want to get all gung-ho, and I think you can do it with minimum risk as well, you can start to destabilize the knight on d4 by just pushing f4. It's like my favorite thing in the world. f2, f4. Take that. Why don't you?
F for forward, F for fire. And yeah, this would certainly undermine the black knight. Now, black probably has time to capture on this square, because now attacking the white knight, no time for white to react other than recapturing the pawn. Now the black rook could come, again threatening to take this pawn, defend its knight, and to get at the white knight. White deals with this, rook to c1.
This is all very much forced, right? There's no room for varying whatsoever. And here, because of the pawn takes pawn threat, you have to defend, and you can't capture that pawn.
Yeah, and I think this is the first moment that the players might pause. The good thing about variations being forced, Jovanka, is that they're easier to calculate. So Ding probably has already investigated this position, or at least considered it. It's 3 or 4 moves down the line, but every move forcing the reply of the opponent here. I would say black has a very natural move, but probably not a very good one, f6. Or the move that we mentioned earlier, queen to d6, which is very clever, but you need to see that you avoid a trap. Queen takes pawn now would lose. The queen can no longer defend her knight. And black's two pieces here just way too loose. But queen to c5 would save the knight, save the day.
Oh.
He doesn't go for this. He takes a pawn on b5 instead.
That was not on my radar. My goodness me, checks, captures, threats. Yeah, okay. So what's going on here then? So the first move to calculate is bishop takes knight.
Bishop takes knight is a forcing move. Now white has a choice of two, to take the bishop or to take the knight.
Okay. And
so we take the knight.
Take the knight. And now bishop takes bishop. Oh, sorry, bishop takes g2.
Yep.
Yes. I'm so sometimes focused on old notation.
These.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, king takes.
Now queen to d5, check.
Check. And I believe Ding's intention is to block.
Yeah, and this is where I wanted to go. So there's some sneaky tricks at play. So after queen takes c6, bishop takes bishop. Now you might just stop here and go, well, the rook can pin the queen. But that would be a big mistake because then white will just go queen c3 and go, aha, gotcha.
Unpin with gain of time. Queen takes queen. The white bishop saves itself. And Ding would emerge with an extra bishop. But likewise, after pawn takes, the black queen coming down would always be met by a block. The white rook would slide up. We're actually not headed in this direction.
No, we're not.
Gukesh would have ended up a pawn down here, although with good compensation. Instead, there's been a recapture, and whoa, Ding plays a really surprising move. Knight back to f4. Gukesh, a bit of a raise of the eyebrow there.
Yeah. Okay. We need to
break it
down. Like that was just like I've never heard you go, whoa. Yeah, okay, so let's deep breath. Like what just happened here? So first up, there's a whole load of captures. There's bishop takes bishop, there's pawn takes knight. Then there's a pass move, which we don't need to calculate too much.
I think it's 50-50. One of these two is likely to be played, unless black just drops back the bishop.
Yes.
There is a threat of knight takes bishop, as well as the more obvious bishop takes knight.
Okay, so let's have a look at the most forcing moves. Which one takes your fancy? Bishop takes...
I think you could play them in either order. Maybe they just transpose to each other. Let's say pawn takes knight, because that forces white's response. Bishop takes knight. So a trade of knights. Now this bishop is hanging, this rook is hanging, so now bishop takes bishop. And again, forcing white's response because the white queen is hanging, so queen takes. Okay, the dust is starting to settle. Double attack.
So move the rook.
E8.
Actually, I'm going to give up the exchange just for fun.
Wow.
Pawn takes g3.
Okay, I'm not brave enough to take your rook.
You're not going to say my name is Maximus Decimus, whatever, how it goes. And so I accept your challenge.
Ding Liren. I don't know. No, bishop takes. Okay, just to show it on the board. Pawn takes pawn. This king is so open now, though.
I know. The king, then queen takes a8 check.
Takes a8 check. Maybe you could block and argue that you're going to win material. Actually, maybe white's just better.
Yeah, maybe it's simple
so
as that.
risky.
Yeah, it's very important to have that resource because if you took on h2, I think you would be in massive problems after queen h4 check.
Yeah, this is just terrifying for the white king. I can't believe we said Maximus, but we didn't say Magnus.
I was thinking of the Gladiator.
I know. I haven't seen Gladiator 2 yet, but
no, neither
maybe
have
after
I.
this match.
Maybe.
In the meantime, okay, so let's say white is sensible and takes back, not breaking the status quo here.
Okay, now we'll move the rook.
Black rook moves, and now I understand, Jovanka, why the drawing margin has risen to 73%.
Yeah.
I think this is Ding trying to bail out, you know. I think he's had enough of the fun in this game, which is understandable, but slightly disappointing considering he did have some more ambitious options without containing too much risk.
Yeah.
Could have been a pawn up if we were correctly evaluating the other positions. And maybe Gukesh had enough activity there to balance things out, but This position just looks really equal. 3 pawns in front of the black king.
Yeah.
Yes, it's 2 versus 1 for white on the other side, but it's hard to imagine with queens on the board that white makes anything of this.
Right. And also just to point out that if there were a black pawn on f4,
in this position.
yeah, there we do see e takes f4. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that it's actually not a requirement to go f takes g3 because it's not like you're going to get to the position and go g takes f4, right? And there we do see bishop takes knight and bishop takes b2.
Now forced.
Now forced, yes, because the bishop is on prise. I like how in chess we use words from different language, like en prise, Zwischenzug, Zugzwang, intermezzo, fianchetto, vámonos. No, we don't say that.
Shachmat.
Shachmat, which is actually comes from the Persian, the king is dead.
Yeah. Multicultural. Gens unus sumus.
Yes.
Latin, we are one family.
Yeah.
Bishop takes c6. I guess he could move the rook. He doesn't have to immediately solve the tension between the bishops.
Okay. And do you know what? That would be a Zwischenzug, would it not? An in-between move. And just because I love the whole concept of Zwischenzug and I love the word, let's hear from our AI assistant, Gemini, and see what they have to say about the Zwischenzug.
We asked Gemini, explain Zwischenzug concisely using an analogy. Here's Gemini's response. Imagine a boxer feinting a punch, quickly switches and delivers an uppercut to the head, catching the opponent off guard. It is a tactical maneuver where one temporarily deviates from the main plan to disrupt the opponent's strategy or to create a new threat. Fascinating. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yeah, a boxer feinting a punch. I like that analogy. So, yeah, some options here that's causing Gukesh to pause. Bishop takes bishop on b2 is very natural. You can go on the counterattack, the counter punch, rook to c8, and that's about it.
Yeah, maybe rook to a6.
Yeah, okay.
If you're feeling especially ambitious. Yeah, we call it the Zwischenzug here. It looks like an in-between move because simply black's bishop is attacked. And the rook as well. So kind of the default, the automatic response is to take this bishop. That's probably the only thing Ding has really calculated. But here you could kind of try to push your opponent off balance by throwing in something unexpected. No, he does go for the more logical move after all. The pawn was dropping on b5, so I think this is the safer option for Gukesh. Jovanka, I am fearful that the vacuum cleaner, the Hoover, is coming out and pieces, pawns are disappearing from the board.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this was the thing with the position, with open positions. You have the capacity to just keep on playing actively and full of dynamic intent, and then it can be a real barn burner. But if you choose to, or somehow inadvertently make the most timid choice, it can just simply fizzle out, and there's nothing structural in the position that you can kind of chew on.
Yeah, there's not much in terms of attacking for either side here. The white king does look a bit airy. I do not recommend, as you mentioned earlier, Jovanka, taking this pawn.
Don't do that.
It just feels like such big risk, opening up your king for such little reward.
No reward. I mean, the rook will swing over to b6 and it will be like, oh, hello. Yeah, you always have to think about justifying your king's safety. I mean, just remember, the king's a nervous old man. You have to, every single move, you have to explain to that person, like, why you're making the move and how you can protect him.
Yeah, he would be screaming at the sight of pawn takes pawn right now. It's greedy. White would be a pawn up, but not worth it.
Yeah.
So the options that remain, I guess the white rooks could centralize. The only way I ever see Ding winning this game now is if somehow the queens might come off. And it's well known that light squared bishop in conjunction with an a pawn can be a great duo. This pawn has a clear run through, but with the queens on the board, it's far less likely. At the moment, there's kind of a pin. Indirectly, the black rook looks to the white queen, and timing-wise, black might even just be able to push a pawn to b4, lock things down on that flank anyway. So, yeah, in terms of Gukesh winning this game,
I can see a way.
Okay, how?
Okay, but it requires a lot of assistance.
What we're here for.
So, say for instance, you're just careless with your king. That's the only way that I can see. So it would be like rook b6 will be swinging over, the queen comes over to g5. If the bishop steps back to g2, maybe some bishop h3 ideas. You know, you just got to move in that direction. And yeah, but it requires a lot of help. And Dave is looking at me like, that's never going to happen. And I'm like, yeah, I agree. Unlikely.
Yeah, but
not impossible.
Exactly.
Stranger things have happened.
And I think Ding will look back at this one moment where he initiated all of these exchanges, and maybe he will regret not having been a bit more ambitious there. But it is understandable he wants to take the risk out. He was down 20 minutes on the clock, and it did feel like with these knight b5, knight back to c3, he'd lost a lot of time, and maybe just sensing the momentum switch.
But the thing is, though, it's going to be tie breaks tomorrow. And that's going to be 4 games of rapid at the time control of 15 minutes plus 10 seconds.
Initially.
Like, let's do an objective assessment. Whose chances are better? And I think it's easier to kind of come to that conclusion if we break down the players' abilities. So openings, who's had the advantage there?
Gukesh?
Gukesh, yeah, I agree. And how much does opening play in fast chess?
Fair amount.
Fair amount, okay.
I mean, if you get the first surprise in, we've seen Ding spend 1 hour regularly on the space of 2 or 3 moves. You can't afford that, of course, in rapid chess, but even if he pauses for 5 minutes, that's a huge handicap.
Okay.
With no time on the clock.
Let's move on to the middle game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So who do you think has the best style for rapid chess? Because Ding has been mainly on the defensive, playing these kind of slow build positions.
He's been playing by feel a lot, just by kind of trusting, putting his pieces on good squares and trusting the tactics to work out in his favor, or just hoping that the way gets illuminated a bit later. But I don't know, they're both so strong in the middle game.
Yeah.
It's hard to choose a favorite. How about you, Jovanka?
I would give Ding the edge, because when he's been in time trouble, his instincts have been spot on. Okay, you know, he's said it himself in press conferences, like a miracle has at times fallen from the sky. But I think that doesn't come out of a vacuum. I think it's because your foundations are good and you're able to kind of coordinate your pieces in the best way possible. And there we do see the rook come to attack the queen sidesteps, and now the bishop is under fire. And yeah, the position is fast fizzling out. I can see that there's going to be a trade of pawns. A rook will come to the center. I mean, am I just being a bit blasé here? That maybe this is actually not what Gukesh wants to do, like trade a set of rooks.
You think he could get ambitious here, Gukesh?
No, I meant the other way around. Ding,
yeah.
Because I'm just thinking about the pass pawn, the a4 pawn, the a pawn.
Yeah, given 3 moves here, if he were able to save his bishop, maybe trade off queens with queen to d4, and then start motoring with Annie the a pawn, then maybe White could get ambitious. But that's 3 big ifs, and time is not going to be on his side. Partly because once he moves the bishop away, Black will happily play pawn to b4 and lock down the whole of the queen side.
Yeah, that's coming.
I mean, I think we're headed there now. At least if we trust AI, if we trust Leela 0, 83.4% chance that this is going to be a draw, that we're going to tie breaks, we'll get more action. I don't think anyone will complain, right? That means minimum of 4 more games tomorrow, quite likely.
And the excitement just continues. So I agree with you. I don't think anyone is going to complain. And I think it's quite fitting that these two have fought so hard, and that is going to be tie breaks that determine it. I would hate this match to be determined by a blunder, for instance. That would just be so painful, and it wouldn't be reflected of the quality in the match.
It's been so close, so high quality. And I mean, I only remember 1 big blunder out of 14 games now, and that was Ding falling in game 11. He was under pressure, so it was part of a long-term trend in that game, but ultimately One blunder settled it. He did lose on time as well in game 3, Ding Liren. So perhaps for tiebreaks that might be in the back of his mind, but overall very high quality and just small little details settling those decisive games.
Yeah,
I think here he'll drop his bishop back. He's just choosing a square right now, Ding. He could support that bishop with his rook, of course, not too much changes. Gukesh in the next move or two will start trading, and I think feel very, very comfortable about the way he's handled this game. The opening, I'm not sure it's considered a success for Gukesh, but once we got into the early middle game, very confident from the young man.
And just a reminder, if the game does finish in a draw, we are going to be seeing tie breaks. So let's remind ourselves of the tie-break format.
In the event that the FIDE World Championship match goes to tiebreaks, this is what's going to happen. It will take place in 2 stages, rapid playoffs and blitz playoffs. In the rapid playoffs, players will start with 4 games of 15 plus 10. If this is still tied, they will play 2 games of 10 plus 5. And if this is still tied, then they will go to blitz playoffs. In the blitz playoffs, they will start with 2 games of 3 plus 2. If this is still drawn, then they will play another game with 3 plus 2. And if this is still drawn, they will reverse colors and keep playing games of 3 plus 2 until a victor is decided.
Yes, and if it goes to tie breaks tomorrow, there will be a winner. Someone will walk away with the crown. Could be Ding Liren retaining his title, could be 18-year-old Gukesh making history, becoming the 18th world champion. There's a certain poetry in that, 18 years old becoming 18th world champion.
That would be spectacular. We would see the whole of India rejoicing, celebrating, but still some hurdles ahead for him. Jovanka, I'm actually thinking we might be here at Christmas. How are we going to separate them? They could go on and on, right? If every game of those blitz matches, those tiebreakers are drawn,
yeah,
we could be here, for weeks.
Until the end of time. No. There will be a winner. Okay, and there we see some pausing from Ding. I mean, what could he be thinking about?
Yeah, I think there are some options. The riskiest of them all would be to defend White's bishop, the attacked piece, with a rook to jump up the board. It feels like White would lose a bit of coordination. For example, rook to d6. That's one I don't think I would spend too much time on, but could be tempting if he still has some kind of resemblance of ambition remaining in this quickly fizzling middle game.
Yeah.
Rook to c1 would be an automatic response. I think that's totally fine as well, although I would be a bit scared of Black's bishop coming and hitting this rook.
You're kind of self-pinning yourself as well, a little bit. Not just a little bit.
What is it with him? All these self-pins. For example,
pinned, yeah,
bishop to g4. If White were to somehow move the rook up to d4 now, there are ideas of rook to c8 and some awkward. Yeah. Maybe this is working out for White after rook takes pawn, but this needs a lot of calculation. White's bishop loose in midair, this back rank very vulnerable. If there's ever any check, White might just get checkmated. Yeah. So I think the safest is just bishop back to f3.
And then the next question is, so you kind of answered it, do you preserve the bishop or do you kind of go bishop d7, bishop d5?
Ooh, that's a good point.
I just get the pieces off the board.
Yeah, I guess if you really want to draw bishop to d5, we'll learn a lot on this next move about Ding's intentions. I'm just so biased, Jovanka. It's a blind spot that I have. Once I push a pawn to g3, put a bishop on g2, I need to maintain this bishop on the diagonal. It's just this kind of instinctive urge. Yeah. But Black's bishop is very stable and controls both sides of the board, so trading it off makes some sense.
Especially because I was worried about your plan of b4, because after that move, it's very difficult to even think about making progress. So
locking down.
Just lock it down. And yeah, White can go rook ac1. But you can at any time go f takes g3. I can't handle the tension of that. It's a little bit. And then just offer a trade of rooks.
Yeah, I guess the White king isn't the safest, although on g2 it should be fine. And at some point, if Black can arrange an attack against this pawn, then Black might be better, but hard to imagine that happening.
Oh, the English School of Chess, H5, H4.
Yeah. English school. Yeah. I mean, the reason they're in the World Championship is because they don't come from
The English School of Chess.
They don't recklessly attack in equal endgames.
From an unsound basis. I know. Yeah.
Queen d6.
We have to undo years of training.
I've been training. It's just, I don't know. I guess we grew up in these. Actually, this is relevant for a lot of parts of Europe and US. Like there are hubs for these tournaments, and you have to win the tournaments to make a living. So you have to take crazy amount of risk, right?
Yeah. But I found that certain countries have certain stereotypes. So I found that the French, they always like to play the French. Like when I was playing in the French league at the amateur level, I would go E4 and they would go French. And I was like, of course. Germans, this is just amateur level, very solid.
They play the Berlin Wall? Or?
No, they play the exchange variation. They always played the exchange variation against my Slav. Okay. And I remember I was playing some German amateurs. There were no games in the database. And every single time it was C takes D5. And I was like, of course. Dutch, aggressive.
Dutch defense.
No, they are like, they will come at you.
Aggressive.
They will come at you. They were not afraid of pushing pawns. They're even more reckless than the English. And very, very dangerous. English players, they're creative. They go their own way. They like their systems. They're a little bit lazy.
How dare you? I mean, you're right. It's not even a question.
That's why we have like the 150 attack, the back. We were doing the London system way before it was trendy.
True. The lazy London, that's what we called it, right? We just put pawns in the center and then we just freestyle.
Yeah.
Nowadays, there's a reason they put pawns in certain squares.
Chinese School of Chess was very much calculation, activity based. So it's definitely, they're not afraid of sacrificing material in order to activate their pieces. I would say this is almost the Indian School of Chess as well.
Nowadays, definitely. I mean, Chinese School of Chess, I remember when I was growing up, we actually had a match. I was about 16 years old. It was England versus China. It was like England's top 5 players against some of the top Chinese players. And the English coaches, they were like, just get the pieces off the board, trade off, go to an endgame, you'll be fine. And it never worked. By then, Chinese players were too good. But I mean, there weren't so many grandmasters back in the day in China. Now they've kind of been dominating women's chess for several years. They've got the world champion here. Currently, Ding Liren, he does drop his bishop back to f3 after a lot of thought. I would say the most natural move, the safest move at least, the most consistent.
And also, the white king can just step up to g2, cover some squares if necessary. So white has a choice. You can go rook to d8 or you can go b4. I love your b4. I'm obsessed with it.
First to trade pawns. No reason to continue. Bring up a sacrifice on f4. So those pawns are now gone. Now I think b4.
Yeah, it makes so much sense. Just prevent the mobility of the a pawn, because you can see a world, right, where David, you called it, is on the board.
B4, it was too late before the white a pawn started pushing. Now a clamp, a bind on the queen side. I have a feeling Ding's going to offer a trade of queens. That's what he's been doing consistently throughout the last few white games, I would say, other than the game he won a couple of days ago, or a few days ago now in game 12. He's been trying to get the queens off as quickly as possible. Rook to d4 would be at least a reminder that the black pawn is going to tie down black's heavy pieces.
Well, he would like to control the center. Rook d4 is the move that I'm attracted to, but I guess queen to d4 is also...
d4, queen to e5, centralization.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. But it depends on the mood. If you want to clarify... Okay, so let's see how easy the route to a draw is after queen to e5. Let's go for aggressive.
Okay. 84% chance this game is a draw, apparently. Let's see how realistic that is in human terms. Okay, I'm a bit worried about the white rook infiltrating, so let's challenge.
Yep. Let's just... I don't know if I need to play rook takes rook and rook c1 or just go rook c1.
Your choice.
I know. Let's just make a move. Rook c1.
Okay. I was going to try and show off a tactic.
Okay.
Rook, how about rook takes rook, Jovanka? And you're like, oh no, wait, the black rook can come in. Threaten checkmate.
You know, the funny thing is, it's good.
It's good.
It's good because after rook c8.
Rook c8, boom,
Boom.
check. If you take me, this is checkmate. And if you don't,
you just retreat back with the... Aha, but here we can have one of our queen to c5 businesses, can't we?
queen c5 I thought was winning initially, but black can actually take the queen and just in time drop back to save the day. So I wonder if there's anything else.
Queen to b5.
To b5. Oh, wow. And it's a dual threat hitting the black queen and trying to get the black rook.
I got it. So you go queen to d4, queen to b8.
Or queen to b8.
Oh, queen to e8.
e8 check. This is quite cool. It's like white, black, white, and then, yeah, checkmate. But I think black again defends queen to d6. But here you just laugh and you say, okay, no checkmate. I'll just trade rooks and win a pawn.
Yeah.
And now we see the power of the a pawn promoting on the same square as this bishop. Actually, I went through a phase of literally years where the only way I ever won games was fianchettoing my bishop and pushing the a pawn. And it's effective, actually. I don't know why in all these Catalans, Retis. So there are some traps. I'm pretty sure Gukesh, though, in the near future will push his pawn to h6 and circumnavigate all of those tricks that we were just showing the king, getting some breathing space.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, I don't think we need to analyze queen to d4. I'm just kind of interested in ways that white can be a little bit of a nuisance to black. So I think queen e5.
Queen e5.
Okay, rook to d8. Let's try this rook takes rook. So we saw cheapo city, rook c1.
Yeah, so
don't
black
go
shouldn't
in.
Move the rook.
But instead you take some time out, protect the king.
6.
Yeah, I was going to ask, well, h6, g6?
It's hard, right? It's the eternal dilemma. It's g6 looks like it
looks bad.
Looks bad because the white queen stares here, but white doesn't have anything else that can attack on dark squares. And ultimately, a king on g7 would be very safe if the queens came off and it's closer to the center. Whereas h6 feels safer short term, but long term, the white bishop might actually cover that square anyway.
Exactly.
Okay, let's say...
Let's go h6, just because.
For argument's sake.
Yeah,
rook c6.
Rook c6. Now the queen moves to d4.
Now, okay, we're not on move 40 yet. I can't offer a draw. So.
No.
I mean, one way this game ends in a draw is, for example, take. I guess white just plays rook b6.
Rook to d2.
Rook to d2, this type of elimination process. And okay, white's actually got a passed pawn, but it should still be a draw. Now you kind of want the king on g7 to be able to come into the center.
Yep.
Consequences.
Yes, that's true. Okay, you can't have them all.
Far-reaching consequences there. Yeah, okay, I guess in that position, black wouldn't rush. So, for example, after rook to b6, black wouldn't rush in with this. Black would play like g5. If anything, black is better, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's hard for white to do anything at all on the queen side. This rook is really dominant. The king might move. The pawns might start pushing.
So the moral of the story is white can't try that hard. Or maybe it's just easy for both sides to play. Although this endgame doesn't feel that great.
Magnus would grind all of us down here.
Yeah. I think I also have lost something very similar against the Grandmaster. But can we rewind? Let's again try our hand of finding something. Okay, so let's try, instead of queen e5, let's try king g2.
Okay.
Let's creep.
Good wisdom. They always say, right, if your bishop isn't in front of your king when you have this pawn structure, your king needs to fill the holes, fill in the blanks.
Plus, the rook can go that way.
Oh, wow.
h1.
Oh, let's show that. Like g6 now would be fraught with danger because of rook h1. And Jovanka, what if I just move my rook? No threats?
No. That's what you think. Okay, so what has he played?
Played a4 anyway. Wow. Wow. He's going for it. En passant is legal and very much advisable here.
It is, and wow, you absolutely should be taking that pawn on a3 because otherwise the a4 pawn is a protected passed pawn and it can be a real nuisance. And You know, yesterday we got shown that amazing video on En Passant by Gemini, our AI assistant. So let's hear from Gemini again.
We asked Gemini, act as a chess expert. What is en passant? Explain it concisely using an analogy. Here's Gemini's response. Imagine a ninja sneaking past a guard. The ninja moves 2 steps forward, thinking they're safe. But the guard, quick on their feet, can still catch the ninja in passing by moving diagonally into the square the ninja just passed through. This special rule is called en passant, allowing a pawn to capture an opponent's pawn that has just moved 2 squares forward from its starting position. The capturing pawn moves diagonally to the square the opponent's pawn passed over, as if the opponent's pawn had only moved 1 square. It can catch opponents off guard and lead to exciting opportunities. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
Yeah, our ninja move en passant. Incidentally, I know a lot of online chess companies get a lot of complaints from people not knowing about the en passant rule. They say, whoa, what wizardry happened here? Fix it. But yeah, no, it's a real thing.
It is a real thing, and I can confirm that we went out on location to shoot those videos. They dressed me up as a ninja. And yeah, the things we do for chess. The quick action replay, pawn to b4 was played, and to demonstrate that en passant, white tried to bypass. This was the first time the pawn had moved. It moved 2 squares, and it is legal. It's just a one-time offer. It's now or never for black. Before the white pawn becomes super strong, pass pawn, it was captured as if it just moved 1 square. So in passing, en passant.
Yes.
Rook takes a3. Just a small trick as well to point out. Bishop takes b3. Looks like a free pawn until you realize that pins are still an issue, as they have been throughout this entire match, actually. And the black queen only defended once, potentially attacked twice. The bishop now will fall. So, of course, Gukesh dodges that trick. Pawn to g6. And I wanted to show this earlier, Jovanka. You did mention this king g2 move, which I preferred. Just to finish the point, we never actually showed it. King g2. Now g6 would have been really ill-advised, because rook to h1, if the black rook moves, rook takes h7, threatens checkmate on this diagonal. Oops, if I can draw straight arrows, there we go. And king takes, walks into a second rook, replacing the rook that just disappeared, and checkmate. So actually now it's less dangerous that Gukesh has played this, because white's rook is deflected over here on a3, but it would have been prevented.
We can still see same kind of ideas. So say, for instance, I wanted to also show the pattern that if you step up with the king to g2 and black were to go h5, you can break the barrier down with g4, with ideas with the rook being on h1.
Oh yeah, exactly. Rook h1, there's ideas of sacrifices sometimes, or g4. And, definitely still tricks in the air. So neither side can relax yet. I just put the move king g2 on the board. That wasn't played by Ding. I'm expecting him to go passive, but I don't know. I really don't like this a4 idea. He's basically saddled himself with a massive weakness. Now he's trying to trade queens. This is a pawn sacrifice, Jovanka. He's so keen to draw this game that he's willing to suffer for it. Wow.
Wow.
It's going to be 3 versus 2 again, just like it was yesterday.
Yeah, but this time with the bishops on the board.
Still an easy draw, but...
Is it that easy?
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, this book I did with Magnus, we talked about endgames with 3 pawns versus 2 pawns, 4 pawns versus 3 pawns, and he was breaking down, he's like, which piece configuration is it easiest to draw with? And it's actually pure rooks, of course, but then when the bishops are of the same color, because the white king will just blockade on a dark square and it can never be moved. Yeah. You shall not pass. So, yeah, I'm expecting now a queen trade just to show what is likely to happen. Something's going to drop on b3. You could take with the bishop, actually, just to keep pieces on. But, for example, white will probably play bishop to d5 now. Try and get those bishops off anyway.
One final trap. Don't set up a pin.
Pin.
Bishop takes f7.
Check.
Yes.
And the black rook falls. So I think he's actually calculated all of this, Ding. And bishop to d5. It's hard to keep these bishops on, actually. But bishop to c2, white will put some pressure on and should still be a draw, but some suffering ahead. Bishop takes bishop is a nice mirror image of yesterday, what happened.
Yeah. yeah,
Why is Ding doing this to himself? Bizarre.
Yeah, well, it will be a relatively quick game in terms of time. he can focus on preparing for the tie breaks that will arise if this game is a draw.
Shows two things though. It shows like both a confidence and a lack of confidence, right? He's confident that he's going to draw this endgame down a pawn, but he's showing a lack of confidence to kind of sit around and maneuver in a totally equal middle game. So he doesn't want any winning chances at all, Ding, which, I mean, go back 10 moves and he was better.
But I think he's just so confident in his match strategy. It's always been about the tie breaks for him. And by hook or by crook, he's going to get there. I mean, we've seen Magnus employ that strategy in the later parts of a match, and we saw him do it against Fabiano Caruana, also against Sergei Karyakin.
It's a big, like, capital letters message to the opponent. I'm going to beat you in tie breaks.
Exactly.
Which Gukesh, well, I'm not sure what his feelings are about tie breaks. Gukesh doesn't have a great track record in rapid chess, but he's kept the queens on, showing he wants to fight here in the classical. That might be a bit of a telltale sign about his opinion on what might happen. Ding, he's eyeballing Gukesh a lot. He's like, whenever Ding is going into these long things, it's as if he's verifying his analysis by Gukesh's facial expressions, which is strange. Gukesh has a poker face.
Yeah.
How do you read him? But he keeps the queens on, Jovanka.
Yeah,
Crazy.
he keeps the queens on. Maybe he has ideas of going h5, h4. It's a dream. And sometimes one has to be a bit optimistic. And I think it makes sense in terms of clock times as well, because if you trade off queens, win the pawn, Ding has worked that out. It's going to be a relatively simple play, at least with the queens on the board. You know, there's a margin for error.
True. I think I would have just gone for the extra pawn and moral victory. It's going to be a draw anyway, most likely. So you could have been a pawn up and having all the fun. But yeah, this is Gukesh's style. Especially, he loves those queens on the board. The extra flavor gives it some attacking chances, especially because white only has a 2-pawn shield rather than a 3-pawn shield. Now Ding, he's so keen to get the queens off. He's like, please take my pawn, please take it.
I wasn't expecting that. Somehow I got a blind spot there. Yeah, but now, okay, it makes perfect sense. B4.
I actually thought about it and I was like, no, that looks too stupid to play.
Yeah.
But it's consistent, right? That makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so now let's look at it.
Yeah, why not? It's
Queen,
a 3-pawn.
Yeah, queen takes. Yeah.
Now bishop d5 isn't as tempting, although maybe it's still possible. Get the bishops off. Rook to d8 can be met with rook to d3. You break the pin. If the bishops are off, then I think it's a dead draw. Can black keep them on? Bishop to g4. Okay, he does finally take the pawn. There wasn't much else to do there for Gukesh. Now we are headed into the endgame. I'm surprised it's only 3% or 3.5% that Gukesh wins this. I'm surprised there's 2% chance that Ding is going to win this, because you need a bit of a miracle with white.
Yes.
You need like 5 helping hands here to just take the opponent's pieces off the board. But
Okay.
bishop d5.
Bishop d5 makes a whole lot of sense.
I think with rooks on the board, if black's pawns start pushing, and the 2 black rooks ever line up on the second rank, for example, then there's serious danger. So getting rid of the bishops, also putting the white rook on f3 if need be, once the bishops are disappearing. Wow, he's traded rooks off first.
It's your plan.
I mean, that's not a good sign. I'm not sure he should be following my advice. I'm confused, I've got to say.
Well, rook takes.
Now the bishops are staying on the board at least.
Yes, that's true. But the white king can. But you know, there was that endgame. But okay, I'm just thinking where Ding went g5, h5, g4. And that was fighting against Gukesh's bishop. But then Ding had a knight. And there, of course, there's a lot more room for maneuvering there. So.
Especially because knights are really good when it's just action on one side of the board. They're short range pieces. Bishops are long range. So the bishops kind of cancel each other out. If the rooks, all of the rooks disappear, it's dead draw.
Yeah.
That's for certain.
Okay, so how drawn is it? So let's investigate. Rook takes rook.
Okay.
And so the configuration that I'm thinking of is you push the f pawn all the way up to f4.
Okay. Moving now allows bishop to d5.
No,
on the
no, no.
trade, so
I'm just
let's
talking
say,
on a conceptual basis.
Let's just put it on the board, like something along these lines.
Something along these lines. And what I want to do now, I need to go h5 first.
Just to stop me blocking.
Yes.
So h5.
And I'm going to use the technique they use in rook and pawn endgames, which is when they go f4.
If I wait.
And if you just wait, so you just stand, and now I have to go like bishop f7, and you'll give. Okay, g5.
Okay, now I'm scared of waiting. You're coming.
Yeah, I'm coming
forward.
with g4 and f3. I'm just thinking of this type of configuration.
Oh, I mean, this is scary. I'm not 100% sure I would draw this against Gukesh every time. I think, yeah.
Okay.
Probably 9 out of 10 games you draw. The other time you might get a bit unlucky or complacent. Okay, rooks off the board. One set at least.
Yeah, one set.
White's next move is bishop to d5, trying to trade off the bishops. So,
Okay, so
there we go. Bishop back to d5.
So king to g7.
E7 makes sense. Rook b8 makes sense, trying to pin the white bishop if it... Actually, that's not a good move. Just to show rook b8, bishop to d5. I was going to say you can pin, but white plays bishop to b3, and now either bishops or rooks will be traded, and both of those favor the defender here, I believe. Rook b5, maybe. Just stubbornly saying no d5 square for your bishop. And then he's got all the time in the world on the clock and on the board to start pushing. If I were Gukesh, I would assert my authority by playing 100 moves here. Not even joking, because also it would tire out Ding before tomorrow's tie breaks. He's the younger player. He's on paper got more energy.
Might trigger him as well.
Might trigger Ding.
Might really make him feel uncomfortable.
This is a grinder's dream. This is.
Yeah, it is a dream, I think, for Gukesh as well. If he's in a kind of must-win scenario, doesn't want to take it to tie breaks here, why not? Why not just push for as long as possible? Yeah, I understand with the bishops off the board, then it's going to be an elementary draw, but they're on the board.
I think I would start personally with just putting the rook on the 5th rank, stopping any bishop trades, preventing the bishops from leaving the board anytime in the near future. Then you just kind of sit with your rook. You can just move around a bit with the king, move around, tease your opponent, and then eventually play h6, eventually play g5, maybe h5. And then your plan, at some point, when your opponent's tired, and they've lost a bit of focus, then you play f5, f4, go for it, set some direct traps.
I would love to see Gukesh hustle. Old man style.
How you win chess games.
Yeah, totally. But I would love to see that, and I would be willing to sit here for 7 hours and enjoy the sight.
Producers will have to bring us some snacks, but
yeah, it'll be fine.
This will be fine. Yeah, and
Okay.
also it would punish Ding for just giving up the pawn so nonchalantly.
Exactly. Okay. There we see Gukesh thinking. We are eagerly awaiting the endgame ahead. So I think it's the perfect time for us to go on a short break. And when we come back, we'll see if there's more action brewing.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi, Gemini. Quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
And we are back. We are waiting Gukesh to make his move. He is a pawn up in an endgame, and Ding has indicated that he is willing to suffer for that much wanted draw, which would take the match to tie breaks. And what has Gukesh played? He's played G5.
You know what that confirms, Jovanka? He hasn't read my book. Don't push pawns unless you really need to. I don't think white was ever going to touch anything on the king side. You could have played G5 in 50 moves time. I'm also slightly surprised he's allowed bishop to D5, offering up a trade. If the black bishop runs, which he probably will, Ding immediately plays that move. But at least the white bishop's now quite well posted, and the black bishop's not going to be stable. Bishop to F5. Maybe he'll just plant it back on G6 to defend everything. Either way, I'm not sure that that's 100% necessary, what Gukesh has just done. Feels a bit impatient as well. But perhaps it was designed, if we just go back 2 moves, perhaps it was designed against F4, which I don't really think would ever happen. Let's say rook to B5, stopping white's bishop from centralizing. Maybe F4 would make it more difficult for black to create a passed pawn here, but it just looks so weakening.
Yeah, maybe the whole idea is that then you go F4, rook D2, and hold the second rank.
Hold the dark squares.
Yeah.
Yeah, fortress time, perhaps. For example, if black just moves, you retreat everything and, I don't know, king to F2. Maybe this is something he was scared of, Gukesh. Yes. So G5, ultimately, I shouldn't be too critical. It doesn't change at all the evaluation.
But, well, we're still going to be in it for the long haul because Gukesh, as you mentioned, as we are anticipating, he can decide the match if he wins. So he might as well. He's got an extra pawn. So why not just kind of make those very small improving moves and just keep probing the defensive resources of Ding.
Yeah, ultimately, if Ding loses this endgame, imagine the heartbreak, the manner of the defeat, like a totally equal position. He was actually better. He was the one who tried to force a draw. He even gave up a pawn in the process. Yeah. He's just like willing to sit there and suffer for hours. And then imagine if you lose anyway. I mean, it's self-inflicted. Essentially, he'll have thrown the title away. It would not be a great feeling. But okay, still a favorite to draw this one.
Yeah, you can see there from the win, draw, loss bar, 96.6% chance of this ending in a draw.
Computers play computers.
Okay.
I'm trying to look on the bright side. I think this might go on for a while. Gukesh will want to punish Ding's play.
Okay. Well, Ding now has to take a decision. Bishop to F5 can't have come as a surprise to him. So what's the best defensive construct?
Good question. So first of all, we've established now bishop trades, as Gukesh just avoided there. Pretty much lead to a dead draw. Rook endgames have a drawish tendency. Black can't create a passed pawn easily. Rook exchanges, I think, again, lead to a draw because the white king will block on a dark square. Black can never kick or never control the dark squares apart from with the rook. So I think he's actually going to, well, okay, I was going to say just, why not just build a kind of wall, barrier on the second rank to sit and defend, but he's going active, Ding, with his rook.
It makes a lot of sense, right? At least you stop the f-pawn from advancing.
Yep.
So
I think Gukesh is most likely going to try and kick this bishop away.
okay, and then you can come in with your rook to c5.
Put some moves on the board. If I give you a check, Jovanka, where are you going?
Not to g2.
Sorry.
Anywhere but that square. Because if you go to g2, then, oh dear, you're in for a rude awakening after rook takes bishop.
Yeah, that's another thing. Endgame grinders, they're all tricksters. They're just waiting for the moment to pounce with these types of tricks. But yeah, you can go to h2, I think, pretty safely. Okay, sooner or later, black needs to guard against the threat of a check and the black bishop dropping, so bishop g6.
Yeah, now this is a kind of interesting point because let's discuss, like, can we just f4 ideas?
Yeah, I realize I've just maybe, no, I haven't blundered. Yeah,
No.
f4.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to discuss in principle this whole concept of f4. So say you do it in a way that black is obliged to take on f4.
In the meantime, king g7, that doesn't change much, but let's, yeah, again, it's conceptual, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
If f4 ever happens.
Easy draw?
No. I mean, it's probably a draw, but I would say easy. Easy is a matter of perspective, right?
Okay.
I would be suffering a lot. Ding maybe thinks it's easy. Okay, king to g7.
Okay, so let's go to the game position.
Yep.
And again, sorry.
Yeah, continue.
No, again, I just was thinking this game is very much determined on those ideal positions you want to get. You got to understand what pawns you want to be advancing. Like, for instance, I wanted to advance the h pawn. I was going for the h pawn first, but I wanted ultimately to trade off the f pawn for the g pawn. So that
make the h pawn a pass.
Yeah, exactly.
And black can arrange that. It's going to be hard for white to do anything too constructive. Rook c7 is always met by a bishop retreat. And just to show your plan again, Jovanka, if white just continues waiting around doing nothing, let's say white just waits forever.
Yeah.
Then at some point, okay, h5 isn't necessarily good here, but f4 might come, and suddenly there's pressure. You never know which pawn's advancing. He does, in the end, go active, which he should. Ding. And Gukesh defends. Also the fact that this bishop never has a stable square, like ever. Like even on f3, it might get hit by some pawns or a rook. Just a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, and he's never able to establish like for instance g4. Like if white could get g4 with f3 and then just, I know he's putting the pawns on light squares, but he's actually preventing the black pawns from advancing.
Yeah, if you can prevent a pass pawn from being created, then that's half the job. Black can create a pass pawn with h5, h4, but again, if we just show something like this, I don't think it's the scariest thing in the world. White takes, pawn takes. This one will need a bit of help to ever get past the bodyguard, the guardian here, the white king. And okay, instead, Ding covers that fourth rank, offers trade of rooks. He's trying to force the draw so directly. He's begging for the rooks to be traded. He's going to try and get the bishops off next move.
Actually really instructive. I'm quite enjoying this endgame. I just for the educational purpose, I understand it's not the most exciting position on the board, but
No comment.
no, but I mean, look at how he's forcing everything. He's like, he mobilized his rook, he centralized his bishop, now he's unafraid of sopping off rooks. If black isn't precise, then he might get that defensive construction with putting a pawn on g4.
Put a pawn here, yeah. I mean, that could well happen. Like, for example, if black moves out of the way with gain of time, check. And if black wants to prevent bishop e4 trading off bishops, maybe, then rook to e1. There would be a question, do you play g4?
Yeah.
G4 or not g4? The one downside is the black king could eventually run into some dark squares, but if your rook is holding the line, it is hard to imagine black winning this one.
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, I mean, ultimately it should be a draw. We see that. I think we all understand. The eval bar definitely sees that. 95% chance apparently this is a draw, but it's not over till it's over.
No, exactly. And a grind is going to grind. So we did see Gukesh's chance increase to 4%.
Sky high.
It's enough.
That means if we sit here for 100 games, he wins 4 of them. That's something I would be willing to do.
Yeah.
If they paid by the move. But rook c4. Bishop e4 isn't necessarily a threat. So I think, for example, rook to b5, just gaining a bit of time against the bishop might be viable too. Bishop e4, now you accelerate your plan
Yeah,
of f4.
f4.
The one downside might be if white, I don't know, moves the bishop. If white ever gets f4 now, very much might just end in a blockade. For example, f4.
Say if the rook just goes, instead of a5, can you prevent this f4 idea? We're going rook b2, just cut the king off, or is that irrelevant?
Difficult question, Jovanka. There's going to be lots of difficult questions for Ding. But f4, yeah, it's not ideal the white king's cut off, but now the black bishop struggles to ever get anywhere. The white bishop will hold at this diagonal.
Yeah, I was just thinking about if black in this type of position goes g4 and then tries to enter with the king via h5. So I'm thinking h5, h4.
Ooh, that's very clever.
Yeah.
Let's show that. Like if white just waits, h5, continues to wait, and then doesn't sense the danger, like rook c3 or something. Boom, you're in. Nice. I thought it was a blockade actually, but this is terrifying suddenly.
Yeah,
Now this looks like the white king's about to get mated somehow. g3 might come. Black king will move over. Yeah, suddenly another weakness has emerged. You need 2 kind of ace cards here, right? You need the extra pawn, which black has, but you also need a weakness to probe out, or you need a marching king. You need kind of 2 fronts of attack. I guess it's like in a battle, right? Like you have an army and you've got an overload on one side, but if they put all their resources, they can block. You need suddenly a distraction, and you need a little something else.
Yeah, you do. You need to weaken your opponent on 2 fronts. That's a very good battle strategy, very good chess strategy as well. Spread your opponent thinly. And goes rook c4. Some thinking by Gukesh. For me, it would be standard to go rook to b1.
Yeah.
Having been told now that rook takes rook just leads to a completely drawn bishop endgame.
Maybe he's considering it. Just to, again, put it on the board for argument's sake. What if the black king comes? It's important that the h-pawn does promote on a light square, so white cannot afford to ever give up his bishop for just 2 pawns. I mean, until Magnus told me this, I was a bit skeptical. I was like, wait, this still looks like a bit of suffering.
So you just stand there with the...
I think you just stand and wait. Like, even if I just give black all the time in the world, you can do what you want.
Okay, so the king is going to make its way to e1. I will voluntarily accept that role.
The only entry point in white's camp. The player's been away from the board a bit more than some of the other games, but likely to sit there for a while now.
Now, I would like to go bishop h5.
Okay, I'll give you any moves you want.
Then I'm going to break bishop e2. Would you like to trade off into a king and pawn endgame?
No, thanks.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, so which pawn do I want to swap off? So say I want to go g4.
Oh, okay.
No, that's g4 kind of gets rid of...
Are you creating any passed pawns now?
I was planning bishop f3. So h6.
Yeah, I'll just wait.
F6.
You do you.
I will do me. So now I'm going to go... Yeah, because I just see you're just going to stand there. That's the thing, you know, even if I get a pawn to f4, you literally will not even move.
I won't move. Like, yeah, let's not go that way. Let's go the other way, just to make a point, right?
Yeah.
Even if white gives black all the time in the world, white could probably hold up the pawns, but f4, just keep waiting.
Yeah.
And the key is I'm always going to give you past g pawn, so you can never force your way past my king. Yeah, and like h4, finally I will take, and you can only create
g pawn.
I don't think you can get through, unfortunately, because wait, f3.
Can you go f3?
Have I just found the only way to lose? 3. Okay, I should probably have gone this way. I actually found the anyway. Wait. That would be Murphy's Law, right? Anything that can go wrong.
So we could G3 now.
G3 now, yeah. And I'm hoping that I'm not lost yet.
F3.
And I'm like, wait.
There you go, bishop H3 and then boom. But it's interesting actually because the bishop has to be multifaceted. And it's probably why we're taught in bishop endgames that in order to defend, you've got to be able to do it on 2 diagonals.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, even here, I'm not 100% sure it's a draw. Like bishop somewhere?
Now you start advancing your pawns.
Which one?
H5.
Bishop D7.
Bishop
I understand this is a
Bishop
tangent,
G2.
Ah, Jovanka, that's clever. You got me. Yeah, and okay, draw. So obviously this is all forced, but Gukesh is actually going through this in his mind, right? He's wondering whether to trade rooks. He ultimately decided no. White does have a blockade on the dart squares. And of course, Ding could have defended more accurately than we were showing there, but it is a check.
But I think it's very instructive what we were showing because that whole technique of allowing White to do absolutely everything and just standing firm on the dart squares is so useful to know. There we see King G2. So if you see rook to D1 on the board, don't defend that bishop with the rook.
We'll have to move. But yeah, it's useful, especially when it comes to piece exchanges, especially in endgames where it's very stable long term. You're looking like 20, 30 moves into the future. You just have to imagine, like, best case scenario, if I can get my king into the heart of the white camp, even if I get my pawns on the right squares, bishop on the right square, am I winning? And if the answer is no, then you simply cannot afford to trade pieces. So I think that's what Gukesh was doing. He was imagining that type of position we just showed. The black king comes the whole way in, which probably you can force. But even then, best case scenario, still a draw. Yeah, so he keeps the rooks on. Bishop to e4 is a threat now to trade off pieces, which is duly prevented. Very logical.
Yeah, now question time. G4 or not? I'm of the opinion, stop black's pawns from advancing. I wouldn't even think twice about it. I understand I'm putting the pawn on the same color as my opponent's bishop, but
that's life.
I feel, yeah, I have enough defensive resources to hold it.
I think you've found the way, Jovanka, to suffer a little bit less than he otherwise might.
I don't like suffering, David. I'm too impatient for that.
Most players don't, so I'm very, confused, but also impressed by Ding's decision, the confidence to go into this and be a pawn down. Yeah, essentially, if black gets a pawn to h5, then you always have to worry about like the f-pawn coming, kind of black can lock things down, black can play h4. There's so many options later. But if you play g4, there's not that many options. You're going to take a pawn. You're going to cover the 4th rank with your rook.
Sorry, I just got distracted by Ding. Did you see he was smiling, licking his lips? And you could see he was thinking, it's tie break times, my friend.
Maybe he's enjoying the process, just sitting there chilling.
Yeah, he's gotten as far as the tie breaks. And I guess for Ding, this is like a way to shut the critics up. Because a lot of people said, a lot of the pundits said, he's not going to make it.
Yeah.
He's not going to make it to tie breaks. This is going to be a one-way traffic. You just have to compare their past performances. And it has been incredibly close.
Yeah, that's the thing with chess as well. Like, people forget, they just look at ratings and they're like, okay, someone is 2800, another player is 2800, they must be of the same level. But not necessarily. I mean, some players play open tournaments where they have to take massive risks. They're beating players 200 points lower than them consistently. But drawing against other 2800s or beating other 2800s, that's a skill in itself. Yeah, I mean, I remember making that transition up from playing all these open tournaments. Suddenly it's like all play all. The job isn't necessarily to win every game. It's mainly to avoid losing. And you can actually adapt your strategy, totally change your opening repertoire. I think a few years ago, Gukesh's opening repertoire was basically maximum risk. Go hard or go home, beat everyone at all costs. And in a world championship, you could get punished like that. Whereas Ding, I think he's been kind of liberated by the fact that he doesn't need to go for the win in every game. That playing not to lose is just as viable in a one-on-one match.
Totally. And it's a different scenario as well, playing the same person. again and again and again.
Do you enjoy that, Jovanka?
I actually never have done it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I was asked the question when I was doing some commentary in St. Louis. It's like, did you have any like long-term rivalries with anyone? I was like, no. I don't think I've played anyone more than 5 times.
Okay. Yeah, I guess in knockout tournaments, World Cups and things, you've played a few games, but...
Yeah. So it would be like a 2-game match. So nothing of a sort of 14. I've never, I mean, have you had any like long-term rivalries where you have like 20, 30?
Not in one match, but I mean, the likes of Michael Adams, I've played in multiple like British knockout championships. It's like best of 6 classical, then you play 6 rapid as well, and some blitz. Gawain Jones, I played like hundreds of times in the space of a few years.
But do you
I played
feel
a 10-game
like...
match against Niels Grandelius.
Yeah, but did you feel like you were understanding the player?
Yes, but then you also feel that they understand you, so it's kind of... for example, yeah, 2 years ago when I played 10-game match against Sweden's #1, within a few games I was like, oh God, he knows all my weaknesses, he knows all my openings, all my preferences. And I felt like I had to do a bit of a ding, just jump around and just survive the opening.
Yeah.
And I knew that my strengths were in the end game, so tried to shift things there. But then again, he knew those were my strengths, so he tried to avoid end games at all costs, and it becomes a game of cat and mouse. You're like chasing each other around. And that feels like what we've been seeing here. Gukesh has done a lot of the chasing, right, in the openings, and Ding's been doing a lot of the running in this end game.
I was going to say that as well. I mean, yesterday is a case in point. You know, Gukesh was playing hard for that point, and Ding. And we're waiting for Ding to make the decision as to whether to push the G-pawn 1 square forward, try to prevent Black's pawns advancing freely.
He looks a bit nervous, but he shouldn't be, at least on the clock, because he still has 12 minutes remaining to make 3 moves.
Plenty of time.
A luxury compared to previous days.
Yes. And also, Ding willingly went into this endgame. Like, he went out of his way to get here, so no excuse to feel uncomfortable. That's
Only himself to blame that.
I'm very kind of weird when it comes to this. I always feel like if you've gone out of your way to achieve something and then you kind of start regretting it once you got there, I'm like, no, don't regret. Be practical.
Exactly. Own it. Embrace it. We saw him smiling, licking his lips. That's the body language that he should be displaying right now. But okay, it's that one dilemma, Jovanka. G4 or not G4? That is the question. I think he wants to play it. He's just hesitating because every move comes with consequences. As the old cliche goes, pawns can't move backwards, so be 100% sure once you push them that it's the right thing to do.
Tell you one move you should not play. There's only one terrible move in this position.
Okay, let's show it on the board.
Do you know? Can you guess what it is?
Bishop E4. Bishop takes
No,
F7.
Bishop E4 is a bit too.
Okay.
But it's along those. It's not as obvious as that.
Oh wait, maybe Rook C6.
Yeah, Rook C6. So Rook C6 is like the one not even a natural move, but the one kind of move that you shouldn't really be playing on the board because all of your pieces on the same diagonal. So Rook to E5.
If you have a land a bishop, that's game over. So Rook to E5. Nowhere to run for this one.
Yes.
Bishop F3, for example. G4.
G4.
Then you debate whether this endgame is a draw, but probably not. Although...
maybe a draw, maybe not a draw, but why do you want to even go there? So
definitely don't want to suffer in this variant of the endgame.
So Rook C6, don't play that. But anything else?
He doesn't commit. Rook
No.
B4.
Okay, I'm expecting a very quick H5 from Gukesh.
Yeah, no G4 to slow things down. Maybe he was just reluctant to allow a change of pawn structure after F5. Yeah, I'm expecting that too. At some point, if you want to win this game, you have to play the move H5. Just a hint at a passed pawn. And to stop white from playing G4 to block you up.
Yep, sure enough.
Or he could have waited 50 moves and then played H5. But why do that, of course? H5 on the board. wonder what the world record, or what the record is in World Championships for longest games in terms of moves.
Wasn't it Magnus's?
Was it Magnus? He did break it, 136.
136. Do you not remember? We cracked the fake champagne.
Sounds like something I should remember, but maybe it wasn't fake. That's why I don't remember.
No, it was sparkling apple juice.
World record, 136 moves.
Yeah, I remember that Kai had disappeared and she came back, what looked like champagne. And we all got very excited because we'd already been in the studio for like
over 8.
Quite a few hours. And she pours it and then we drink it and we're like, oh, not champagne.
Because, I mean, if he were to care about such petty things, I mean, there's a world title at stake, but world records are another thing. He could have just waited 50 moves, played then played G5, then another 50 moves, played H6, another 50, played H5. They'd have passed the world record long, long ago.
Yep.
But, of course, that doesn't necessarily change the result. I just wonder what Ding's going to do. Is he just going to wait?
And he wouldn't be making friends.
He would, I
mean,
friends are overrated. Especially in the endgame.
Yeah, I agree with like you don't want to be friends with your opponent, but yeah, you kind of don't want to trigger your fans either.
I mean, I'm sure there'll be 0 complaints in the fan zone next door. They're loving life. They don't want to go home early.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe they want some dinner. But...
Well, we're still not even close to the end of the game, but Ding making his strategy clear. It's just waiting.
Rook to A4. He's clearly just going to kind of wait with his rook over the next few moves.
Wait anywhere, just not. Rook C6. Don't put your rook there.
1 square, just anywhere off this long diagonal, and I think the white rook should be safe. Oh, I was tempted to make some puns, but...
Go for it, David.
No, that is for another day.
Oh, are you saving your best for last tomorrow?
Maybe.
Have you been sneaking any in without me noticing?
Not today.
Not today, okay.
Felt like too high stakes a game, too serious a moment.
Okay.
For any of that.
Well, rook E5.
E5.
Bishop will move.
Has to move.
Yeah, one move you don't want to make is rook to D4.
Bishop. Maybe the final time we'll show this tactic, but still a relevant one. So, okay, he reaches for his bishop, of course, retreats. He's trying to bait Gukesh forward into playing G4. Then it will be harder to create a pass pawn later in the game. Maybe Gukesh needs to play G4 eventually, but he won't rush that one, that's for sure.
So, for the impatient among us, is F5. I know that you wouldn't rush for that, but...
I play like rook C5 or rook B5.
Yeah, you'd work your magic. I can see you putting a rook on the first rank as well.
I can guarantee I'd still draw this position, but I definitely wouldn't.
No, actually, I know what you'd do. You'd put a rook on C3. Yeah, and then you'd move around with your king.
It might be time to move around with the king sooner or later.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
so
there we go.
There you go, king H6.
Yeah, maybe he is going to play G4 eventually, put his king on G5, and then decide which pawn to push. But okay, he's not committing yet, that's the key. And he leaves the board. This is a rare sight. We won't see this tomorrow. Both players away from the board, because it will be rapid chess. No time for that.
And the players have passed move 40. Now they have plenty of time to enjoy this position. Ding Liren with 37 minutes. Gukesh well over an hour.
Yeah, strap yourselves in, everyone. This is going to be exciting. It's going to be a fun endgame to follow.
Yep.
For the next.
Now's the time to brew that pot of coffee, get yourself a cup of tea.
Get the popcorn going.
Get the popcorn going, whatever grabs your fancy.
Order in some pizza, you know.
Yep.
We're going to be here for a while.
We are definitely going to be here for a while. Now that the players have made move 40, do you think it's time for us to take a quick break?
Might well be. Ding will likely settle in for a longish think as he tries to come up with a defensive plan.
Yes. And yes, I think it's time for us to take a pause. We are going to get our cups of tea ready and we'll join you in a few minutes.
This is the Google Pixel 9 with Gemini. And this is a look behind the scenes of a heated fantasy league group chat, where Gemini has already made an image of a quarterback with noodle arms, a running back that's a snail, a Swiss cheese secondary, that's a new one, and now coming in hot, some wide receiver gloves made out of butter. Oh, let's see how they come back from that one. Still anybody's game, or anybody that has Gemini.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.
We asked Gemini, explain chess endgame strategy to a casual chess fan. Keep it snappy and simple. Here's Gemini's response. Your king isn't just for safety, but also to attack weak pawns and control squares. Promote pawns by reaching the opposite end of the board. Control key squares with your king to block your opponent. Thanks, Gemini. Chat chess with Gemini, your AI assistant from Google.
In the event that the FIDE World Championship match goes to tiebreaks, this is what's going to happen. It will take place in 2 stages, Rapid Playoffs and Blitz Playoffs. In the Rapid Playoffs, players will start with 4 games of 15 plus 10. If this is still tied, they will play 2 games of 10 plus 5. And if this is still tied, then they will go to Blitz Playoffs. In the Blitz Playoffs, they will start with 2 games of 3 plus 2. If this is still drawn, then they will play another game with 3 plus 2. And if this is still drawn, they will reverse colors and keep playing games of 3 plus 2 until a victor is decided.
We are back, and it definitely looks like tie breaks are in sight. As we see in this endgame, Ding is setting up a defensive fortress. His plan is simple. He just wants to hold tight with that rook, doesn't want to move it off the 4th row, and it's up to Gukesh to try to maximize his chances in what is essentially a drawn position. He has a pawn up though, so maybe he can boast some moral victory.
Yeah, symbolic advantage at least, but there might come a moment where Ding has to answer a question. He might need to show some accuracy. Okay, he's got plenty of time, of course, over half an hour now remaining. He's taking a long think, whether he decides on just waiting with his rook or whether he decides he needs to do something active, maybe going round the back, trying to check the black king. I don't think there's a right or wrong yet, but he's trying to peer into the future and understand what problems there might be, what questions Gukesh might pose. He's just attending to business.
He is attending to business. Yeah, thank you, David. I need all of those.
I'll stop now.
No. Keep them rolling. Let's see how many David can do. Do you know how I saw this quiz where people were testing like 60 seconds to name as many world champions as possible?
We do that?
No. But I was thinking,
I'm
I was thinking maybe we could do that with your puns.
not going to be bending over backwards to make puns now, Jovanka.
Okay. And there's a tweet from Anish. Gary, Ding now thinking, I told them it was not going to be a short draw. But
Oh, Anish.
But
Too soon.
yeah. But I did say to our producers, it's semantics, right? Because he said it will not be a short draw, but it didn't say that he wouldn't be, like he would be playing for a win. He just simply said it wouldn't be a short draw.
Is this the master plan to sit and suffer and
Yeah.
maybe just lull Gukesh into thinking that he's not confident by kind of begging for a draw like this?
No, I think he's just saying to Gukesh, you can't beat me.
No matter how many pawns I give you?
Exactly. I just want to draw, and I'm going to get the draw tomorrow. Let's play. Get back in here.
Get back in here. We go again for hours. It must be frustrating, though, for Gukesh. He's got to feel like he's left quite a few points on the table. He's had multiple winning positions. Not easy kind of open goal type of positions where you're going to get the full point, but he's had moments where, with a little bit more of a killer instinct, he might have won a few games. This one, it's hard to tell, right? Is it a missed opportunity if it was just drawn all along? Or do you just look back and say, okay, I tried. That's it.
I think this one was drawn all along. I don't think Gukesh will look harshly on this game, but you're right. There are a few times where he needed to be precise in his execution. And there's one game where Gukesh was a pawn up in the endgame and he went king e1. Yeah, that one I think is one that he will look back with regret. Maybe even yesterday as well, because I mean, it's a difficult question because Gukesh's style is very direct, it's very concrete. And he keeps reaching for that as a solution. And you almost feel like if he were to add a new element to his chess, he would level up in a way I don't think we've ever seen before.
Scary way.
Yeah.
He'll be unstoppable, Gukesh. If he finds that mix, I mean, it's maybe the most elusive thing in chess, but finding that mix between trusting your instinct, playing by hand, and then calculating at the key moments and sensing when the critical moments are, saving your time for those rare occasions, rather than calculating every move when it's unnecessary. G4, it has been played, however, so the structure is rapidly evolving. And okay, the bishop is hit. Not sure if there are any squares not to go to.
Well, let's randomly place the bishop somewhere.
Okay, let's say we go long.
Yeah. Okay, so let's have a look at what happens when the king snakes its way to g5.
Yep. And the idea being f5 and...
Yeah, h. Let's try to go h4. Let's have a look at...
Later. Okay. Is white just waiting? He's wading in shallow waters here.
Yeah, he is. And this is like an interesting point, right? Should the bishop stay on g6, or is it now time to mobilize it to d3?
Okay, ooh, go for checkmate, maybe.
I'm dreaming.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense to kind of get it out of the pawn chain before you lock it in. Okay, bishop to d3. And if I keep nudging that piece, any exchanges, remember, help the defender.
And now bishop to... Okay, can I be a...
Defending.
And defending, holding.
Okay, yeah.
You're reminding me, no, it doesn't work, reminding.
Why not?
Reminding, yeah.
It works.
Why did I add a ding? Like bad remind, yeah.
And we should be avoiding the puns now. But yeah, this bishop doesn't have any stable squares, that's the issue. I'm not sure if you could pick it up and put it anywhere, Jovanka, where would you place it? H3 is a bit of a dream. I don't know if it's even good there, but...
Yeah, I kind of liked it on d3. Okay, so... Okay, well, we have a move.
d5 is the choice of Ding. Understandable. Gaining some time against the rook, forcing a decision. I would probably be playing rook to d6 or rook to e5. Although the rook did come from the square a few turns ago. I wonder whether he's trying to set up some annoying traps. So, for example, rook e5. Now king g5 might walk into, whoops, f4 check. And your hand is forced. En passant.
En passant, and we'll see that ninja move.
The ninja move. And the white rook now has a perfect barrier.
Yeah, you're not breaking that one down.
Right.
Okay.
It's like that one in Star Wars where it was protecting that planet. It's like Wakanda. It's all good.
It had to happen. Thank you.
Pawn dropped for Ding, the microphone dropped for Jovanka. Swings and roundabouts.
I'm notorious for dropping the mics, so hopefully the audio is not impacted by my carelessness. But yeah, it's interesting. A lovely defensive trick there that you just highlighted. So rook to d6.
And now he's got to be deciding on where his bishop lands. Is it back? Is it forward? Bishop e4 would very much provoke the move f5, but that's probably black's plan anyway. And the only reason I see playing bishop e4 is to potentially park it on this diagonal.
I like the idea of bishop to e4, primarily because, I'll tell you why, because if you move the bishop to any other square...
Say b7.
Yeah, so no, if you take back, I don't want to shut in the bishop. I just wanted to...
So for example here.
Yeah, so if you put the bishop there, then you can go bishop d3. Although...
So stay square at least.
Yeah, there's...
Whoops. Whoops. Sorry, Jovanka. Maybe you give a check first.
Yeah.
Get the king.
No, but then you set yourself up for, okay, so bishop to... Okay, you can't pin me. Yeah. But what I wanted to show, maybe it's not even possible to get. Maybe it's just not a thing. But king to g5, f5, h4.
5, h4. Takes.
King takes.
And I'm genuinely getting a bit scared as white. I'll go behind and... Oh, no, but now I've allowed.
Yeah, f4.
I mean, this is probably still a draw, but no fun at all.
No, it's not great, but you can't go f4 just yet, so you have to...
Step back or...
yeah, that's...
You could start setting sneaky traps, like bishop here. Oh, I don't know how you set it up, but...
Hang on, bishop h3?
H3, it looks like you're almost checkmating white.
There's bishop g2.
Killjoy.
Yeah.
This looks like white is still just about holding, but... Ding does look a bit stressed.
Hang on, David. Can we go back to that bishop h3 position? Sorry.
Yes, let's do that. Bishop h3. I found you.
Okay, so when we put the bishop g2...
Yeah.
Oh, no. The rook is on a4. If the rook hadn't been on a4, there might be some like
funny
g3
business.
funny business.
Yeah, like rook d2, bishop takes like g3 type things. Oh, wow. Yeah, let's show that. Like if, let's say white goes... Oh, that's not a good square. Like anywhere, rook. Oh, it doesn't work anyway. Like rook a6, rook c2, and now got carried away, bishop takes bishop, thinking, oh, the rook's coming behind with a check. g3,
yeah.
Jovanka, and probably still a draw, but still.
Yeah, there's pawn takes pawn.
Yeah,
but then you step king f1.
And yeah, unfortunately, lots of these endgames are just drawn. Really annoying, like king g4. I was going to try and show off and play a rook g3 check.
Good enough.
Good enough, yeah, and you can keep checking because of stalemate ideas. So, okay, long way down the line, of course, but that does seem to be Gukesh's plan, like something with f5 and h4. And there are certainly some pitfalls to avoid. It's not dead drawn immediately. I think Gukesh is doing this really well, and Ding is, I mean, regretting something, regretting his choices.
Yeah, but he cannot regret. Again, that's my philosophy. He went for this. So if we fast forward back, he literally, with his move, and it's all the way back on move 25, he knew he was heading into an endgame like this when he played a4. It was so unnecessary. You don't need to do that. I mean, you can go queen to d4.
Yep.
You could...
Rook d4.
Yeah, you could rook d4, rook d1, double, start corralling the pawn on b4, give up the pawn on a2.
think black's dream is actually to try and get this a pawn for the b pawn, and then try to get the white b pawn later. But that's going to take black like 20, 30 moves.
Yeah, and also if he wanted this, let's even pour salt into the wounds. No, he retreated the bishop to f3. Why not just go? If you just wanted to draw, just go bishop d5. Bishop d7 actually is force it. Bishop d7.
Yeah. You're right. This is just a pain-free, immediate draw, basically, with the bishops off the board. Now, for example, here, like, you could literally now, I don't know, just give up the a pawn. Now allow en passant, allow black to take, and then you've got a dead drawn endgame where you can just kind of, get the rooks off the board. And it's so easy without bishops, but with the bishops on, it's tricky.
And also, it gives your opponent the optimism to play on. And so we're going to be here, and he's going to be here for a long, long time.
Exactly. And no complaints here. More chess is always better. But for Ding, I think, at least internally, there's some debate raging on. First, he needs to settle the problem of what to do with his bishop. He can defend it with the rook this time. Doesn't necessarily need to retreat it, move it, but he knows what's coming. He knows Gukesh is going to start pushing pawns, and it does start to be a bit scary. There's been no concrete questions to answer in recent times. Suddenly, there'll be some narrow paths you have to negotiate. And maybe you slip up 1 in every 10 games. Is that going to be that one occasion, though?
Yeah, and you might get nervous as well. And I tell you, he's got a lot less time on the clock. And I just remember the words that I think you and Magnus wrote, which is, the whole point of grinding is you might start with a position where there's like 30 moves where you can draw.
Yep.
And then the whole goal is just to take it to a position where there's only maybe 3 moves where you can draw. And you just keep on narrowing those choices.
Narrow the choices. Ultimately, there's 1 move left. They have to find that only move. Maybe they've only got 30 seconds left. And then I loved your accidental pun there, by the way, Jovanka.
What did I say?
Grinding.
Grinding, yes.
Gukesh is doing the grinding here in the endgame.
Yeah.
Trying to eke out a victory from what should be a draw.
Yeah. Well, we've seen strange things happen in the past.
Exactly. And
what is the weirdest?
The weirdest thing?
Yeah, the weirdest thing that you've ever seen. Like we've seen all kinds of blunders in World Championship matches. We can all remember that mutual blunder that Magnus made against Vishy Anand, that he didn't spot, that Vishy didn't spot.
Oversight, yeah. In 2014, right? In game 6. Vishy had a 1-move win, basically, or win of 2 pawns for free, and missed it, went down to defeat. I don't know, in World Championship level, there have been strange moments, but I mean, Fischer's bishop takes h2. I didn't watch it live.
No.
But there are some strange moments out there.
Gelfand losing 17
moves.
17 moves.
Getting his queen trapped.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, there have been occasions. I once lost rook and 3 pawns versus rook and 2 when I had the 3. I calculated this king and pawn endgame. I was like, yeah, I'm winning. And then I was like, wait. Suddenly my opponent made a new queen, and I was like, wait, I'm still two moves away. So I didn't just miscount. I miscounted by like 3 moves.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was a rapid game, so it's slightly different. I had like 5 seconds left, but still embarrassing. There have been occasions when, especially when I was young, and it's kind of a superpower to be the underdog, right? Like your opponents press and press. And one of my first ever wins against the Grandmaster was, I think I was around 10 years old, and it was an endgame such as this one, slightly more complicated. There were several more pawns on the board, but I was kind of down a pawn. I was defending for ages, hours and hours. Eventually, he decided to take a big risk and go for it, and it backfired. It was a race again, and I managed to win. So it is possible for turnarounds. Not here, of course. Things just fighting purely for a draw, but strange things do happen in long games, especially.
Yeah. Yeah, with the rook and pawn endings, I've also seen like one person desperately try to win. And Ding, he's pausing here. And I think this must be something that incentivizes Gukesh. It certainly would if I were in those shoes, because I'd be like, okay, he's not that sure. Okay, the bishop moves to b7.
Yep. Is the path getting narrower? That's the question. Can Gukesh apply even more pressure? Will he start to bring his bishop into the game? maybe improve his rook before pushing any pawns. We were talking about rook down to d1 check, just to get the bishop out first before locking it in. He moves his king, very understandable. All roads lead to roughly the same thing here.
Okay, I was just checking, like, what are the moves that lose for white? Unfortunately, the moves like rook to e4, moves that give up material, basically. So far, not a narrow path.
Yeah, but there may come a day.
Yeah, exactly. And the pressure is on 21 minutes.
It's not easy to know what you should be aiming for. That's the issue for white. If it was straightforward, like you trade some pieces, bang, 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 draw, then he would find it, no doubt. But f3.
Okay.
Changes the pawn structure. I was going to say f4 check would have asked black whether he wanted to take en passant, but maybe the black king would have retreated. And you've not succeeded in trading pawns. But here he's forcing the issue. Probably a good decision.
I think it's a good decision. And as you showed us in an earlier example, g takes f3 would not be a good decision from Gukesh, because white now suddenly has the perfect defensive formation along the fourth rank. You cannot advance a pawn. Simply as that.
A fewer pawns on the board as well, the more your chances are not quite, but dwindling, I was going to say.
Dwindling.
Not quite a fun, but yeah, I mean, the more pawns off the board, the easier it is for white. Hence the decision to trade here. I wonder whether Gukesh underestimated that one. I certainly did. I was looking at the forcing moves like the checks.
Yeah, I was also. But I guess Ding just didn't want to be bothered with moves like h4, so that's why he was, let's just go f3, clarify the situation, h4 no longer on the agenda.
He was a bit scared, and maybe rightly so. Maybe this was a one-time offer, Jovanka. Like, if he waited one more move, h4, if there's a capture, maybe you could still play f3. It's hanging by a thread. If you waited two moves, then maybe it was a two-time offer.
Yeah.
So, for example, f5, like, I don't know.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Bishop here, for example, then h4. Now you can no longer play f3, right? Because of king to g3.
Exactly.
And checkmate coming.
That would be a game changer.
Okay, so pawn to f3. What should black be aiming for here? d3, maybe some checks. Let's see what happens if he does throw in some checks.
So let's do as you say. Just king to f2.
Okay, whoops, sorry, f2. Now I'll give another check.
And now I'm just going to comfortably sit on g1. I want to cover the g2 square.
Yeah. Here, I don't think black has any immediate... Like, rook g2 doesn't quite work because the bishop defends, but...
And just in principle, I don't want
exactly.
to go out there with the king.
It doesn't look like this gains anything, though, if white just retreats. Yes, the rook is nicely placed, but no concrete threats. So Gukesh doesn't go for this. He plays pawn to f5 instead. He's very much asking now. He's begging for pawn to f4 check. It looks like this locks things up. But no, Ding takes pawns instead. The idea would have been king back. And as Jovanka illustrated earlier, the black king still comes in with extra effect, so more pawns off is better. Now still he's got that dark squared blockade.
So will he just simply sit with his rook on c3?
Somewhere. Why not, right? Just rook to b4. Do you think you'd draw this against Stockfish, Jovanka?
How much time do I have?
21 minutes.
21 minutes, yeah, I think I'll draw it against Stockfish. If I had
21 seconds.
3 minutes, I'm not sure I would draw it.
Ding has 21 minutes, so he should be a big favourite to draw here. I think his position's actually got better, so it was under control all the time. Still interesting decision to make. It'll be fascinating to hear what some of his peers, like Magnus, think of going into this endgame. But yeah, rook b4 or anything, rook c3, rook c5.
So I'm trying to visualize something for Gukesh, and it's involving a pawn sacrifice on f4, and then the whole point is that you don't recapture that pawn, you just simply snake your way in, king h4.
So rook c3, for example, f4.
Yeah, well, okay, so I'm wondering what's the best way to do this. I feel like the bishop needs to be mobilized. The bishop is really annoying on g6. It does literally nothing. So let's
okay. Where would you
let's
like to put it?
improve.
I'll just keep waiting. It's white.
Let's. I don't have a safe space for it. So rook to.
You could occupy the long diagonal with black's bishop. That's a godsend. But white's bishop locks that one down. Rook endgame's still very much drawn. Bishop endgame's easy draw now. I mean, you could put it like somewhere. No. Park it.
Okay, so let's go rook to d2.
I'll wait.
Let's go bishop f3.
Take.
Takes.
And I wait. I win my pawn.
I might as well.
Might as well,
I don't have any other aggressive plan.
I think unfortunately this is still a draw, but
Yeah, rook to g4.
or yeah, the white rook goes behind.
Yeah.
Now these pawns, they're broken, and ultimately we get the Philidor position. Where,
Yeah, shall we show that?
yeah, let's do it.
Let's
For example, even here, okay, I'll just happily sit on the back rank. Even a position like this one, I'll just wait. So I'm cutting you off.
And so the technique is, as soon as I go f4, this is the Philidor's position. You cut off the king's access to the rank. And as soon as black pushes the pawn forward, the king has no space to hide. So you have to utilize that. You do that by checking from behind. You have to remember that.
Yep, you go behind, and the black king now wants to hide in front of its pawns, but cannot. Actually, when I first heard about that rule, I was very young, and one of my first coaches told me, and I thought he said, "Feel the door," and I was like, "What door? What do you need to feel to draw this one? Like, it's just a feeling?" Or and then I realized it was a person.
Feel the door.
Feel the door.
Oh yeah.
Feel the door. Or filled the door. Yeah.
Interesting. Like, so what other things have we misheard from the chess world? Because we have that thing about song lyrics.
Yeah, song lyrics.
I kind of misheard all the time. But what did we? So fill the door is one.
Oh, yeah. I think I also I graduated to like fill the door, as in like the pawn fills the door, and then the door is closed, and then you go up the staircase. And you go. I don't know what else misheard. It took me a long time to understand Zwischenzug, Zugzwang, all that stuff when I was young. I was once analyzing with an opponent, and they said rook dd2, and I thought they were talking about Star Wars. Yeah.
Rook dd2?
Like, as in, like, you have two rooks on the d file, and you bring one of them back to d2, so you write down the move rook d d2. And so it's like r2 d2.
R2 d2.
Droid. Okay, he waits, Ding. Yeah, at some point we'll be going around in circles enough on the board that we probably will be hearing something here.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure I mispronounce names. Oh, I'll tell you what.
Miscomprehending names.
Yeah. So for a long time, I thought that there was a grandmaster called Spike Ernst.
Oh, Spike. Okay, cool name.
Like, my mind just made it like S, but his name's Sipka. And so I was.
Spike's a cool first name, actually.
It is a very cool first name.
Bishop back to f7 changes precisely nothing, but yeah, gives white the move. Should white wait with the bishop on g2? It just feels a bit safer somehow.
Yeah. Well, Ding, he's getting lower on the clock. So this maneuvering has cost him some time.
Yeah. Averaging a few minutes per move, so by logic, in 10 moves time, he's going to be really down, and then Gukesh changes the pace and sets traps. That might be the logic.
That's a dream.
The dream.
But there's one thing though, I like what you said. Don't move the bishop from the long diagonal.
Bishop to like c8, for example, would be probably a mistake after some checks. For example, if white ever goes this way, then watch out. It's checkmate coming. And if white goes the other way, then Don't see the immediate knockout, but okay, another check. Now white definitely cannot go up the board because rook to g2 would win a pawn. Very vital pawn. And if white goes back somewhere, then now the bishop starts to come.
Yeah.
Gonna land. This white king is almost trapped. Now I can see your idea working. Like if the black king ever gets in, it's checkmate.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
one thing to avoid.
yeah, pitfall number one. Bishop is beautiful on the long diagonal. Keep it there. So far, Ding has understood that, and he's just been moving the rook.
Understanding that.
Understanding, yes, very good, very good. I don't know.
I think our producer's glad the match isn't over tomorrow.
Reprehending David.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dear. Okay, king to f2 is played.
More puns are coming in this late hour. Okay, so king to f2, very good.
The puns are landing.
Yes,
Or are
some not, some.
Not so much. Yeah, I just don't see where this bishop goes. That's the issue. No stable squares. Okay, he gives a check.
Okay, now the king will step backwards.
I think you should go back. There might be no way back if you step forward.
Yeah.
There we go. Just retreat. Just to show what, again, could have gone wrong. Like king to e3, the black rook moves. Now you always have to watch out for the rook sliding behind. And there might come a day where, again, if white kind of gives a helping hand, the black bishop comes around and actually forces itself onto the long diagonal. And white, if forced to vacate, will simply lose control. And of course, this type of thing is the only way it can go wrong for white. So keeping the king on the back rank feels a bit unnatural, right? You normally want to go forward in endgames, active pieces, but being cut off isn't the worst thing in the world. And okay, Gukesh is coming with his king.
Okay.
Interesting.
I think he's just making moves.
Biding his time.
He is biding the time, I agree. So rook b6. King will step up into the center. Why not? It can't get that far though, because a check will follow.
Really can't go anywhere.
No.
What was the idea? Like, yeah, just to point out another check, and now if you want to keep going in, you just lose your pawn. You don't want to be blocking. Firstly, it's a self-pin. But secondly, yeah, this rook endgame is very easily drawn. You just put your king on the second rank now, and no passed pawns for black.
Yep.
Actually, this is, just to point out for everyone at home, this is the easiest draw. Against the g pawn, you can never go passive against any other pawn apart from g and b. But here, no matter what black does, even if you want to give checks, there's no way to win this one. You just allow all the checks and then you just hide.
We should show if you get an f pawn. Can we get that one? Like why?
Yep.
You can't go passive against an f pawn.
Yeah, so just for argument's sake, right?
Yeah, yeah.
How are we going to do this?
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it?
Okay, how about rook b4? And then let's pretend that white isn't going to play rook f4.
Yeah, just move the rook. Yeah.
Now you cannot go passive because at the very end, this is the winning motif, right?
Yep.
You give a check. The king goes to the side. You play rook h2 anyway. You give a check. And then you check. And then eventually you kick the white king off the back rank. So you need some extra lines on the side of the board to sneak around the back.
You basically need two wings, that is. And here you can see the World Championship matches that have ended in tie breaks. So 2006, Kramnik won against Topalov, 2.5, 1.5. I remember that one. It was a lot of celebration.
Toilet gate. Dramatic match.
Anna and Gelfand, also heartbreaking, 2.5, 1.5. Great documentary that you can catch on YouTube called Album 61, where you can see Gelfand's point of view from the match. Carlsen just completely demolished Sergei Karyakin, and he did the same against Caruana. And of course, who can forget that our reigning world champion Ding won in the final 4th round tiebreak match against Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
Self-pinning.
Self-pinning when he could have taken a draw. Ding showing ambition in that game, being rewarded for it. It was a rewarding win.
It was.
But yeah, actually, all of those decided within 4 games. So it's never gone to the blitz portion of tiebreaks yet.
Yeah.
My tempting fate.
Yeah, you are tempting fate. Don't do that, David. There's a lot more at stake than people realize.
There is. We will reveal all tomorrow, potentially. But yeah, I mean, there've also been famous cases of players unwilling to go into tiebreaks, right? So Topalov in 2010 against Anand, he had white in the final game. Anand played a rock-solid variation. I think Topalov, if he wanted to, could have forced a draw, could have forced tiebreaks, but very quickly went down with the white pieces, and Anand won in normal time in the standard classical games. Tiebreaks relatively new, of course, only in this century.
Right, and it used to be the case that world champions had draw odds. So if the match was drawn, then they would remain champion. And I think there was a famous Kasparov versus Karpov match.
Won on demand.
Yeah, he won on demand and he drew the match and therefore remained the champion.
Yeah, there have been many examples of that, actually. Last round decisive games, there have been plenty. The big question is whether this is going to be one of them.
What do you think, David? I think our win-draw-loss bar is saying that it's just going to be a draw, but there is room for human error.
And actually, in chess history, there have only been 4 World Championship matches decided in the last game when one of the sides needed to win. And going as far back as 1910, Lasker defeated Schlechter, drew the match, retained the title. Maybe one of the most famous examples was Kasparov against Karpov, the one you referred to, Jovanka, in Seville, 1987. Garry Kasparov won a really nice game in this Reti-like opening. Very slow at first. He just kept the tension, defeated Karpov, held on to his title. And Kramnik against Leko 2004. I remember being at a tournament that one, people were crowded around a screen. They were like, wait, Leko's about to become world champion. Ultimately, Kramnik saved it and went on to win in tiebreaks, as we saw earlier. And Anand Topalov.
Yeah, I remember Anand Topalov because, like you said, it was a great game from Anand in the sense that he neutralized and he just kept the dynamism alive in that position. And Topalov, he just did not want tiebreaks and he almost went berserk, just played way too aggressively, way too riskily. And that's something that Ding has not done in this match. He has played it safe where possible.
That's where, for Anand, his reputation was preceding him. He was known to be especially good at rapid chess. So, yeah, I mean, a draw for Topalov would have been fine. It would have gone to tiebreaks, but often you know your opponent is stronger there. You want to avoid it. Perhaps Karyakin, Caruana regretted not taking more risk against Magnus Carlsen, knowing how strong Magnus is at tiebreaks. This one, I would say, is more level. Gukesh is a bit of an unknown quantity. And Ding hasn't played so many rapid blitz games in recent times. I've seen some, but not too many.
Right. And I was going to ask you, when it comes to tiebreaks, should the team be preparing in the camps an opening repertoire for the classical games and another one for the tiebreaks?
I think so. Of course, it's so time consuming to prepare different repertoires. You might not have the depth of knowledge, the kind of understanding of all of the little nuances, intricacies if you suddenly wheel out a brand new opening. I mean, they've got to prepare for at least 4 games tomorrow.
Yeah.
Potentially even blitz repertoires. You need must-win situation repertoires. You need repertoires where you just want to draw.
Yeah.
It's so layered.
And what would the role of a second be in this, say, like the 4-game rapid? I mean, are they just cheerleaders? Because the players do have a 10-minute break in between games. Will the second be working furiously to refute, say, the opening in game 1, or come up with an idea, and you've got to kind of condense that into like 2 minutes? Like, do this.
It has been known, right?
Yeah.
Especially, I would say, the breaks between games, the players will need their rest. They will need to kind of refresh visit the bathroom, everything. The 10-minute breaks are not long, but for example, if it does go past the 4 games, if it goes into the blitz, maybe the seconds will have discovered a new idea within the openings that the players have been debating, discussing. And if it's likely to repeat itself in the future tiebreak games, you might see the seconds rush in and say, okay, you have to try this new move. If they repeat what they were doing, then you'll catch them out.
Yeah.
But I think it's unlikely. The way that these two players have been playing, they've barely been repeating the same opening, maybe just the French and a couple of London systems, but they've been moving targets, both of them, in the opening.
They certainly have been dodging each other's preparation, but it will be very interesting as well because it's a shorter time control as well. 15 minutes plus 10 seconds time bonus per move. Yeah. Do you have much experience with that, David?
Bad experience, Jovanka.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's good. I mean, it's a tricky one because rapid chess, I mean, these days, especially in the modern era, I don't know about you, Jovanka, but I only play classical or I play blitz online. And rapid, it's just this tricky medium where you want time to think, you want to calculate, you don't really have time, but you cannot just trust your instincts because you need to look at something, you need to see quite deeply. So finding the balance, finding the pace is tricky. I don't know about yourself. What about rapid?
I don't have so much experience these days. At 15 plus 10, when I was playing it, it was 25 minutes plus 5 seconds, I think. And before that, it was literally half hour on the clock.
30 minutes to the death.
Exactly.
Yeah, I quite like that.
Yeah.
Those days. But increment, of course, keeps the level high throughout the endgame. Yeah, I've seen Gukesh do very well on the Champions Chess Tour, for example. It's online games, but those are roughly 10-15 minutes on the clock for most of them. In the meantime,
wow, what's it say?
Has been seen before.
Okay.
Or this pawn structure, at least, with very similar piece placement, same piece configuration in a clash between
Vladimir Kramnik,
Vladimir Hamitsevich,
oh, okay.
I would say.
Sorry, I can't read from here. Sorry, Hamitsevich. Can you pronounce the surname?
Hamitsevich. Hamitsevich. He's a good friend of mine, so sorry. I call him Hammy Sandwich. So
I guess Laurent Fresnay. It's Hamitsevich.
Yeah, I once said that and I was laughed at by Peter Svidler. He was like, "You don't know how to pronounce Russian names."
You know, I
which is true.
Which is true. Which is true.
We know how to pronounce Laurent Fresnay.
Well done. Laurent. Yeah. That was impressive. Sorry, David.
No, I'm true.
Can you do it again?
No, that was my one-off. Yeah. Maybe another time. Maybe if this game drags on another 50 moves, I'll try and pronounce Fresnay's name again.
Okay, well, Gukesh has 1 hour on the clock, so we could be here a long time.
Good indeed. This is a very typical type of endgame, right? In that specific example, the bishops and the rooks were placed differently, but pawn structure, which is the backbone of this position, was exactly identical. And I believe that game ended in
Yeah, we saw the evaluation bars staunchly in the middle there, not moving. Yes, I think we saw like the white rook on f4. I mean, there's no way through, actually. If you just plonk that rook on f4,
true, actually.
the bishop goes to g2. Good luck.
Good luck. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to necessarily rush to f4, but that's a nice square to just stand. Place yourself like a tree and just say.
You root yourself to the ground.
Yeah. First, okay, a hit on the bishop. He's only got 10 minutes, Jovanka.
Yeah. And he's been thinking, so what's wrong with dropping the bishop back to g2?
Somewhere. Maybe not h1, although that's possibly fine. a8. Anywhere on the long diagonal that is safe.
Just like on the long diagonal.
Feels like he's second-guessing himself slightly, overthinking. Once you've set up like this, you kind of understand there are no pawn breaks. There are no direct threats once your bishop is safe and protected.
Maybe he's afraid after bishop to g2. No, I was thinking about ideas of f4. The rook takes f4, so not getting anywhere there. But I just thought maybe if pawn takes f4, you could have king h, at least king h4.
Now Philidor position where you cut the king. Although this time it's scary, pawn to g3 maybe. Some checkmating ideas against white's monarch. Yeah, I think he would love to set that type of trap if he can arrange it. I just don't really see how you kick the white rook off the 4th rank. Ding, in the meantime, does plant his bishop as far away from the enemy pieces as possible.
Everything is built so beautifully. Well, Gukesh, he's not wasting time. He's running to the action with his king.
We could pretty much set up that position we had on our screens with hammy sandwich against Fresnay, with if white just retreats the bishop now and the rook comes across to f4. I don't think he ever expects to be mentioned on this show. Grandmaster from Moldova, we should mention.
Is it well known that you call him Hammy Sandwich?
I don't know. He once made an online chess account using that name because he liked. I think he liked me calling him that. If not, he never told me off.
Okay.
He himself has admitted his surname is difficult to pronounce. Rook to f4, it's coming.
Okay.
Blockade.
Yeah. Well, we are setting up that position. King to e5.
Now I can't remember where the black.
I think the bishop was on g2, but I don't know where the black bishop was.
Where the black rook and bishop were.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop to g2 would be a very safe, healthy square. Now this looks like it's a. Ding's blundered.
What?
Ding's blundered.
No.
Has he? He's off. He can now trade rooks, Gukesh, and trade bishops.
Oh no!
The bishop's in the corner. It cannot be. It cannot escape. Gukesh is winning. And I hear something next door. The crowd have gone crazy. He can now take this rook off the board, and then take the bishops off the board.
Look at Gukesh. Oh my goodness! And it came from nowhere.
Is this over? Bishop takes bishop now. King and pawn endgames are treacherous. Is this winning for Gukesh? That is the question.
Well, Gukesh has pounced. Whoa. Let's dive in, David, because this is a moment. Look at Gukesh. It's like his prayers have been answered.
He's got over 1 hour, Gukesh. He's trying to calm himself down, but his instincts tell him he's winning. It does look that way. Rook takes rook, followed by a bishop exchange, and Gukesh will be the world champion.
And Gukesh cannot believe his eyes.
Ding reacts. Ding realizes as well. It was a draw for so long, but a blunder. Ding cannot believe it.
Just a moment of carelessness there from Ding. A moment of madness. And for Gukesh now, all he has to do is just simply calm himself down and work out the consequences of rook takes rook. And then he can offer the bishop up for a trade.
I think he's winning. I think this is just over.
Okay, let's dive in, David, and let's. My heart is pounding.
His hand was shaking, by the way. He knows it, Gukesh. Rook takes rook. Bishop to d5. Now we see the folly of planting this bishop in the corner. It's trapped itself. Ding has trapped himself. The bishops have to come off the board. Now the black king is about to enter. If you try and block it off, then black steps across and white has to give way.
Yeah.
If white gives way, the black king starts coming in. We're going to see this play out. Ding is lost. Gukesh is about to become the youngest world champion in history.
Wow. And on what a moment. On what a moment. It's now a king and pawn endgame. This is the worst thing that could happen to Ding. He had a fortress set lined up. Everything was perfect, and you can see him there.
All he had to do was do nothing, Ding. Just wait. Just sit, do nothing. He offered the trade of rooks. That's why you need time on your clock. If you're about to change the nature of the position, you need to double check everything. King and pawn endgames are so difficult to calculate. I don't think he even realized that this was an option for Gukesh. And unfortunately, there's no way to save this now.
Ooh, his head in his hands. He knows. He's thinking, But unfortunately, this pawn endgame is lost. He steps up with the king. He's just making the moves because he cannot quite come to terms with the fact that he made such a horrific one-move blunder.
And look at Ding's face there. He now faces the opposition. The white king has to give way. Gukesh can barely contain his elation, his joy.
It's just fell from heaven. It was a miracle.
It was a gift.
But it was yeah.
But he seized it. He spotted it instantly, Gukesh. Fair play to him. He's going to be rewarded for pressing on. This is why you grind out these endgames. You never let the opponent off the hook.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking for Ding, but congratulations to Gukesh.
Yeah, he kept the game alive. He kept on pushing. And in the end, Ding Liren self-destructs. And he's just coming to terms with this painful moment.
Wow.
Wow.
We were talking of mistakes going through World Championship history. I think, unfortunately for Ding, this is one of the bigger mistakes we've ever seen in the final games of such high-stakes matches.
Maybe we can... And the handshake. Ding Liren resigns. Gukesh wins. At just 18 years old, he has done it. Gukesh is now the 18th world champion, etching his name in history.
Youngest ever world champion. The crowd is going crazy here in Singapore. We can hear the beginnings of a stampede outside. He will not be able to contain the emotion. He's going to be enjoying this moment. The shouting, the screaming has begun. India has its second ever world champion.
And Ding Liren, and look at Gukesh. He is in tears. He looks up to the heaven, gives thank you. And you can just see the emotion. My voice is breaking because this is such a moment in history. But we have to raise our hats to Ding Liren. He fought until the end, and it was just one move that just ruined it all. But fair play to Gukesh, who pushed Ding Liren all the way.
Wow, 18 years old, he's achieved his dream. So much hard work was put into this, so much time studying, playing over the years. Even this game alone went on for hours, but he was rewarded for that perseverance, congratulated now by the FIDE president. This is going to be the start of the celebrations, of course.
Yeah. And wow, you can see the emotion there on Gukesh's face. But let's watch his fans celebrating the rise of a new champion. We see Gukesh, the smile on his face, the new world champion, the youngest world champion of the game at just 18 years old. He leaves the playing arena that has been his home for the last few weeks. And there we can see on the board a black victory.
The Black King stands out there. Gukesh is the new king of world chess. We saw the celebrations there, the raise of the arms. He's now going to head out to be greeted by throngs of adoring fans. It's going to be such a night for him. We're going to hear from him, hopefully. But in the meantime, Jovanka, a video to celebrate our new world champion.
Find a place. Lock in. 2 hours on the clock. Time to silence those voices. One with the weight of a whole nation on his shoulders. The other being doubted over and over again.
Would be very bad for chess.
Don't let it get to you. 1 more hour. Find the right moves. Calculate. Trust your intuition. Trust your game.
Ding blunders
Gukesh wins.
The scores are level yet again. Heartbroken, we've seen him.
As we crown the youngest world champion ever, we enter a new era. The victorious prince has now ascended the throne and takes his place as the new king of chess.
A new king of chess, a new era, and now we have a new world champion, youngest world champion, Gukesh Dommaraju, a worthy victor. And David, it was an eventful game.
Yeah, a historic game, and for so long it looked like we were headed to tie breaks. It looked like the tension was just building, but Ding, who began with the Reti opening, maybe with some regretful decisions along the way.
Yes, okay, so Ding just develops the pieces and pushes forward with a pawn in the middle of the board. And here's where Gukesh just simply stepped up with his king's pawn supporting c5. And if we move a little bit faster, we saw the first minor surprise where Gukesh utilized his other knight to defend the knight on c6.
And here Ding tried to change the pace of the game. He tried to open things up. There was a trade of knights. The white queen had to do a bit of a shimmy here, dropping back to her starting square. And Gukesh showed his ambition by pushing forward.
Yeah, he did. And Ding, he hasn't liked tension on the board, so he immediately set about just eliminating that pawn from d4.
Black's bishop jumping out here. And Gukesh already ahead significantly on the clock. That was to play a part later. But the position remained balanced for a long time. If anything, it looked like Ding was applying some pressure, but now forced to step back with his knight. The black bishop asserts a pin. Gukesh played extremely well in this middle game.
Yeah, he did. And now the bishop comes out. And there's a very interesting choice because here it becomes a question of who can get their pieces to their better squares and who can destabilize the other's good squares.
Here Gukesh developed his light squared bishop. Ding jumped into a beautiful outpost for the white knight, but this was instantly challenged. Very much Gukesh's style to fight fire with fire, to not back down, not play passively. He tries to undermine this pawn, the defender of this piece in the center. And this is where Ding could have been more principled, maybe trading bishops, launching tension in the center, but instead of playing on the front foot, started to try and trade.
Yes, he did. And some more liquidation happened. And knight to f4, a move that took us by surprise, but more exchanges were on their way. And so after bishop takes b2, queen takes, rook to b8. And here we just thought that the game was going to continue via very normal means. There would be an exchange of bishops and we would be setting up for tomorrow for there to be tie breaks.
Yeah, bishops coming off the board, this game would have been a draw. And the tie break's almost guaranteed. But a moment later, it was shock on our faces, I think, shock around the world, as Ding, rather than sit here on a very stable position, offered up a pawn. He allowed en passant, not just was this pawn edible in the next couple of moves, but here, after queen to d4, he insisted. He gave up the pawn, headed into what looked like a drawn endgame, but Gukesh pressed on and on.
Yeah.
And let's fast forward to the key moments, Jovanka.
Yeah, let's fast forward to when Gukesh just kept the game alive, kept on pressing, and it looked like the game was actually headed into a very comfortable draw with Ding Liren managing to trade a pawn and set some great defense. And we'll get to the final moments where there's some shuffling going on, and it's here where the bishop comes to a8, and now the rook swings over to f4, and here it looks like everything is great for white. The key is not to do anything, and just from nowhere, Ding just takes his eye off the ball and just makes a mistake, a horrendous mistake.
And it's a series of small trip-ups here. He needed to re-centralize his bishop, instead dropping back. The rooks suddenly disappeared. Gukesh had realized it. We saw the emotion appear on his face, but it's because of the placement of this bishop. The bishops have to be traded off. The black king gains the opposition. The white king forced to give way now. If you step across, the black pawn pushes down and black wins. If you step back with your own king, the black king again enters. And Ding had to resign. Gukesh took the win.
Yes, and there was an emotional victory there from Gukesh, who Did not expect it. It came from nowhere. But he is a worthy 18th world champion, just 18 years old. And it has been such a wonderful match. There we can see the seats of the players. They've been battling it out for the last few weeks, and it has been quite the momentous World Championship match here in Singapore. It has been excellently organized. Everything has run to perfection, and it's primarily thanks to the fans, to Google for their sponsorship, to FIDE, to the production team, and of course for you at home for joining in, watching us every move of the way. It has been an absolute pleasure. And David, of course, you've been making this this match every bit as fun as I expected it to be. It's just been the best.
Yeah, thank you, Jovanka. It's been such an honor hosting this World Championship alongside you. It's the first World Championship I've been a part of properly, and I mean, it's really lived up to expectations here in Singapore. I mean, yeah, people are so nice, so friendly. The chess enthusiasm, it's clearly there. I'm hoping this is just the start of big things for Singapore, for Asia.
For the Singaporean Chess Federation, for Kevin, Jimmy, Peck, and Grandin, and everyone else who's been involved, they have dedicated their lives to this moment, and they've really put in so much energy and hard work. So I'd like to thank them from the bottom of our hearts. And I still can't believe the emotions of that moment. I mean, Gukesh.
Feels surreal still. It feels like that was the least likely of all scenarios to happen.
Yeah.
We saw our AI friends, our neural network engine say 96, 97% chance of a draw for a large chunk of that game. But ultimately, it was that small percent. That's the fine margins at this top level. It was such a good match, such a close encounter. But yeah, Ding. One slip. It's not the player who makes the second to last mistake, it's the player who makes the last mistake.
Yeah.
That decides everything.
And yeah, Ding was doing everything till that moment where he just lost it. Just one moment of madness, but we're in a new era now. The chess revolution feels like it's been complete. It's been happening for a while with teenagers taking over the world, but now we have it. The first teenager world champion, second world champion from India, Gukesh, and I can't wait to see what legacy he will carve out.
Exactly, this could be the start of a long reign. Of course, he's got a lot of rivals, a lot of peers his own age. I mean, this changing of the guard, it's been happening for years. We've all been talking about it. The kids have been coming, but I don't think we can call him a kid anymore. He's our world champion. He's so mature, both on and off the board, so impressive. I mean, yeah, I could sit here all day just praising him. He deserves it. Ultimately, this match will be remembered for his forceful, energetic play.
Yeah, I mean, he started this match off as a chess star. He's finished it as a legend. What a champion.
He's only 18.
Just 18, and I just can't wait to see what the future holds for him. And I'm curious to see how Ding will now adapt to the future. I hope that this is now just going to be able for him to relax, enjoy chess. And there we see the players getting ready for the conference. And so again, thank you everyone for watching, and it's goodbye from us for the final time. And we'll send you over to Maurice.
Hello and welcome to the final post-game press conference. The match is concluded in favor of the challenger, 7.5 points to 6.5. I will have a few questions for Ding, and we'll then allow the press to ask a few questions, and then we will allow him to take leave, and then we'll have questions for Gukesh. Same thing on the line. Please press one question at a time, and we'll try to keep this as efficient as possible. No one can understand what it's like to lose a world championship match except world champions themselves. We know this is a very difficult moment for you. Do you have any thoughts as this has transpired?
It's easy. Yes, I was totally in a shock when I realized I made a blunder. His face expression shows that he very happy, excited, and I realized I made a blunder. Yeah, takes some time to realize it. But otherwise, it's already not so easy to draw. Maybe I should just wait and to. So yeah, no game tomorrow.
So a difficult moment again. Were you surprised he kept playing out this endgame? Because it just looked like one of those that we consider a grandmaster draw, but he kept playing.
This is not as draw as yesterday, although also 2 versus 3, but he had a bishop. Reminds me some bad memories against Li Guanglian in the Olympiads. Also rook endgame, but this time with bishop, so more tricky.
Is there anything you'd like to say to the victor in the match?
I think I played maybe my best tournament in the year. I could be better, but considering yesterday's lucky survive, it's a fair result to lose in the end. I have no regret.
Any words to your fans, millions of fans out there who love your play and wish you the best?
Thank you. I will continue to play, and I hope I can show the strength like this time.
Any members of the press who wish to ask questions? I will say personally, I've been a great admirer of you for quite some time. I've called many of your games. I've seen your fantastic games. I know you've been a great champion, and I wish you the very best in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let me say congratulations. The new world champion.
Thank you.
This position to all seemed like a draw, and somehow you kept pushing. What was your moment, your feeling, the moment he played rook f2? You must have wanted, you looked like you wanted to jump out of the chair.
Actually, when he played rook f2, I didn't realize that. I mean, I was going to play rook b3 almost. But then I saw that this bishop is actually getting trapped, and after king e1, I have king e5 in the pawn ending, which is just winning. I mean, when I realized that, it's probably the best moment of my life.
You say the best moment of your life. What does it mean, this journey, 14 games, all the way to the final game, winning against the champion, and now you are the champion of the world?
Yeah, I mean, firstly, I would like to say a few words about my opponent. We all know who Ding is, and he has been one of the best players in history for several years, and to see him struggling and to see how much pressure he had to face, and the kind of fight he gave in this fight, in this match, it shows what a true champion he is. And no matter who, say what about Ding, for me he's like a real world champion. And this match, champions, they always step up to the moment, and obviously the past 2 years he hasn't been in great shape, but he came here, he was obviously struggling during the games. He was probably not at the best physically, but he fought in all games. He fought like a true champion, and yeah, I'm really sorry for Ding and his team. I mean, they put on a great show. I would like to thank my opponent first. Um, this couldn't have been the same without my opponent. And yeah, um, and uh, and yeah, my journey, it's been, I mean, since the time I started playing chess, like 6.5, 7, I've been dreaming about living this moment for like more than 10 years. And I mean, every chess player wants to experience this moment, and very few get the chance. And to be one of them is yeah. I mean, it can only yeah. I mean, I think the only way to explain is that I'm just living my dream. So I'd like to thank God first of all, because I mean, this whole journey, starting from qualifying to the candidates, and then coming till here, it could only be possible by God. I mean, there were so many miracles. So yeah, firstly, thankful to God, and and I'm really thankful to all the people who have been by my side in this journey. I mean, yeah. I mean, I'd like to thank each and every one of them, but probably I will have to prepare my speech first, because the kind of emotion that I'm feeling right now, I'll say something stupid. So so I'll prepare something nice, and then thank everyone. Yeah.
You won the candidates this year. You led India to gold this year. You stepped into the footsteps of the great Anand and fulfilled that destiny. And now, of course, all of India is cheering. What does that mean for your country that you have now taken the title back to India?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm being here representing my country in any tournament, but especially this being, such a high level event. And for the 11 years back, Vishay sir, I mean, the title was taken away from India. So I mean, when I was watching the match in 2013, I was in the stands and I was looking inside the glass box, and I thought it'll be so cool to be inside one day. And then I mean, when Magnus won, I thought, I really want to be the one to bring back the title to India. And this dream that I had like more than 10 years ago has been the single most important thing in my life so far. So yeah, doing this for myself, for my loved ones, and my country, it's yeah, like there's probably nothing better than this.
My final question before I open up to the press. That dream you talk about, you were a 7, 8-year-old. Now you're an 18-year-old. You're the youngest champion in the history of this amazing game. What does that mean to you to have shattered this record?
Yeah, means a lot. I mean, it probably meant a lot to that 8-year-old than right now, because I stopped like paying too much attention to the youngest, all these numbers, I mean these records. But yeah, I mean there is this famous clip, I think, with which I did with Sagar in 2017 or something, when I said I wanted to be the youngest world champion. And now that this is not just a dream but reality, I think that that 8-year-old kid would be really happy.
Very cool. First question for the press.
First of all, Gukesh, congrats from your fans around the world and on FIDE social media. A question for you is, what was the best part of this entire experience, on or off the chessboard?
I think the best part was probably like when I entered the room for game one, I mean the game did not go great, but like I've been, yeah, as I said, in 2013 I was outside the glass box. I did not get a seat in the audience to watch the match. So at that time I just looked at Vishy sir and Magnus and I thought it'll be really cool to be there one day, and to actually be there and sit there and to see the Indian flag next to me, it was probably the best moment.
Congrats, Gukesh. I'm Atre from Rep Sports. You are not the sort who shows emotions a lot of times. Today we saw after you won that you were in tears. And can you just take us through the feelings that went through your mind when that moment happened, when that moment arrived?
Yeah, I probably got so emotional because I did not really expect to win that position. I mean, I was going to press it for as long as I could possibly press, but I thought, like, I mean, it's okay, we are going to play for 5-6 hours, it's going to end in a draw, and let's focus on the tie breaks. But then suddenly after Rook F2 and I saw this chance that, I mean, when I saw that this actually done, I was already preparing myself to go through that huge tie-break fight, and suddenly it was all over, and I had achieved my dream. Yeah, I mean, I'm not someone who shows a lot of emotions, but I think this one can be forgiven. Yeah.
Thank you and congrats again.
Thank you.
Hi Gukesh, congratulations. This is Aditya from ChessBase India. Just wanted to remind that you are the Olympiad gold medalist, the candidate winner, and also the youngest world champion ever. So 18th world champion. Yes. And also there's another record that comes with it, 3 world championship wins, the youngest wins ever. So we should also count that.
Sorry?
3 youngest wins, like challenger, youngest challenger winning 3 games in a world championship match. That has also never happened. So we should never forget that.
Yeah.
So while I am still trying to catch my breath as we enjoy the last 30 minutes, what advice would you give to that young boy who were trying to learn chess from your cousins and trying to beat them in the next moment? Your mother told this story that you learned it from your cousins and then you were beating them. So what advice would you give to that young boy?
I mean, I wouldn't change a single thing about my career because, like, I mean, right now I'm here, and any little thing that would make me not come here, I would not do. So I think I will just say, keep enjoying chess. You're going to achieve your dream one day. And
right, and as just following up on that, as your mother told the story, would you like to share with us what is the first thing you told your mom after you won the world championship? You had a conversation. First thing, what your mother said?
Not saying anything. We were both crying. Yeah. But probably my first word was congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you. Congrats again.
Yeah. Thank you.
Gukesh, congratulations on historic victory. I'm Ajit Kumar from The Hindu. Is it time for you to reveal your seconds, your team?
Yeah, I would love to. So firstly, Gayu, he has been my trainer for the past 2 years. I mean, he is someone who just works tirelessly for me. So huge congrats and thank you to Gayu. And and also, since Paddy is here, I would like to mention, I mean, Paddy has been a huge support for me in the past 6 months for the preparation of the World Championship. So although he's not part of my chess team, he has been a very important person in my team and my my journey towards this match. So I'm really glad to have you here, Paddy, and thank you so much.
May we ask just to give full names if possible, so that
Yeah, sure.
other people can know exactly who you're talking
Gayu
about.
is Zhegos Gajewski, and Paddy is Paddy Upton. And I would also like to thank Radislav Wojtaszek. He was he was also there for the candidates, and so the whole journey he was here. And Pentala Harikrishna, he has also been he has also been for the whole whole candidates World Championship journey. And Vincent Kema, he has he joined the team for the match, and Jan Christoph Duda, he was also there for the candidates, but more as a playing partner. This time he helped us in a couple of training camps. So this list cannot. What?
He's trying to suggest.
There's one more.
Wishes.
Who are you suggesting? Just give us the name.
For the candidates, like during the candidates, Jan Klimkowski was also helping Gayu in, assisting him for the preparation during the candidates. So I would also like to thank Jan. We haven't had the chance to talk with Jan personally to thank him for the candidates, but right now I think it will be a good moment to come all the way and then thank him. So Jan really helped Gayu during the candidates. So Jan Klimkowski and Vishy sir. He was never officially a part of the team, but we all know that he was doing he was supporting me, and he attended for one of the on one of the days for the training camps, but he was also helping remotely for a few sessions. So this team, every single one of them, they worked their asses off. So I can't thank all of them enough, and this journey, I wouldn't have been here without every single one of them. So thank you so much, guys. I'm sorry we haven't still talking. I spoke with Gayu, but probably we'll get on a call and we'll just celebrate like crazy now. The guys are together in Spain right now, and really looking forward to talking to them.
And congrats on hiding your team so well too.
Congratulations, Gukesh. The fan zone was crazy after Rook F2. It was just silence, and then that's it. So my name is Ahmed. I'm talking on behalf of Kazakhstan Telegram channel Честно говоря, and we have a question. Whom would you like to play against to defend your champion title?
I have 2 years for that. I just want to enjoy this moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much congratulations, Gukesh. I'm sure you'll hear that more than once today. This goes and pertains to all the chess parents watching across the world. Can you describe how specifically your parents and their sacrifice has helped you along your chess journey, all the way leading up to winning the World Chess Championship?
Yeah, I would like to thank is like a very small word for what they have done. So both my parents, my mom and dad, my dad is here. My mom, unfortunately, is not here, but she is back home, and I'm sure she is very happy. Probably she will come tomorrow to celebrate. But both my parents, right from the start, it's the dream was probably bigger for them than it was for me, because firstly, to start with, they both are sports lovers, and back in their youth, they did not get the chance to pursue their pursue their passion, and when I was born, they decided that whatever I want to do, they will do everything they can to support me in every way possible. And yeah, when I started showing interest in chess and showed some talent, they went to such lengths that I mean, I did not understand at that time, but around now I look back at it, and I mean, they are just crazy. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I can't thank them enough. Both of them have been simply the biggest support, and they are yeah. I mean, my whole journey, it's not only for me, it's for them. So yeah, I mean, I love them both, and I thank them very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations to the 18th world champion. My name is Ankit Dalal and I'm from San Samachar. Gukesh, I'm going to ask you a very important question. It's regarding Paddy Upton, because the mental conditioning and what his role has not been spoken about in chess earlier, where we have seen other sports. He's also a celebrity in terms of he made Indian team win the World Cricket Final in 2011. So what was his role, and what would you tell the upcoming players how important mental conditioning is in chess?
Yeah. So firstly, Paddy, we started working together. Working together around May, June, with the help of I mean, Sandeep sir, my sponsor Westbridge. They arranged. I mean, Sandeep sir introduced me and Paddy, and I just thought that especially for the World Championship and what it is, what are the stakes, the right mental state I should be in is very important. And we decided to work with Paddy at that time, and the work has been, as I said, very enjoyable and very instructive. We've had like so many conversations through these months, and I mean, there have been many things that we discussed. Like obviously one of the important things that I had to deal with is, you know, the uncertainty with my opponent's form or the approach and stuff like that. Although Paddy does not understand chess very well, but he understands sport and understands the psychology and stuff behind that. Not only the mental part, but also he helped me plan some workouts to stay in shape physically as well. And mostly it was about having conversations, sharing my thoughts, and some feedback. He would listen to the thoughts. He would suggest a few things, and yeah, it's really cool that Paddy helped Indian cricket win 2011 World Cup, and this time he has helped chess 13 years later. So it's Paddy has been a huge role played a huge role in this match. I would like to thank him very, very much. And my advice for chess players, I mean youngsters, would be like there are many sports where like when athletes work with mental trainers, mental physical trainers, but in chess it's somehow like not that popular, and I think it makes sense in chess because chess is a very mental sport and you need to, it's all happening here. So yeah, I really see the psychological side of chess growing in the next years.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Gukesh, sir. Mike Klein with chess.com. There's been a lot of great questions about family and legacy, but I wanted to ask you about the match. You were pushing in a lot of equal positions for a win, and today was like the breakthrough. Do you feel like in some way you were rewarded for your tenacity by getting a win in such a relatively equal endgame? Of course, you were up a pawn, but do you feel like there was some sort of justice that you won one of these objectively drawn positions?
So firstly, I mean, obviously this position is a draw, but with the bishops on, this 3 versus 2, I thought there are just a lot of stuff that could go wrong. I mean, it shouldn't, but it can, yeah. I mean, like, for example, I was calculating some of the bishop endings. For example, if once he plays, once we traded the pawns, for example, the bishop ending, if I get my king on e3, would just be winning, I think. So there were a lot of tricks that needed to be taken care of. So I don't think it was such a drawn position. But my whole strategy for this match was to push as much as possible in every single game with both colors. And I mean, it wasn't working till the last moment, but it just takes one game for the strategy to pay off. So I was confident about my strategy, my approach, and yeah, I mean, at the very least, I was tiring him out. Yeah, so it was good that way, and since I won, yeah, I could say it was a good strategy.
Yeah, you gave a good lesson in fighting spirit. Thanks again.
Hi Gukesh, this is Rajesh from Trinity Mirror. Congrats on becoming the 18th world champion and second from India. So all the world champions, like we see the success aspect of it, but no one reaches the top without overcoming the tough challenges. So can you share some details of what was the toughest challenges you have faced on your your journey to becoming the world champion, and also your biggest strength and the key to becoming world champion?
Yeah, if we are talking about the match itself, I think the toughest challenge I had to face was losing the first game. I mean, I knew it could happen. I was prepared for it, but it's like no matter how much you prepare for it, you come here as an 18-year-old and you lose the first game like the way I did. It's humiliating a bit. So it was quite tough to handle that. But after the game, there was a nice moment because I was walking back to the hotel in the lift, and Vishy sir was also in the lift, and he told me, I had 11 games, you have 13 games, and that's the only thing he said. And I realized, okay, it was a nice moment. Like, I mean, it was a nice reminder that, like, it was just one game and it's still a long match. I will get my chances. So, yeah, I needed some mental toughness at that point. And there have been many games where I was so close to winning and then missing my chances, which was also frustrating. So I had to endure these things, which was quite tough, but yeah, in the end, it worked out.
I was talking about your career as a whole. Like your childhood dream, like, was being world champion. So what are the sacrifices? You mentioned there were a lot of problems you had to overcome. Like your family had to make sacrifices. From that point of view as well,
right,
the challenges.
Yeah, in my career, I would say, I can't really say I personally have made many sacrifices, because there's just something that I have always wanted to do, and it's just, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have my life any other way. So, but my parents, yeah, the most sacrifices I think are done by my parents, my family, friends. I mean, my parents had to, like, once I started growing in my career, they had to. I mean, we were not a very what to say, well-off family, so they had to face a lot of financial struggles. But I mean, I did not really realize it at that point. But the kind of lens to where they went, and for at some point in 2017, 2018. I could only play tournaments and I could only train because, I mean, we were running so low on money that actually my friends, my parents' friends, they came forward and they sponsored me themselves to help me play tournaments. So all these things my parents had to endure, and all these lifestyle changes they had to make for me just to get a chance to play a tournament. So it was, yeah, the best sacrifices are done by my parents and also my team. Yeah, I mean, uh, all the all the guys in my team, but especially, uh, you know, like Gayu, Radek, and Hari are also fathers to little kids. So it's not easy for them to, in this intense preparation, it's not easy for them to stay away from their family, especially having little kids, and the way that they were able to stay away for so long and do some amazing work and fight till the very moment, and and that too for me. So it was really a selfless sacrifice from them, and yeah, I mean, there have been many more sacrifices, but we can keep keep. I think we can keep going on and on. But yeah, everyone has done a lot for me to reach here, and I'm really grateful to all the people.
Thank you. The second part of the question was about your biggest strength, which was key to you becoming the champion.
Right. I think the people around me itself. Like whenever I feel low, I think about what these people are doing for me, and yeah, I think about what these people are doing for me, and I yeah, all the energy that I need I get from from my loved ones, and also God. I I have I have faith in God, and He has helped me in so many ways that, like for example, in last year 23, after the Grand Swiss, I just gave up for the candidate spot. I was not even qualifying for the candidates, and then God made me. I mean, God gave me so many opportunities, and first of all, winning this Chennai Grand. I mean, first of all, Chennai Grand Masters taking place, and me winning it, despite being in such horrible form, and then winning the candidates. I mean, last round. I mean, it could have gone to tie breaks, but God helped me, and even here it could have gone to tie breaks, and still, yeah. I mean, on and on, yeah. Like so many things that God has done, and yeah, it couldn't have been by anybody else.
Congrats, champ. Yeah, thank you.
Hi Gukesh, this is Karthik from Time to Chess. First of all, congratulations, man. And we know each other for past 10 years. I've always been curious how determined and passionate you were from a very young age. Imagine yourself 10 years back, and have you ever pictured yourself stagnant at some point of time? If so, what did you see at that time? And now you have made history. What is your next big aim?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, when I started playing chess, we were in the same academy, and we traveled to a lot of tournaments together. So it's really nice that you came here, and I was really glad to see you yesterday. So
My pleasure.
thank you for coming, and yeah, there have been a lot of phases where I was stagnant, where I was getting frustrated, where I was not, the results were not coming. But there wasn't any point in my life where I thought my game is not improving, because I was like, apart from maybe small moments where I was like a bit distracted, but most of my career I have been quite disciplined and doing the right things and working hard, staying focused on my career, and yeah, I've always thought like when you do the right things, even when the results don't show up, it's going to at some point. So when I was doing those right things and the results didn't show up, but the results didn't show up, it was, I mean, it was obviously very frustrating, but yeah, the main thing I guess was to just keep doing the right things, and when you do the right things, usually good things happen. I believe in that. So yeah.
Superb. And what is the next big game? That was the following question.
Yeah.
Now we have made history. So what is the next big game?
I mean, the dream. I would say this has always been just a part of the dream, a very big part of the dream. it is a huge step. I'm very happy for that. But my goal with my career has always been to be at the very top for the longest time possible. And I mean, my career is just starting now. Like I've had 10 years. I want to play for as long as I can. I want to have a very, very long career and to stay at the very, very top by obviously becoming the world champion doesn't mean that I'm the best player in the world. Obviously, there's Magnus. So it's also a motivating factor that there is someone at a very, very high level and something that that will keep me doing the right things, working hard, and trying to reach the level of greatness that Magnus has achieved.
Super. I can hear you say it's just the beginning, and kudos to your team, Magnus. Thank you. Bye-bye.
My name is Radha from the Singapore Chess Federation. First of all, congratulations. We all had tears in our eyes watching you become the first world champion. My question is, what did you learn about your opponent Ding Liren in this championship?
Yeah, the biggest thing that I learned about Ding is what an incredible fighter he is. Like I think we all knew it, but especially for me, the way that he was fighting in all the games. I mean, he was obviously not at his best physically. He seemed to be, at least, but true champions, no matter the circumstances, they fight till the very end, and he just proved that. I mean, in the games where he was almost going to give up, where the position was completely losing for him, he kept finding resources, he kept fighting, and then once I took the lead, he played an amazing game to fight back. And it was actually quite, to be honest, after I lost the 12th game, it was also, did I lose the 12th game? Yeah, the 12th game. It was, I mean, it was a bit disappointing, but I soon realized it's also, I mean, I was getting inspired by my opponent because, like, for the first game he won, and then I equalized, and then I took the lead. Any normal human being would have just given up at that point. But then he came the next day and he played a great game. He completely destroyed me that game, and yeah, and it was really inspiring to see, how, despite how the odds are against him, he kept fighting, he kept coming to the board, giving it his all, and yeah, he's a real inspiration for me.
Hi, I'm Kyla, representing the local organizing committee. First of all, congratulations. Secondly, I watched a video of you giving a room tour to ChessBase India, and I saw that you kept all of your major trophies and medals right there in your bedroom. But for this World Championship trophy, are you going to do anything special?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it. First, I have to lift the trophy.
Will you keep it in your room?
It deserves as a special place, I think. So we'll think of something.
Okay, thank you.
Congratulations, Gukesh, and thank you for creating one of the best moments of magic that Indian sport has ever seen. Thank you so much. My question is, if one looks at the life journey of a world chess champion, it pans like a chess game. The opening, when you choose to pursue the sport, the middle game, when you make the journey to being a grandmaster, and the end game, where you become the champion, and here you are. You've talked about the sacrifices. At every stage, can you tell us about the best moves that you and the people around you have made in your journey to getting here?
I think the first thing and the most important thing um, that that has happened in the whole in my whole career is the dream that I had as a kid. Yeah, I mean, without that, I think none of this would have made sense. So um, that dream was the driving factor for everything, and and the I am personally proud of how like personally what I have done. I'm quite proud of how consistent I have been. I mean, not my results, but in the way that I live my life and the way the way I work on chess. Um, it has been uh, like it was easier to do uh, like a few years back when I was still a kid, but then after I became a teenager, obviously, like chess is not the only thing on your mind. But I'm quite proud of how I was able to like keep away all the distractions and focus fully on what on achieving this dream, and um, I would say the best moves have been made actually by the people around me. My parents, to start with, yeah, as I said, they have done so much. I mean, apart from their sacrifices, uh, whenever I needed something, they all made sure that it's there, whether it's emotional support or some things or anything. They've made sure that it's there, um, and my team have done a lot of great moves. I mean, we saw so many exciting ideas in this match. So yeah, the best moves have been made by God, by the people around me, and I have made a few good moves which I'm happy about as well.
Thank you, Gukesh. I hope your best is yet to come.
Thank
All
you.
the best for that.
We have a few more questions.
Michael Rahal from the FIDE press office. So, Gukesh, first of all, congratulations on a magnificent game and being the new world champion. Your next major event is the World Blitz and Rapid in 2 weeks in New York. As new world champion, can you confirm to us you will participate in both events? And again, have you planned any special preparation or special training camp for this new event? Thank you.
To be honest, at this moment, I haven't thought about it. I thought I was going to play before the match started, but right now I'm not sure. I can't say whether I would play or not. Right now I'm just not sure. Um, but I mean it's a very important event, very exciting one. Whether I play or not, I wish it is it is a great tournament.
Hi Gukesh, this is Chunhan from the Wall Street Journal. Congratulations for becoming the next current world champion. And my question is basically, you were part of a team of fantastic Indian grandmasters who won the Olympiad. And do you think there's a chance that given the dominance of this new wave of Indian grandmasters, the next future opponents could be your fellow Indian teammates? And if not, how would you prefer that your next challenger could be Magnus Carlsen coming back to take you on?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, playing against Magnus in a world championship would be amazing. It will be a huge challenge, the toughest probably. There is toughest challenge there is in chess. I mean, it is up to Magnus, but I would love to test myself against the best player in the world. And the Indians. Yeah, I mean Arjun, Prag, yeah, Nihal, lot of these guys, I mean, lot of these guys have, are doing a lot for chess and Indian chess. We won the Olympiad, which was a beautiful experience in itself for me and the team. And I certainly hope, throughout, I'm sure we are going to have like very long careers, and I'm sure, I hope all of us, we will keep fighting against each other, keep pushing, keep motivating each other, and also in the team tournaments we'll play together and win a lot more. I would also uh, love to play against an Indian opponent in a World Championship or any other tournament. I mean, they are great guys, great players, and I wish them the best, and I hope this win motivates them and they will achieve more things that will motivate me even more. So, thank you.
Thank you. Hope to see that happen.
Vasudevan from Taransia, Trinity Mirror and Chess.Ninja. Congratulations to the 18th world champion. So you brought home the title after Vichy. So at this moment, what is the message that you would want to give to your millions of followers whom you have made happy, yourself and them? Can you answer it in Tamil?
Yeah, firstly, எனக்கு like எனக்கு இந்த மேட்ச் ஃபுல்லாகவே லைக் இந்தியா அண்ட் இந்தியன்ஸ் என்னோட இருக்காங்கன்ற அந்த எனர்ஜி எனக்கு இருந்துகிட்டே இருந்தது. எப்போல்லாம் நான் லோவாக ஃபீல் பண்ணணும்னு நான் நினச்சேன், லைக் நாடே என்னோட எனக்காக எல்லோரும் ப்ரே பண்ணுறாங்க, எல்லாம் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ அவங்களுக்காக நான் இது பண்ணணும்னு நினச்சி எனக்கு ரொம்ப எனர்ஜி கிடச்சிது அந்த தாட்டில். ஸோ லைக் ஆல்சோ இந்த மேட்ச் எவ்வளோ எக்ஸைட்டிங்காக இருந்தது, எவ்வளோ ஃபேன்ஸுக்கு ரொம்ப லைக் எக்ஸைட்டிங்காக இருந்ததுன்றதும் எனக்கு ரொம்ப ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். நான் ஃபேன் சப்போர்ட்டும் எனக்கு ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட். அவங்கள ஐ மீன் ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் நேற்று கேம் முடிச்சுட்டு லைக் ஒரு இந்தியன் ஃபேமிலி வந்து அப்பா கிட்ட லைக் பெங்களூரில் ஒரு கோயில் பூஜை பண்ணிவிட்டு எனக்கு பிரசாதம் கொடுத்தாங்க. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி லைக் இங்கே பெங்களூர்லேருந்து சிங்கப்பூர் வரைக்கும் வந்து எனக்கு பிரசாதம்லாம் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி எனக்கு லைக் எவ்வளோ சப்போர்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. அண்ட் ஜஸ்ட் அவங்களோட சேரிங், அவங்களோட லவ் அண்ட் சப்போர்ட் எனக்கு நிறைய எனர்ஜி கொடுத்துருக்கு. ஸோ ஸோ அவங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப 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 நன்றி சொல்லுவேன்.
Oh, he is thanking the millions of Indians who prayed for him in moments of difficulty, and he wishes to thank one Indian family that prayed in a temple in Bangalore and got those blessings for him all the way to Singapore.
Hi, this is Lokesh from India. Congrats, Gukesh. One question: for last 3 weeks, I mean, as a fan, we were sleepless. How was your sleep? Was it good, restlessness, or how was it? Can you just describe that?
To be very honest, my sleep wasn't great either. But I think that is understandable. But actually, on the rest day after the 12th game, I spoke with Paddy about this. That I mean, the last few days before 12th game, I wasn't sleeping well. I was feeling a bit groggy on the board. So I asked Paddy for some advice, and he gave me some little. I mean, he suggested some little changes, which I did. I set up the environment in a better way, and the last 2 days I slept very well. I was sleeping at least 8 hours, and like I made some changes on the rest day, and it really helped. And the previous game, the game 13 and game 14, I felt quite fresh on the board, and I was able to play long games and put a lot of pressure on my opponents. So sleep is a very important part, and I would like to thank Paddy for suggesting these changes, which really helped.
Thank you.
Abhidaya from Chessbase India. First of all, huge congratulations to you. The entire nation is very proud of you. When India won the Olympia, you created a celebratory dance, if you remember. Do you have any plans? What do you want to do this time?
I know that I'm not going to sleep tonight, but what I'm going to do, I'm probably just going to hang out with friends, with my team, I would like to talk with a lot of people back home and who are here back home, and I can give you reveal one secret. Gayu will be very happy to hear this, I think. So on the rest day after game, I think the penultimate rest day, maybe after game 9 or something, I don't remember. But on that rest day, we went for a walk on the beach, and we looked at this. I'm personally quite scared of heights, so we both looked at this people who were trying bungee jumping, and Gayu said, "If you win this thing, I'm going to jump off. I'm going to do bungee jumping." And then yeah, and then I don't know why I said this, but I said I'll also join you. So now I yeah, probably also Paddy can join. So probably now looking forward to jumping off a bridge.
Yeah, we'll wait to shoot that. Yeah. Thank you so
Sorry?
much. We'll wait to shoot that. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Before last question? Oh, sorry.
I'm usually away, cannot stay in the queue. Maria for the chess. Congratulations. I have to reveal, I was crying twice during this tournament. Once was game 12, and once was today. But I still took the photo of you crying.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask two questions, actually, if I may. But first one is about Dubai. You were there at the training camp during the match. And what were your thoughts back then? I know that during Chennai you were like very small.
Yeah.
But during Dubai, did you think, I want to be there one day? Or did you think, I'm going to be there one day?
Yeah, it was quite different in Dubai and Chennai, obviously. In Chennai, it was like, I thought, like a little kid would think. I mean, it would be cool if I have this toy.
Mhm.
So for me, I thought it'll be cool if I'm inside that glass door, and I'm a glass room. And in Dubai, I was more focused on the chess purely. Like, I mean, these games are so amazing by both Carlsen and Nepo that I was just enjoying the games for a few days. And at that time, I understood what it is more than in Chennai. To be honest, I did not think it would be so soon. But yeah, I certainly wanted to be in there, and when I saw the match, I learned a lot of things. I could see. I was in the audience for a few games. I was watching them play. Also, some of the lessons I learned from that match helped me here. So yeah, these both matches where I was present, really, I remember, like, I can see the vision. I don't remember much from my childhood, but seeing Vishay sir and Magnus inside that glass door, I have a clear vision of that. So yeah, these both are very special moments in my life. Yeah.
And the second question, I just really want to ask this. When I asked my first question after game 3, I actually got a lot of criticism for it, for asking you about what Magnus said. And I personally felt like that it doesn't matter that you're 18-year-old. If you're here, it means you are fighting for this, and you're ready for any questions, for any tough situations. And I wanted to ask you, did you ever think during this match, I'm just 18?
I thought if I win this, I would be 18 and I would be the world champion at such a young age. But you're completely right. I mean, if I'm here, I have to handle anything. And for me, it was not like I was not hoping in any kind of way that because of my age, people will take take it a bit easy on me. I was ready to face the toughest challenge on the board and off the board as well. So, and also it's kind of nice sometimes to know that people are criticizing you. It kind of fires me up. So it's yeah. In the future, maybe like I could hear more. I could like it would be nice to have more criticism so that I'll get fired up even more.
All right, Internet, we will be there for this, and you handled it very amazing, that question. Thank you.
Last question, please.
So, Gukesh, I'd like to introduce Bharat Singh from the All Indian Chess Federation. I think he wants to say a few words.
Hi, Gukesh. Big congratulations, and thank you very much giving such a wonderful moment to all Indians. So many people every day, they are watching, shouting. I think we are all grateful to you giving this wow moment to all of us. Thank you.
I'm also grateful for all the support. Yeah, thank you.
Before I ask my last question, I'd like to let everyone know tomorrow the closing ceremony and the crowning of the new champion will happen at 6 p.m. Local time in the same playing hall where they have played. I just have one last question for you, and that is a one-word answer. When you hear the words, World Champion Gukesh Dommaraju, what's the word that comes to mind?
Everything. Yeah. I mean, so it has basically been everything for me in my life so far.
Everything indeed. Well, congratulations. You are the new world champion. Everyone, congratulations to Gukesh Dommaraju.
Find a place. Lock in. 2 hours on the clock. Time to silence those voices. One with the weight of a whole nation on his shoulders. The other being doubted over and over again.
Would be very bad for chess.
Don't let it get to you. 1 more hour. Find the right moves. Calculate. Trust your intuition. Trust your game.
Ding blunders.
Gukesh wins.
Scored the level yet again. Heartbroken, we've seen him.
As we crown the youngest world champion ever, we enter a new era. The victorious prince has now ascended the throne and takes his place as the new king of chess.
Gemini, can you help me plan my 3-day vacation? Generate a photo of a muscly capybara.
Explain the concept of supply and demand with OpenStax.
Hi Gemini, quiz me on the rise of industrialization.
Can you help me find an email?
Yeah, I can help with that.
Welcome to Academic Labs, the pulse of innovation where the horizon of education is expanding beyond our wildest dreams. We are the architects at the intersection of transformative technologies, fusing the power of adaptive AI, the solidity of blockchain technology, and the versatility of non-fungible tokens, or NFTs, to weave an unparalleled learning paradigm.
This December, the world's top chess minds clash in the heart of New York City at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championship. Witness world #1 Magnus Carlsen and other stars from across the globe. Rapid and Blitz, chess in its most thrilling form, unpredictable and unforgettable. Fast moves, tactics and blunders, and moments that will keep you on the edge of your seat. Witness the pinnacle of chess excitement. Get your tickets now at worldrapidandblitz.fide.com.